And what we're going to do is basically count on our producer, Mr. Sleepyhead, to provide myself a link. And then I'll, start working from there. But,
Okay, got you. I have the link here, and done and done.
there we are.
All right.
What the fuck just happened? Okay,
What do you mean?
it's some new Skype feature. They've updated Skype, so when you put the link in, it like filled the whole screen. It was weird. Just a visual effect. I'm sure this has to do with the new improved Skype.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So it's back to normal.
Updates.
Yeah, it's back to normal. It was just odd because it's made more disconcerting by your mushroom cloud. So that appeared with a link right over the mushroom cloud. Just a really weird effect.
Oh yes, yes. Mushroom crowd from what is it? Castle Bravo.
Right, right. And so let's get the share here. And I heard some echo, which is a good thing. And good. Samuel Romero commented on the post. Let's check with Samuel Romero. He's good for the quality, sound quality. He tells us about that. And let me check where he left it. So many screens open. There we are. And here we are. Let me see where Sammy left it on this one. Sounding clear, Doug. Thank you so much, Sammy. Oops, let me give him a heart there. And deeply appreciate it. And actually, I see that our man Jameson shared the 3D post on which Sammy Romero left his message, and that one came out better than many do. Many of them just look strange, but this one came out pretty good. Yeah, the one with anyhow, I'll get into that later. I have to be careful about what I say so I don't give out names when I relate the stories of some of these ladies that are in the photographs with me. Okay, so here we are. Let's click this down here, enter this.
Alright, so we have a big spike on Staten Island of the coronavirus, of course, as to be expected. We have a surge by more than 500. So when you told me, I hope you're still alive, I thought that was what you were referring to.
Oh.
Because we found out, based on what Governor Cuomo had said, that the new infectious strain from the UK has finally touched down in New York.
Well, no surprise. I mean, you know, honestly, it's here in California, so I mean, it's like, it's got to be everywhere.
The population density being what it is in these cities, it's to be expected. So I bought like these new filters that are like P100 for the 3M mask, and
holy shit,
they're supposed to keep out 100% of the particles.
Fuck, our man Jameson Reese is preparing for chemical warfare and shit. That's pretty good.
Well, technically, this is a biological warfare.
Yeah.
Man versus virus.
Yes, yes. No denying that. And, I mean, I just shake my head. Honestly, I'll be counting on both of you. By the way, cut loose, both of you. Regale us with your impressions of, the men scaling the walls and all that shit. Let's let Pac One get started there, and Jameson can respond.
Yeah, I think today all these Trump supporters just proved Trump's theory wrong about building them walls to keep them out, keep the Mexicans out, because they sure were scaling those walls. Tell you what, and I like how when Black Lives Matter were protesting over George Floyd being suffocated to death, or Breonna Taylor, being shot to death in her own home. When we were protesting for that and doing it peacefully, they released what was that? The National Guard and tear gas and rubber bullets and water hoses, and here you have all these Trump supporters not wearing masks, super spreader, another one of those super spreading functions, and you got all these people just rushing the Capitol building, our Capitol building, you know. So I like how everything was received by our police enforcement. Who, by the way, I was noticing in the videos, there were a lot of African American cops there standing guard in front of the Capitol building, because you know, I heard them. There's a video, and the guy screaming, calling the cop a nigger, and saying, you know, you're a disgrace to this country. You're letting them disgrace and dishonor our capital. Oh my God, it's just ridiculous.
We will return to you where we have Brendan Zoget with us now on a limited amount of time. I want to thank Pac One Morales very much for what he shared. And Brendan started the day kind of laughing about it in frustration, or just kind of the sheer immensity of what was happening, the sheer enormity of it. At that time, the National Guard was refusing.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, please. Yeah.
But wait, continue. Finish what you were saying, because I'm like looking for something real quick.
Oh, sure. We were just talking about the coup d'état attempt, and it's like, and when I present the fact that you were laughing, I don't present it negatively. By the way,
I mean, I'll admit I was laughing. I was happy.
Right. No, I don't blame you. I mean,
but
Jameson.
Not for the reasons why anyone thinks.
Yeah. Yeah, Jameson feels the same way because it's one of these things where it's kind of like we've all been expecting this, and so when it happens, there's this release of tension. Sammy Romero says, hearing Jameson talk about Castle Bravo is crazy. I was just reviewing on the Taboo Bros 2 channel, you talking about your father's encounter with the shapeshifter Evanescer at Bikini Atoll. Thank you, Sammy Romero. Deeply appreciate that. And of course, I was thinking of that myself when, you know, Jameson brought up the mushroom clouds the source of the mushroom cloud image. And of course, I always choke on that whenever I think of it. It's
interesting because I was talking about the Marshall Islands last night to someone about how that's like, you know, in a few years it'll get washed out and we're all fucked. But yeah.
Thank you. So were you?
I'm talking about the what's the island called? Douglas, please help me.
Run It Island.
Run It Island.
Yeah, as in
Run It Dome.
Yeah, Run It Dome on Run It Island. It's like the dome they simply call the tomb. The locals.
It looks like it. It's like only the Americans are that retarded to put all that nuclear waste on the tiniest island they could find. Like
insanity. Yeah. It was as if they were intending to destroy the Pacific, and
yes, and it's in the center. It's like the center of the Pacific. Like,
Thank you.
Anyways,
yes, wretched, and we're all this is the kind of this is the territory of the anti-gods. This is the frontier thereof. At any rate, good sir, please by all means, cut loose and let us in first about what's going on with yourself, health-wise, with your work, and how you're being exploited unto death.
Yes, I mean pretty much like, you know. They just kept saying, oh, after the holidays it's going to slow down, but because everyone else took their vacation, I'm the only one stuck here working, so it's like I've had to work like back to back, like my weeks are, you know, my days off are so spread apart that it's like I'm working like basically 10 days straight, 12 days straight, like no time off, so I'm pretty much screwed, but you know, at this point at least I'm grateful to have a job, so like that's just the start of it, you know.
Yeah, and then go on.
Yeah, and so there's that.
Mm-hmm.
And the customers are getting more crazy. I know it's hard to believe because every time I come on, I'm like, these people are crazy, but they're getting more crazy.
How so? What are they doing now?
Oh, it's just like one insanity after another. Like someone came in and like they said I gave them the wrong ham, and they were like, my husband's diabetic, like, you gave him the wrong ham, and I was, like, really wanted to tell you, be like, then why are you feeding him fucking processed ham, you dumb piece of shit?
Thank you.
Like, if he's that sick, then you shouldn't be eating anything from the deli, like, fucking eat some vegetables. But anyways, you know, whatever problems they have, they put on you, you know, like, it's just like that, you know how service jobs are, like, anyone's problem is automatically your problem, you know?
Yes.
Whether you're doing your job or not, it was awful.
Yes. Oh my God!
Like
So go on.
Right.
In terms of so what you saw today was the coup d'état attempt, and at that time the National Guard was refusing to intervene, and things changed later. The
They
National Guard.
almost certainly had to, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they had to, and so by all means, give us your take on what you saw this morning, and I don't know if you've been able to catch up since then, but tell us.
No, I haven't. I mean, I briefly did it, but it's I mean, I saw enough. Let's just put it that way. I saw enough of what it is. Like, we're a laughing stock. The Germans, even more than before, the Germans are basically, saying that we've basically let down democracy in so many ways at this point.
Yes.
And it's just, So, okay, so let's see. I would like to read something from a book called Peace Gita real quick. It's a very short passage, and it's something that I, feel, it's basically, I want to start with the higher and divine perspective.
Thank you.
Because it is, no matter what's happening, it's a beautiful day outside, and with the changing of the signs that's going on, things are just going to get more crazy, and I'll explain why in a moment. But I want to start with this. It's a passage from Peace Gita. It's a book written by my guru. I would call him my guru. And so it's saying here, the real president, with their limited/twisted perceptions and disconnection from nature's sensibility, they, the people of this planet, can elect who they want as their P-resident or prime resident of their arbitrary cut pieces of land called countries. But the real president of the whole earth, who can set real precedents, would always be what the wind, the sea, the rain, the trees, the elementals, the earth, the sun, the stars, the universe, and the multiverse elect. This election is based upon the divine fractality within. No rigging possible, as the results are impossible to fake, because they follow the multiversal natural laws, not contrived absurd structures of society and government, or the whims and fancies of mind-programmed mass zombies. If the people of this planet choose to ignore or not align with this real precedent, as in divine and nature, they can forget about peace, happiness, and prepare for ... So, yeah.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Yeah.
Basically, if you don't accept the real president as in nature and divine, then it doesn't matter what's going on here. It's just a matter of hell after that. And then, anyways, so when it comes to what is written in the stars, I was talking literally last night. I was speaking, observing Uranus and Mars going into the sign of Aries. And exactly like we were speaking last night, I was saying it's going to be unpredictable, explosive, problems will happen, and within, literally when I woke up, it was done, it happened. And so for the next 2 months, while Mars is in his home sign of Aries, he's back, the Emperor is back in his kingdom. And the last time this happened was during the summer, when there was those mega fires and the sky turned into this Hades type sky.
Yeah.
So we're in for another rough 2 months, as anyone can see. It's obvious. And then in February, there's another large conjunction. Jupiter, the Sun, Saturn, Mercury, Venus are all conjoining in Capricorn once again. And Capricorn is the sign of structures. It's the sign of governments. So this is written in the stars. Governments have to change. These crazy systems have to change. Trump included. I'm not excluding any of these guys, but across the board, in 20 years, this is setting the precedent for 20 years. As anyone who knows astrology can tell you about these conjunctions that happen every 20 years. So this is just the trailer. I mean, 2020 was just the trailer. So now we're in the full thing. And so in the next 2 months, it's going to be this kind of warlike Martian, unpredictable energy, because Uranus is also involved. And so that's why I was laughing this morning. It's because I was literally talking about how foreboding the situation was and what was going to happen, and boom, it happens. Just like clockwork. I mean,
Right.
To me, like, the sidereal observations are more obvious. It just, I don't know how to explain it other than that. It just happened. Like, as above, so below, as in the Hermetic principles say. So that's why I was laughing earlier. It was like, I knew it was going to happen, and here we are. We basically, our system is getting smashed in front of us, So there's that. But did you have anything else to add?
Oh, well, by all
Observations.
means, bring up the fact that aside from the, how would I say it? Well, try and put this into some context for us. I mean, I'll
Please.
give people the history of the fact that this is Byzantine Orthodox Christmas Eve Day.
Yes.
But you can feel free to go in that direction a little bit. But honestly, I would appreciate if you put into context for what people can expect in terms of the kalpas. We're going through the end point of this Iron Age and purging to enter a more golden age. So tell us that this is going to get a lot
Now-
worse before it gets better is basically what you're saying,
Okay, so I'll
right?
explain. It's like, so before all these conjunctions, the Jupiter-Saturn conjunctions were happening in fire signs. Like last time it was Sagittarius. The time before it was, I believe, I want to say Aries or something like this. But they were happening in fire signs. So we had like the Age of Fire, the last 300 years. We had the rise of Industrial Revolution. We had the rise of, travel, faster travel, more mental. Fire is the more mental element. Like people get fired up, they go protest. But now the elements have switched. So people got to understand like the 5 elements and then what it means to go from fire element to the earth element. Now we're in the 20-year cycle of the earth element. So not only is the signs happening in Capricorn, all these conjunctions are happening in Capricorn, which represents the system, governments, structures, but also the Chinese zodiac this coming year, which is starts in February, is going to be the golden ox. So once again, it's an earth sign representing, it's a devil earth. So metal, as you know, Douglas, metal is earth plus the earth sign of Taurus or the ox. So in the Chinese zodiac, it's ox. It's basically the earth ox, like the metal ox, the golden ox. So what does that mean? We're switching to earth element. What is earth element? Earth is your body, okay? So everything's going to get more focused on survival, practicality. What does it mean coming back down to earth? It means leaving the mental plane, the mental realm. So people are going to be seeing this kind of stuff happen. And it does mean revolution. It does mean insurrection. It means the governments have to change to become more practical. It's not just a mental thing anymore. They can't just debate for hours about who's going to get help and who's not going to get help. Like, people have to get more serious about how to take care of the body, what kind of foods to eat, what to grow, how to live, like what kind of house you have. All of it's going to become more and more apparent in the next 20 years. And if it's not already apparent now, then people need to hurry up and start looking at things more closely, because this is the first serious change of elemental nature we've had in, like I said, like 300 years, since like the Renaissance, basically. So like the planets don't lie. I mean, this stuff is real. Like, it's something that, and whether we go into like the golden age or not is dependent on people. Like, it's not a guarantee. Just because we're in the age of Aquarius doesn't mean anything. It's like people have to start waking up and start understanding things, and like they can't listen to like either side, really. Like, you can't really listen to either side at this point. You have to take stuff like what you're saying, Douglas, and what like other people are saying. Like, you got to get to the truth like now, and then use that, not what this side's saying, this person's saying, because like none of it's true anymore. None of it's valid. As we can see now, like, it doesn't matter how much you shout democracy. Like, those people aren't going to listen.
Right.
They don't care about that.
Thank you.
So it's a matter of the people taking back, like, okay, do you want to live in hell and torture and chaos, or do you want to live in pristine, nicer, do you want your body in a nicer place, or do you want to just like, because ultimately it comes down to, no matter what happens to the system, the earth itself can reject all of us, and we call it now global warming and stuff. Okay, so if the earth is going to reject us, there's no system can save you from that.
Right.
It doesn't matter the system, if earth is going, because, it boils down to the earth can be purged anytime. I mean,
Yes.
you can go back to the Atlantean times or whatever. The earth literally reset itself.
Right.
Like, it's not in our control. So ultimately the point is, get more into the body, get more realistic, more practical. Like, these things are going to become more and more. And of course, and when I'm saying all this, I'm implying that divine is, you know, you should have connection to divine, because that's what nature is. That's what Prakriti is. That's what gives us food. That's what supports us, is like, this planet is divine. And so that's my point. Yes.
Yes. No, definitely appreciate that.
I hope that was coherent.
Yes, and could you tell us a little bit about your guru? I was curious if you would, and this is not important that you should have physically or personally have met him, but I was curious if you ever had, or if he's just a person who you found so inspirational in terms of his writings and teachings that you've related to him in that sense. And he does live in England, he's alive today, and they're in lockdown, and tell us about all of this. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, PT is like, he is like one of the most well-known people when it comes to Jyotish or Indian astrology, and he's the most truthful as far as, like, he gets straight to the point. I mean, like, it's just a matter of, like, actually getting into his material. It's like, there's nothing I could really explain here. It's like, just that he knows the Vedic history and he can apply it and actually use it for real life. And, you know, but more and more people have gotten into his teaching because it's like, it is practicality. It's like about, like, caring for the body and stuff. Like, you know, he's very much that thing. But, you know, like, there's not much else I could say about him, you know,
Okay.
Other than that. And no, I haven't met him, but
Uh-huh.
at the same time, it's like, you can, because of the technology is as such right now, like, you can get the darshan, like, no problem, like, over the internet or through the books. Like, you know, like, we have such a spread out technology that, like, it's possible. So that's the only advantage of the technology, is communication, and I was able to get this message. And a lot of what he said is really just, like, stuff I'd already been into. You know, I'd already read, like, the Bhagavad Gita, like, since I was, like, maybe, like, 12, like, 13,
Uh-huh.
plus the Buddhistic angle. So it's like, for me, he's just there he's like a real being that's, like, has Kundalini awakened, like, confirmed, like, the earth, like, he has, like, thousands of videos that show him nature responding to him. I mean, it's like, it's not something you can just make up, you know. Like, a lot of these gurus will tell you, oh, I'm like a Maharishi, you know, or like that Sadhguru guy, like, he's like wearing a watch, and like I saw him in like a Nike tracksuit. I mean, like, none of these so-called gurus are real gurus. Like, so, like, when you find a real person, like, you could tell, like how he was saying the real president is someone that only nature elects. That's what he's talking about, is if someone has that divine connection, like, you can see it. Like, you don't have to interpret it or believe them, you know. And that's another thing, leaving the age of Pisces. Okay, Pisces was belief, it was faith. Okay, now you can't just believe or have faith. It's like, you have to have the real facts. That's what Aquarius is, real facts, real knowledge, you know, that thing. Like, you can't have it any other way. So that's what we're seeing, and that's why these people that are lying through their teeth and stuff, like, on either side, it doesn't matter the side, it's just anyone who's untruthful is going to get the, you know, what's the word for it, the retribution, or the judgment is here. In other words, the divine judgment is here, and it's written in the stars. That was my point.
Right. Now, Jameson is asking, and it's in the chat. I don't know if you can see the chat for Skype.
Oh, no, I don't have it up. I was just
Okay.
going off.
He's asking if it's PT on Karnath. How do you spell that? On Karnath? Is that...
No. His
Okay.
name is Prashant Trivedi. Prashant Trivedi.
Okay.
PT. That's a different PT. There's all kinds of people from India. But if you look up Lotus Ocean, you'll find PT, and you can get all of his stuff through there. Like, it's called Lotus Ocean. And just look up Lotus Ocean, and, you know, you'll get all the information you want from him. And he goes into, like, the crop circle thing. Like, you know, he like does music, and, like, the crop circles respond to him. I mean, like, none of this can be made up. Like, none of this can be fabricated. Like, he's very real. And yeah, that thing. So
Definitely appreciate it. And in terms of when we have this kind of joy that Jameson and yourself experience, I'd like both of you to speak together on this. It's kind of a release of tension. It's kind of like a confirmation that you knew this was going to happen, and it really validates everything that we've been saying. And I think it's
I'll tell you real quick, just to, like, clarify, is like, So in June, I think it was like June to August, Mars was in Aries, his own kingdom, and we had to deal with all kinds of fucked up shit. We had to deal with mega fires,
Yeah.
you know, more and more plagues, because in the Babylonian sphere, Mars is the god of plagues,
Yeah.
and he became visible in November 2019, and he's going to stay visible until the end of 2021, which is when they expect the pandemic to calm down and we will return to normalcy. I wonder why, because Mars is active, or Mars goes invisible at the end of 2021.
Uh-huh.
And on top of that, it's like Mars was in Pisces after that.
Uh-huh.
And Pisces is like the ocean, you know, Pisces, the fish, the water, the world ocean. So it calmed down like the Martian energy, and it became, you know, like the lockdown stopped, everything slowed down, people, you know, they got more freedom and stuff. And then now Mars is back in his kingdom with the effects of Uranus, which is totally unpredictable and, you know, more fiery. It's like, you know, because Aries is, of course, the Martian sign. So when Mars goes into Aries, it's like he's in his own kingdom. So it's like Mars exalted, plus Uranus, which has like the rebellious aspect, the getting to truth, the Aquarian stuff. That's all part of that. So that was my point, is that this, like, literally it was like the last couple nights Mars just went into Aries, like the first couple degrees. Like, I watched it happen. And so boom, this happens. And that's why I was laughing.
Right.
Because it was like, you know, I was like, in a sense, I was conversing with Mars last night. Like, I got this information like from Mars himself, like that it's not going to be an easy time,
Yeah.
at all. And so this is just day one of the next 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like this until the end of February, when Mars goes into Taurus, and he'll, like, because it's a Venusian sign, he gets more, you know, sated, or he gets more calmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to deal with this, you know, up until the end of February, these repercussions.
Right.
You know.
Right. I'm trying
And it's pretty much, at this point, it's conceivable that it will be a dual presidency for
Right.
almost months. It's
Right.
going to be Trump and Biden for months. Like,
You're right.
that's what this is confirmed.
Interesting.
And
Interesting.
me and Michael we predicted, or Michael predicted that, and I agreed with him. And this is where we're at. So what's written in the stars is what's happening. You know, like, there's no way around that. Yeah.
A
It makes me
two-headed.
wonder if we're not really actually entering the age of Gemini. when
Yeah,
you
a
think
two-headed
about it.
monster. A two-headed monster is what you're describing.
Right.
And I'm just checking with Selena. Can you hear us, honey? And I'm trying to bring her.
Douglas, I have to go back to work. Is there anything else I should bring up? Sorry for being abrupt, but
No. I understand. I appreciate it completely. Believe me, I mean, you've given us more than enough to dwell on, and it's deeply appreciated. The one thing that Peter Moon was telling me about, though, his source, I thought was really disreputable. He was getting it from like a Breitbart affiliated type source about communist China's preparing for war. Also, that's coming out of the Daily Mail.
China, like, they are active too. I mean, they took out Jack Ma. Jack Ma's been missing for months.
Yes.
According to Taiwanese reports.
Yes.
According to Taiwanese reports, Jack Ma's been missing for months. They took his assets. They seized his assets.
Yes.
They're arresting people in Hong Kong. So
Yes.
it's like,
Yes.
these countries know the stars. I mean,
Yes.
you know, Douglas, the knowledge China has is real. Like,
Yes.
they have astrological knowledge too, so they're active too.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's my point. You know.
Yes. Well, I definitely appreciate your joining us tonight. Love you dearly. You
Yes.
take care of yourself.
Sorry for yelling.
Oh, no, that's fine. And hopefully we'll speak later. But for God's sakes, preserve your health and don't work yourself to death. Don't let yourself be worked to death.
Right. I mean, I'm trying, but we'll see. You know.
So we have some photos coming in. Yes, brought by Pac One Morales. So you check your chat later in the Skype. You should be able to see it. But we love you dearly, and you're in our thoughts and prayers. And so maintain yourself, and you have a blessed night.
Okay, much love, you guys, and divine blessings with us all.
Yes.
Good night, Brendan.
Yes.
All right.
So let me tell Our Lady Selena. Oh, there she is. Thank God. Selena, honey, I just want to answer some of these wonderful people in the chat. And our dear Mr. George Knight spoke so highly of you just the other day when he was on. And so he said it was yourself, along with Maria Michaela Grigorich, did so much for him, and we're so kind to him. And I wanted to relay that to make certain you knew that, because I know you don't get a chance to listen to every part of the show. And as well, Selena, I want to thank you for everything that you've done. I hope you've been reading all the messages I've sent you in the private messages. Do make certain you get some of them. I think some of them get lost. It's hard to keep track of them when they're swamped out by some of the images and some of the text I send you for the shows themselves. And aside from that, I want to say hello to Lay Renee, and I want to beseech Lay Renee to send me her email address. And the way she can do that is if she doesn't want to put that here in the chat room, send it to Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com, which is my universally known email address. So Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com, and I'll enter that for you here. And she says, she's saying thank you to Brendan. She said, so fascinating. What a crazy day. Yes. So Lay Renee, eager to get in contact with you. And let me enter that for her. Now, I do want people to understand we have breaking news. Congress is resuming its joint session to count electoral college votes and certify the winner of the presidential election. So that is ongoing now, and I will try to put that into some perspective later. But right now, I want to thank Sarah Shields for being with us, for communicating with Lay Renee. She says Happy New Year to us all. And Daniel Arola says he's high, H-I-G-H, and then he says, man, the Ku Klux Klan Trump supporters sure did make their appearance at the Capitol building in D.C. today. They're destroying themselves even more and don't know it. And that's true. And he says Jack Ma's probably hiding out with Jeffrey Epstein somewhere with a bunch of young girls. Oh, man. And bless you, Daniel. And we've got to bring you back on as soon as possible. So, honey, I want you to do me a favor, Selena. I want to hear all that you're willing to share with us about your incredible New Year's Eve day. You went down to downtown Manhattan. And somehow you met up with some friends, and they pretty much took you to hotel rooms for a few days. I mean, this is the impression that I got. I mean, this sounds incredible. What exactly happened? What are you willing to share?
You are like twisting words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And made it look like I went there for a wild ride, met a bunch of guys, and ended up in a hotel.
I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that way.
Know, it sounded like, but anyways, that's what you like to do. But that's fine. I'll break it down for you. Yes. So first of all,
thank you.
Happy New Year to everyone. So basically, I'm sure everyone is doing well and everything is fine and everybody is in good spirit. So am I. So basically I worked so hard for pretty much like past 2 weeks of my time. I had no memory of what else I did except for drinking, a little bit sleeping. But I really was working, put things together, not by choice. It was the circumstances that I had to do what I had to do. Meeting people, put things together, showing the house, and then, so a lot of things. So on the day of, New Year's Eve day, basically I was just, until 2 o'clock. I did a lot of work, so I was thinking, what can I do? And something different other than, my work. I just had to get away. And 2020 was the horrible time that I had in my life, first time ever that, I take break because of my work, the nature of my work. So none of this happened. Our office has a lot of, formal gatherings of motivational, speakers come, then we listen, we get motivated, and all. That's what real estate business is. It's just so much pressure. So that's what company brokers, that's what they do for agents and put together everyone from all different offices and all this. So that day, New Year's Eve day, so I was tired, and I was thinking, what can I do? Where can I go? Because I don't socialize. And I do have a lot of friends, but I don't socialize with them, not because they're bad. They're just different than me. They will ask me what I bought, what I'm gonna do, but just all material things. So they mean well, but so basically I told them I'm not going anywhere, not meeting anywhere. They drink, they party, in a normal manner, family gatherings, whatnot. If not going out and go to the bar, so. None of this happened, so I was just thinking, just need to be away from everyone and everything. So what should I do? Around like 4 o'clock, I just called a hotel. I was thinking just go to Manhattan, just stay in a hotel, and walk around Times Square. It doesn't matter what happened. So I called the hotel, and they're like, hotel rates are like usually those hotels regular. Time, like it's $1,200 a room. So I called one hotel very close to Times Square, like a block away, and then they're like, okay, it's $150 or something. So I went there. I was like, I'll drive around first. If I feel safe, then I'll stay overnight and all this. So basically what I did is I called one of my friends and his wife. They have 2 children, they're small children. So they're in Rockland County. And this is a friend, like a family friend, like we're like brothers and sisters type of thing. So when I called, they were like so shocked and surprised, like, yeah, we're going to be there. So basically they come. So I went there a little early. So I said, don't come now. I'm just going to go drive around. If I feel safe, then you guys come over and we'll just, enjoy time. So I went there, got the room, and I was so happy. I found parking right in front of the hotel. And then next day, parking was suspended. So I had to just pay for middle parking for like 7-8 hours. So it's not that much, like $20, which is fine. So, I checked in, and then they come. So we went out walking around first, all over the place. It was so much fun and so safe.
Wonderful.
I don't know. Everybody's experience is different. So what I felt was city is very much protected. There are a lot of more police officers than people. People are all nice people. Why are you laughing? Is it something that's funny?
It's the way you said that there were more police officers present than people.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason for it. It's just that they're protecting the area for people and also city, and they were doing their job. Doesn't matter what they were doing. The idea is that it was very safe. So we were all walking around. And I sent you some pictures. I put some pictures on my Facebook page, I believe. So,
yes.
I felt good. That's my city. I grew up there. I worked there. I lived there. So kind of like 2020 is the first time I went there after probably March or April. Yeah, April was the last time I was there. I had to go to our headquarters, Douglas Elliman offices in Midtown. So we used to go there at least twice a month there to attend meetings and whatnot. So anyway, so I'm there, we were enjoying time. So it was like we were walking around eating, talking, and then about I don't know, I should bring up, it's my personal opinion about coronavirus and mask and all this thing. Well, to me, it's very different. I totally disagree with most of the people as what it is. So I don't wear a mask. I only wear where I have to, because in my opinion, it is whatever people think it is. So to me, it's nothing, just like any other virus. So you just protect yourself, wash your hand and all this. So most of the people are not wearing masks, so it was kind of like a mutual environment. Everybody was happy, all kinds of people, it was a small gathering compared to being jam-packed blocks after blocks. So everybody was enjoying, just sitting down, walking around, doing basically nothing. But one thing I observed was that everybody was smoking weed. The reason, no, it's not so bad. So what happens is that I think Massachusetts is one of the states that they legalized medical marijuana. So what happened was that my friend and his wife, they were smoking, like, at a point. They said, we got some stuff if you like to smoke. I said, look, it doesn't matter. I stopped doing all this thing. So I saw what they had. So they were smoking weed and all this, but they brought something very interesting that, like, let's say we like for Tylenol, people have headache. You take Tylenol, you go to CVS and buy Tylenol, but these days what they're doing, a lot of people opening up shops, like in Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. So what they sell is that it's called dispensary, meaning people who have, like, anxiety disorder, they're anxious, they're stressed out. So what they do is that they sell this thing in some sort of measure, like ounce and stuff. I don't know how, but the idea is that people buy it and they come, I don't know what they do, but so that's what they were smoking, because my friend, he has this very anxiety, always, like, because his work, I don't know, like, ever since I came to know them, he always had to take, massage. He used to go to chiropractor, so he still have those things. So he was smoking, right next to the hotel, like, hotel entrance, next to it, everybody, like, whoever did, that's probably the corner that people come, and a lot of people are smoking weed. You can tell it smells so strong, but it's good. It's not bad. And who cares who does what? None of my business. So that's what they're doing, my friend. And then they brought something very interesting that I liked it. It's like a chocolate bar, mm-hmm. like Hershey chocolate bar. It has, like, several pieces, small pieces that you take, and it tells you how much, like, how many pieces you should take. First you take one, and then, it is for those who wants to, who has problem or issues with, stressed out or whatever. So that was, I tried one, and it was like, since I forgot about all these things, so it was kind of like nothing happened. I didn't feel anything, but I just got the box just in case. So I'll send you the picture. And there's this company that the location they sell, it's in Massachusetts. So altogether, since I walked so much, like, suddenly, like, I'm on high heels all the time, like 3 pointy heels, right. 3 inches or more. So I walked like 5-6 hours, not together, everyone. So. And at a point, like closer to the night, closer to midnight, they were closing streets. So we were kind of stuck. And then since we were staying at a hotel, so some of the roads, it's all barricaded. You're not allowed to go. But if you have, a hotel, then you show it to them which hotel you're staying. So they let you go. Other than that, the roads are blocked. So at a point, for that reason, we had to, like, take a lot of detour and then come to the hotel, like, 7-8 blocks, and then you come back. So we were in and out a couple times. So anyway, finally we came back to the hotel. They had their room, I had my room, so side by side. So because the hotel rooms are very small, it's like a shoebox size hotel room, but $1,200 New Year's Eve night.
Holy
so anyway,
shit.
But it was good. So what happened was they had to go because they have 2 children. They're with their relatives. So early morning, I had to wake up. They parked their car almost like 10 blocks away from the hotel. So I woke up. We literally didn't sleep. We were, we came back to the room. Then we were hanging out in the lobby, and they were going outside smoking, and then come back. So it was kind of fun, like like teenagers. And then back to the room, and then probably they didn't sleep, so they just decided to leave. So my car, I'm supposed to drop them by right next to, like, west side, 10th Avenue. That's where the free parking.
Mm-hmm.
So, I come to my car, they got in, and then my battery died because I left the headlight on. So they had to take taxi, and I was so sleepy. I didn't really want to go. So anyway, I came back to the hotel. I'm supposed to wake up at noon. Basically, just come back home. I'm like 30 minutes away from home. So I could not get up. So, the housekeeping knocked on the door. I said, look, I'm going to stay over. Don't worry about it. So I slept, and I woke up midnight. And then I'm thinking, should I go back or stay until... So I just went back to sleep. I had some avocados that, I didn't want to walk alone next day, in the evening. Didn't want to do anything. So slept through the night. And then early morning, came back home and back to work. I had to work on Saturday. That was Saturday. So I worked and I was so tired. And then suddenly I did that. So I was very, my body was not able to, take all this pressure, although, I was mentally very happy and excited with them being, away from home and work environment. So it was a fun night, and that's about it. So, so other thing is that I do read all your messages. It's just that my, a lot of paperwork, a lot of communications, like communicating with clients these days is not like the old-fashioned way that you write, you talk to them. Pretty much like 20, 30, at least 20, 30 messages, text messages. These are all regular text messages. I don't use Messenger except for one or two. So basically, I'm always on the phone, and I do a lot of graphics for my business. So I'm basically, at work 24 hours except for sleeping, and, even if I'm eating, I'm still doing something. I had this lady call me 3 times. Today, I didn't get a chance to call her back. So, and then I was with another client in Westbury when you called me, and I was with them. So then come home. So, I do read all your messages, even including the message, almost 8 unsent messages that says unsent. So I read those too. So, I'm aware of all the messages. I just didn't get a chance to, respond to you, properly or the way I used to usually. Because it gets so hectic at a point. I forget that, what should I do, which one I should respond and all this. But it's not that I always check your messages. The only thing is I probably respond in timely manner. And the other thing is that the time difference, you do your show twice a week. Basically, you're exhausted as well. So when you have time and I'm sleeping midnight over here. And then when you wake up and I have time, 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, you are still probably running your show. But I'm in touch with it. The only thing is just a little bit, work pressure. It's not pressure actually. The volume of work that suddenly comes in. It just, every year, every month, every week is different. So 2020 was kind of like, there's not much happened, but suddenly I'm noticing that a lot of things that I have this listing that I got. It's it's a family Chinese, and it's always Chinese people, all the wealth in New York. I don't know, like it's just 90% of my clients they're all Chinese. So this family, unbelievable wealth. They're like 20, just simple people, but so wealthy and so successful. That's what they want. That's what they have. It's not that everybody wants the same thing. I'm just stating what I am up against with these people. They're very nice, and I got this listing. However, they have it's a corporation. So it's a building with the condominium, shopping, and storefronts downstairs, street level. So out of 13, they sold most of them, and few of them they couldn't sell. And then the one I got, it's a good one. I have apartment has nice Manhattan view, from the apartment, from all around, from the bedroom, living room. It has a balcony. It's a beautiful place. But the thing is that the wife is my friend, sort of like, we're friends, but the property is under management. It's a property management company, and they're all Chinese people, and all these Chinese agents that I have to deal with, especially these few Chinese agent women. They're very successful. They're very good, but they kind of indirectly didn't like me getting this listing. Not in a matter, sense of like they didn't like me. It's like I'm not Chinese, so it's kind of like they will say things like commanding me and all this. So I'm trying to figure out that what can be done here, because it is my listing. I have the full authority here to do whatever I want, however way I run and advertise this property to sell. So I'm at that level right now. So I'm coming up with some ideas that I do have few Chinese friends that I'm going to have them with me, almost 3 of them, and I'll go one day, probably tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and I'll introduce them that these are the Chinese friends that I have. So don't mess with me or whatnot. They will speak to them in Chinese and all this. So that's it. Just just to simplify, they have nothing to worry about. They're already successful. They're wealthy. They're rich, and so I'm just here, just trying to do what I'm doing, my work. So I'm not greedy for money. It's more about success, that what I achieve. So that's how I look at it. I never chase money or anything. Whatever comes, whatever work I do. So that's how I look at my business. So that's what I do. So yeah, altogether, yeah, it was a good start. So I missed that that George Knight joined your show. I missed that part, and I'm gonna write a note to him. He's nice. I was in touch with him all along, like a little bit, not much, like once in a while. I'll just say hello and then talk about the, baby when Everly Jane Knight, she wasn't born. I was just, saying a few words to him. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'll listen to him, and then so that's basically it. Not much, just work.
Wonderful. And I'm so glad that you got to go down there on New Year's Eve, and really so excited that you met friends of yours. I mean, that's so incredible. I mean, you didn't even plan that. It just kind of spontaneously.
No, because they wouldn't, if I didn't ask and if they didn't come, I wouldn't have gone alone. That I would never do. It's not something. Probably I was going to go just drive around, but not stay overnight. And they're my good friend. They're, just like my brothers and sisters. So we are very close. So when I asked them, we used to hang out together all the time. So they were rather happy that they're joining me. It's their good time, too. They had 2 children. It's just, for them, for a day to get away is also sort of like, good feeling. And so that's why I went. I wouldn't have gone alone. Trust me.
Yes. But if you had, I wouldn't. I'm sure you could have handled yourself. I know, like you said, it's actually quite safe these days.
Well, it's good. It's not. It's quite safe in a sense that. So our company has a lot of real estate they sell. In New York, so we every day, every quarter we get information about market report, what is happening in Manhattan, what is happening in other big cities, what is happening in Dubai, what is happening in London. So all of this news that we read, it is sort of like a mandatory thing for us to know. So now the property Manhattan is a location. It's a wealth center. So all these things that going on is average people. I didn't mean in an inferior sense. Like people live in the suburb, they will not know. They will be like, oh my God, things are falling apart. People are killing in Manhattan. There's shooting going on. None of those things are true. Manhattan is well protected because its worth is so much. It's a lot of the buildings, like all the holding companies, real estate owned by, Saudis, the in our Arab Emirates, those kings and princes and whatever. So all these wealthy, global, wealthy people, they own Manhattan. Well, Manhattan is not owned by, so not so many American own, all foreign, wealthy, corporations, not just, one person, it's corporation, like Saudis, the entire country, they own a lot of property here. So how in the world they will not protect their property? So it's like untouched, nothing happened, everything is fine, it's just quiet. People, not that many people go there. And what is happening inside, a little bit I know, which I'm not going to mention here, that's I can share with you another time,
Okay.
When we speak outside the show. But in that sense, and I know some information there that everything is fine, that nothing is stuck. So probably I will go frequently now, at least visit office, plus, go late, and, I do know a few agents that we're friends that we wanted to do business in the past, so I will go explore that, and definitely, go to Manhattan frequently. So when I go, I probably will go sometime next week. I will definitely let you know. But yeah, Manhattan is very safe in my opinion, and I felt safe. So that's all I can say. That's my experience, knowing what I know.
Right. And what about fireworks? Tell us a bit about how the fireworks.
No, there was no fireworks. New Year's Eve, they don't do fireworks. What they do is they drop the ball from the top of the building.
Oh, okay.
So they did it they allowed only 100 responders, meaning whoever went there first. So people who went there, they don't stay in city, so they just went there for probably early in the morning, just for the sake of going, because they like to wait. I mean, in my teenager days, I did that too. I've been there, with friends so many times, very close to the, ball drop in that building. So, but I will never do that again. I have been there, done that. So, but I went there only because it was quieter, and just wanted to experience what happened. And when I told him that, tell me about the situation, he's been there. He works for he works for New York State. He works for New York State School District, meaning entire New York State, that all the schools. He does this. What is it called? He provides the internet service to them. He does this technical work for entire New York State school districts, every school district. That's what he does. He implements, for school. He helps with the computing department, and help schools with the Zoom classes. He does all this work. That's his work. That's his specialty. So, it just so when I asked him what's going on in New York, did you go there and all this, and I don't talk to them much, probably a few times a year, because they got busy. I got busy with my life and all this. So he said everything is fine. If you want to go, he will, come with his wife and all this. So that's how it was. So I said, still, if I like it, if I feel safe, then I said, let me go first. And then, then I asked them if they want to come. They're very happy. So it was kind of worked out fine together.
Wonderful. That it's delightful, and there must be, shall we say, when you describe the hotels being so small, like a shoebox, it reminds me of Japan, where they have these micro hotels. Yeah. Is it something
right.
like that that they're developing?
But not that small.
Okay.
You have your king size bed,
right,
and a little bit TV space, a little bit like a desk and sit. It's not that type of small. It is large enough. I call it small because, I don't know, it just, but that's the size. That's what most hotels are. Unless, there were rooms, even in this type of situation, this type of business is not so good. Still, they have rooms W Hotel was $400. So it's not worth, I'm 30 minutes away. The W Hotel is one of the nice hotel, brand new hotel. They have nice, very beautiful, and so there were hotels more than 200-300, but those are party, the people who there are people that go there, they're in a hotel room, they do party, I used to do that, so same things. So.
Yes.
But
well, those were the days, and that's why I appreciate you. You can understand so much about my own personality. But like you said, it was kind of like, even though you were with so many people, there was always that feeling of being alone as well, with those old days of partying. And so you feel a lot more satisfaction with where you're at now, the space you're in now.
well, life goes through changes. What I did like 15, 20 years ago, it was a different circumstances, no responsibility, nothing. I was much younger, and since I had the means and circumstances, there are a lot of people, my relatives, my cousins, they never did such a thing. But I was in an environment that I was with a crowd, I was with a friend, same type of people. It's not good or bad, right or wrong. It's just that very safely did what I did. I had tremendous entertainment stories that all could have been worse, but somehow everything worked out fine. I survived. I did a lot of drugs. I've been to all over the country. One time I remember getting a hotel in San Francisco. It was a long time ago. I just got back from Hawaii, and then anyway, so it was and then hotel was they were declining my card because day before yesterday, I was in Hawaii. Now I'm in San Francisco. They thought it's a stolen card or something. It was just when I was getting the hotel. So yeah, I did so much fun that I don't even feel like going anywhere. I don't drink. They were drinking. My friend and his wife, they were smoking. They were having this, marijuana candy, weed candy, whatever. I didn't try any of those things. I was naturally high. It was just the vibe makes me feel good, just to get away from my work environment. So yeah, so that's what I was doing. It's not something that I have to do something, and I really don't have to. I've been there, done that so much, so well, so satisfied that I have no needs for those things anymore. It's just that, I like to travel, so I just wanted to go somewhere, and everything, I was going to go to see my brother in Florida, or my sister in Canada, and, my nieces and nephew there, Chicago or Los Angeles, but I was just drive around Manhattan, that my city that I love so much, and so. Oh, by the way, I only saw one homeless guy, older. Oh
my God!
I remember I gave him some money, so yeah, so I did some good stuff, so it's good. I really enjoyed it, but to everyone, don't be fearful of Manhattan. It's well protected. I would say it's one of the safest city in the world in terms of the wealth that Manhattan has, that it needs to be protected. It's all in perfect condition, nothing to worry about. And I wouldn't be scared if I go in the middle of the night and drive around. That's how safe I felt. But everybody's different. If they don't feel safe, they don't have to. Yeah, I'm looking forward to go, lunchtime to, do some work if I can find some listings. So, yeah, that's my experience.
Wonderful. And so, honey, I'm just so delighted you were able to come on with us and talk, because it's been such a long time. And
yeah, I know. I got remember I made 3 attempts to come in past previous transmission. I had this appointment I couldn't avoid. I was also feeling suddenly I'm not there. I didn't want to make it too dramatic, usually I'm here, I join you, and suddenly I'm gone for 3 transmissions or so. So I was also feeling obligated to, I just wanted to, today I worked, I was really busy, very busy actually, for tomorrow, something I have to do. Now I don't care how tired I was, I really wanted to come on and share some of my, what I did during my absence. So yeah, I'm also happy and honored to be here always. How can I not be? And you're so loving and caring. And yeah, it's all together. I do enjoy coming here, sharing, listening others. Absolutely, I enjoy Pac-One's story that he's planning to move to Los Angeles, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And also, this is funny. JMO had this incident with his parents that his parents is going to throw him out. He needs a place to live. I'm sure he will work things out. He just has to listen to his parents. Their parents. He lives with them, so there's some rules. If he follows, everything should be fine.
Yeah. And he did say that essentially it's down to that he's I had every confidence his parents would change their minds, and that they
parents never meant that. He was just being, I think, trying to sentimentalize his feelings and all this, but everything will work out in the end. They will not throw him out.
Yeah,
it's their child,
That's right. And so, honey, again, just delighted to have you with us tonight. And I'm going to ask Pac-One to kind of catch us up on his situation and his moving to Los Angeles. You might have some advice for him in terms of looking for a place. He's not going to be in Los Angeles per se, but between Los Angeles and San Diego, so that
Diego is the best place in the world to have family. So I've been there so many times. Beautiful, all the mountains, the beaches, and all this. Very user-friendly city for anyone, and it's good. Maybe another time I'll think about something and share some ideas. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And that's wonderful. Pac-One, did you hear that? I wonder if he's back yet. He said he was going to.
Okay, so I wish everyone well. I'm so happy that I was able to come tonight. So I'm going to go now, and then I will listen because I have some important thing to do in the morning around 9:30. So I'll just take off for now until next transmission. So I'll say good night to everyone, and love you guys. Love all of you, all the listeners. So be well, be safe. I will come back again next transmission. Good night, everyone.
Good night, honey. I love you dearly beyond expression. Mwah. And we'll be speaking soon. Oh my God, that's wonderful. Thank you. And so that was the wonderful Madame Selena Khan. And we're going to be counting on our dear friends Pac-One Morales and Jameson Reese to be returning sometime soon. Whichever one of them is on line is welcome to speak up and make their presence known. They both kind of took off and just kind of left me here. Our man Peter Moon will be coming on in a few minutes. Obviously, what I'm trying to do myself is avoid jumping into the topic that demands attention, which is what happened in the Capitol, what is happening in the Capitol, because honestly, I really don't want to get to talking about that tonight. Let's instead, for right now, once I start talking about it, it's a different thing. I can address it, analyze it, but basically what today is of course the electoral certification. This is a formal recognition of Biden's presidency, and it came on a very convergent day. There's everything that rises must converge. Today is Epiphany, which is of course in celebration of the day in which the Magi, the Mage Kings out of China, coronated King Jesus. They didn't baptize him, of course, as John did. Rather, they consecrated him, coronated him. And they were not there when he was born. We get all confused by the nativity scene. They arrived when he was about a year old, really. To tell you the truth, it took him a year to get to him. Once he was born was when the star appeared, and it took them about a year to reach him. And that's why Herod ordered these firstborn sons killed who were up to 2 or 3 years in age, or infants to young boys. And so today is shall we say celebratory. It's commemorative of the coronation of King Jesus, the coronation of the Christ, by the mage kings out of China. The dozen of them that invaded Israel, quite literally in a military expedition, to see that this was done. And it is cum combinative with the Byzantine Orthodox Christmas Eve day. This is why these confusions happen that result in nativity scenes, where you see the kings coming to honor and respect the child as opposed to the boy. And so this is the Christmas Eve day by the Julian calendar. So aside from that, it is the Sainted Joan of Arc's birthday as well, her natal day. And this is also Peter Moon and Paula Maison's wedding anniversary, their 6th anniversary, their 6th year of marriage together. And all of this converging on electoral certification day. And we've seen just all the results of this in terms of the chaos in our capital, and communist China is mobilizing to try and take advantage of this. And so we have it's just worldwide, the repercussions of all that's happening. So I'm trying to find what peace I can in this time. But aside from that, I do hope somebody's back. Any of you lads back yet? Pack one, Jameson? Well, Jameson will have to return to bring Peter Moon on. And let me check in with him on the messenger, because I certainly don't really have the capability of doing it. I've tried it in the past and just couldn't do it once we've started then. Let me check how he's doing. He should be notifying us any minute now as to how he's doing. But definitely, oh my God, just a lot going on. And I guess when everybody returns, then I'll have a little conversation about any number of things that come to mind. But honestly, right now I'm kind of at a loss, and I just want to check into the chat room. That can help me kind of find my way here in this in these grim and terrifying times. Give myself a little sense of balance. And so the wonderful Le Renee just emailed myself. I'm not going to open up her email until like sometime tomorrow. And of course, she's been wishing us all Happy New Year, as has Sarah Shields. A shout out onto lovely Lady Sarah again. Derek Talley says hello to everyone. Oh my God, I barely noticed him. There he is. He's on the road, of course. He's driving. This is a working day for him, so I didn't bother to call him tonight. And definitely want to thank Derek Talley for doing his best to help. Wonderful. And thank you, Derek. If you can hear me now, shout out unto you. Deeply appreciate it. And okay, I do ask people to get more active in the chat room. Give me something more to respond to. That will be deeply appreciated. And all of those people who support myself are always appreciated. Okay, I don't want to get into this. I may as well start off a little bit about Epiphany and talking to people about it, but wasn't really ready for that either. I did promise Crystal River I'd talk about that tonight. I don't even know if she received that news. She's kind of way out there, pretty involved with what she does. So aside from that, I do have another young lady that does something similar to her, Amelia Willard. Shout out to she. And she, of course, also does much with astrology. She could certainly verify what Brendan Zogit was saying and add her own perspectives onto that. And she's indicative, of course, of the kind of Wiccan craft, which is becoming a major force in spirituality in America among the young. And Crystal River herself is neo-pagan. So those two ladies are most certainly, as far as I'm concerned, in the Spirit of Christ, in the sense that the Spirit of Christ is in all of these kinds of respectful religions, these faiths that are well-intentioned towards the enrichment and enlightenment of humanity. Very important to remember that. And we're getting towards the top of the hour. I do hope I have been rejoined by somebody, because right now I'm just burning bandwidth for the sake of filling in airtime, as we used to say in terrestrial broadcast radio. I could, by the way, Ringbearer 1420 says, curious to hear more about the Magi originating in China. Oh, gosh, I've spoken of that so often. You could speak of it again tonight to a degree. Not sure if I want to launch into it right now. I was trying to give Peter Moon a chance to kind of burn bandwidth for me, give me an opportunity to reorient myself. And certainly what you can do is look up Douglas Dietrich and Magi. Those two words just on YouTube would probably take you to any number of my interviews with Michael Basham. And Taboo Bros 2 channel has done quite a bit to preserve elements of what I said, the certain talking points that he found most relevant. And the one thing that you can do is, of course, look up the actual book, which is the primary source material for the reality of this history, and that would be the Revelation of the Magi itself. So when it comes to the Revelation of the Magi, this is something that, let me see, I could look up, here we are. The Laura Lee Solomon, who worked with me for a long period of time, she was a person who went through the trouble of basically putting together a magnificent reading list. And there were so many wonderful things that she had on that reading list, and I've always maintained it. I pray she's doing well, and it's just she went through a lot, and I definitely have the deepest respect for her, and I have a respect for all these ladies who have been in my life, and they've all gone through a lot. But the Revelation of the Magi is subtitled The Lost Tale of the Wise Men's Journey unto Bethlehem. And it's the first translation in the English language of a forgotten ancient manuscript. It's translated by Professor Brent Landau, Ph.D., which is a theologia doctor, or a doctor of theology, of Harvard Divinity School. And you can find that online. The portable documents formatted file should be available at Scribd, or Scribed, would probably be the correct pronunciation. Of course, Scribed is no longer free. You have to pay and subscribe, but honestly, you could probably find the PDF file for free. And I remember at Laura Lee Solomon was a big fan of Scribed until they fucked everybody over and started charging. But so that's the place to start. And this is not some professorial or academic cobbling. This was a translation of the original work. The Revelation of the Magi was written pretty much in the time of Christ. It was penned to papyrus about 100 years after the time of Christ, which in those days, in terms of in historical perspective, that's simultaneous to the time of Christ. It's literally the day after he was crucified. So in terms of our man Jameson Reese's here, so I will ask him now to bring Peter Moon online, if you will, Jameson. Thank you. And let me bring it on. Let's see if this works. Okay, and
all right, yeah, I just added him.
Okay, great.
So we'll see if it works.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I'm here.
Wonderful. It worked perfectly. Good. So thank you very much for gracing us with your presence on this day of your 6th wedding anniversary, and I'm so happy for both Paula Mazan and yourself. I'm astonished, actually. I saw that you published a little post about it, and I found out that I couldn't heart it or react in any way, and I realized that was because I wasn't friended to Paula. So I friended her today, and she accepted, and then I was able to react to it with a heart, and it was just wonderful to honestly know that the both of you have had such a fruitful and happy marriage that's lasted a good while by now, and looks like it will last. So tell us a bit about the mood you're in and how you're feeling. I was telling everybody about how convergent today was, that it's Epiphany, and of course that's by the Gregorian calendar of the Western churches. By the Julian calendar of the Eastern churches, it is, of course, Christmas Eve day, and tomorrow is actually Byzantine Orthodox Christmas for the people of the faith in Romania, where your wife's source is from, as well as Serbia, the church to which I myself belong. And so aside from this convergence of affairs, we have the birthday of Joan of Arc, and I certainly look forward to whatever insights you might have there or impressions. I will certainly provide a much more in-depth.
I'd love to talk about Joan, but today it's a convergence of me personally.
Yes. Yeah.
It's my anniversary.
Yeah.
It's what else did you just say?
Oh, well, where you've got the.
Said, it's Epiphany. It's Epiphany.
Yeah.
It's Epiphany. It's riot in the Capitol.
Yes.
And it's my grandmother's birthday. She's not somebody I think about too much, but she was from the Italian city of Trieste.
Wonderful.
And she had mixed, I think, ethnicity between Slavic and Italian. She spoke both languages. She was a very kind of strange lady, I think. She was a Capricorn, very, very kind of cold. But obviously she was a woman, so women are not all cold.
Right.
And her two sons, my father and his brother, were very gregarious, happy sort of guys. Very friendly, very nice. But thinking of her, it's just kind of strange. It's like all of these convergences. She was not a member of, as far as I know, she wasn't a member of the Orthodox Church. As far as I know, she was a member of the Catholic Church because she used to go to Catholic Mass.
Right.
So I assume she was Catholic, which might be less rare in Trieste than it would be in Serbia, where her husband was from. From Croatia. Actually, Croatia, a little island called Hvar.
Yeah.
Hvar, Hvar. Beautiful island, never been. And my cousin went there to look up the records to look up some genetics, and I guess everything was written in Serbian. They spoke the languages. They spoke Spanish. They spoke Italian, English. They spoke everything. I mean, everything they needed to know. But I didn't really have much of a relationship. I had maybe with her more than any of my grandparents. But so it's her birthday. It should be over 100. God, probably 140 by now. Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
Pretty old. But yes, so we have the anniversary. It's the anniversary, and I, just to put a bit of personal stuff in, what happened is we were going to go to our favorite Indian restaurant, which has become my favorite restaurant. It's a vegetarian Indian restaurant, and I've taken some people there who cannot handle it. It's too spicy for them.
Wow.
And it's not spicy to me. In fact, I can't deal with too much spice, and they actually have spicy from southern India. If you go to southern India, where it's real hot,
Yeah.
down by what's that place, Serendip, Serendipity used to be called Colombo.
Right. Right.
Ceylon, Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
That's where Arthur C. Clarke used to, he moved there so he could pedophile young people.
Yes. Yes. Disgusting. Yes. So true. And go on.
And he was my favorite sci-fi author. I didn't know that at the time.
Of course.
But I liked him because he always deferred to science.
Right. Yes.
But yes, it's very spicy down there in the southern tip of India. They tell me the food is very spicy because it's so hot.
Right.
And that helps cool them down. So they said as spicy as it gets in there, if you order the spicy dishes, which I do not, they don't hold any. They said they don't hold a candle to what's down in that area of the southern tip of India.
Wow.
It's super spicy down there. It'd send you out screaming.
Well, that seems to be like all of these hot countries, like Thailand and Mexico. They all seem to have really hot zones. Really tend to like spicy food, and somehow, as you said, that helps cool them down. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Well, exactly right. So, I felt a little bloated because I ate a late lunch, and so she was ready to go out and eat as soon as she came home, and so I said, I got to handle something light. So we went to a restaurant that she'd always wanted to go to. It's a Asian restaurant. It's a fusion restaurant. And I haven't been there in a long time, but I know the owner. I had given him my book, The Black Sun, because I asked him what he was, what his ethnicity was. He was obviously Asian, the owner. And I said, what? He didn't look like anybody. He didn't look Chinese. He didn't look Japanese. I don't know what the hell he looked like. He's probably Taiwanese, now that I've looked at some of those ethnic Taiwanese, because he was very dark. And I've seen the ethnic Taiwanese. They're very dark, and they look Asian, but they don't look Asian. They've got just enough in their eyes to make them look a little Asian. Right. But they don't. And their structure is. Are they Caucasian by ethnic classification?
Oh, it's interesting that you ask that. I don't believe so. I believe that they're more like Melanesian or Polynesian, kind of along those lines. So it would be the place to look would be. I've tried to talk about this at depth with Daniel Arola, and this is, of course, one of those things that I could go on about for hours. The only reason I'm hesitant to talk about it is because I could go so deeply into it. But the Taiwan origins theory is the best place to look, and then that will give you some idea of
Taiwan. The what?
Oh, it's called the Taiwan. It's an anthropological scientific model that is considered very respectable. In other words, it's not like some empty hypothesis, but it's called the Taiwan origin theory. And the Taiwan origin theory holds that the majority of Polynesians that spread throughout the Pacific is sourced out of Taiwan. So if you look up the Taiwan origin theory in anthropology and you add the word anthropology to it, you'll get a lot of maps, you'll get a lot of input, and so that will help you get a perspective on it. What makes it interesting is, of course, it's different from the Melanesians are quite dark. This is why they call them Melanesian, as in melanin, which of course is, and the Melanesians are very similar to Filipinos, of certain Filipinos who are anthropologically, they call them Negrito, as in they're actually kind of like Pacific blacks, and that would be certainly the case of the people on Papua New Guinea. So most certainly the Papuans, and then the Taiwanese are different. They're kind of like distinctively we're talking about the indigenous Taiwanese, for those listening, to disambiguate them from the Chinese who settled there thousands of years later. So the indigenous Taiwanese people were headhunters, they were cannibals, and then they were Siniticized. The Han Chinese who moved there from the mainland in fairly recent history began to breed with the indigenous people, and but happily the indigenous people maintain a cultural coherency, and they live on reservations in Taiwan, and they've they're recognized, and their language is preserved. So compared to many other indigenous peoples, they're rebounding well. They went through hard times, as many indigenous peoples do in a colonial, a colonized cultural setting. And Taiwan was co-colonized. It was co-colonized by the Chinese and the Dutch, who really brought in a lot of Portuguese. So none of the Europeans ever really had an impact on the race of Taiwan. For some reason, there was extraordinarily little genetic input from the whites into Taiwan, and that's probably because they got expelled fairly quickly, comparatively speaking, and then Taiwan was more colonized by the Chinese after that, and so there we have that. Peter's probably found some maps now, probably seen the Taiwan origin theory, and hopefully he finds it.
Leads it right to your website.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh my God. And of course, I'm not the only person who espouses it. I of course stand by it, but it is of course something that is covered by many anthropologists. Maybe they're trying to. Maybe it takes him to my website. That's actually worrisome to me, because I was hoping.
If you look, I put in Taiwan origin theory, and the top of the search is Douglas Dietrich.
Holy shit, that's worrisome to me.
All the maps.
Yeah,
all the maps.
That's amazing. Well, that's
underneath that
yeah.
is People's Republic of China and Taiwan anthropology.
Interesting.
History of Taiwan, Austronesian peoples. But to get back to the thread I was mentioning,
yes,
I went to this restaurant long ago, and the man struck me as so unique in his ethnicity from my perspective, and I asked him what he was, because he looked like he could be Japanese, did not look Chinese, and he says, "I'm from the Mon."
Okay, Hmong tribesmen. Yes, Cambodia.
Yeah, and I said, "Mon, what's that?" I said, "M-O-N." He goes, "Yes, M-O-N," because this was very synchronous, because I've been studying the Mon by reason of my investigation into Bon.
Right.
And I found a book in the library that said the original name for the Bon people of Tibet, were the Mon. And here you have the linkage between the Tibetan schools of Tibet and the Tibetan schools of Mongolia. He says, we were from Mongolia. We migrated all over. We ruled. He said we ruled Asia at one point, and this is where we get the name Manchuria. Mongol Manchuria. This is what he said. And of course, he was really Manchurian in that sense.
Right. Interesting.
Now,
I'm sorry.
He runs this fusion restaurant.
Yeah.
And very classy man, I would say. Always very well dressed. And I gave him eventually a copy of my book, The Black Sun, because it mentioned it, and he liked it very much. Some of the Asian girls liked it too, and I think I gave him some more copies. I haven't seen him in years.
Right.
And I went back to the restaurant tonight, and I asked for him. Oh, he's not here today, because I'm going to give him your book. That's why I asked for him. I was going to say, hey, in a few months, I'm going to have a present for you. I said, I got a present for this guy. So we went and had sushi, and that was a perfect dinner for me tonight. And I'm not, usually I don't like to eat sushi for dinner because it's not going to fill me up.
Right.
I don't feel filled by it. I enjoy it. So it was the perfect dinner for tonight, and Paula got to go to that restaurant. She liked it very much. So if you're ever here, we can take you there, and you can give him more than he can deal with. But he's not there all the time. So it was. And then I saw this. I'm not like this, but I saw this on the shelf behind the kitchen, because the kitchen's kind of open, the sushi kitchen, and there was this big metal, I didn't know if it was a metal pot, looked kind of like, it wasn't like a genie, you could have put a genie in there, I suppose. It was wide, It had breadth to it. It was very beautiful. It looked like it was made of brass or bronze, or it's that sort of color, like my Moroccan lamp. And I asked the waiter, I said, what is that thing? What? He says, I don't know. He says, I think it's a good luck charm. So I said, next time I'm I'm in Chinatown, I said, I'm going to look for one of those things. It was beautiful. It was just an ornament. I mean, and I guess it was for good luck.
Wow. That and by the way, if you do run into that individual again, now I'm looking up the Mon people, MON, and I see that what comes up to myself on the internet search,
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, they say Southeast Asia, so that's interesting. So this is their history of migration is very similar to the Cho. So it would be.
Well, yeah, we've hit on that before.
Yeah.
But it is. But I don't think the Mon people, they're tied to the Mon Kimura language. Yeah. But I don't think it's the same people as the Choa. I don't think it is.
Mm-hmm. No, right? They're not. They're not. He would look grotesque if he were.
Yes. Well, he's obviously from the northern faction,
right?
And the name is probably more significant than the person carrying it.
Yes.
But there's also the mysteries. Not only the Choa are a great mystery, but the Dropa, the little people, the Dropa, right. And there was I don't know if it was on those Russian videos. It might have. No, I think it was on a History Channel. They showed some of these little people in Tibet, and they were just diminutive. It was strange, and they showed them so quick. They didn't have a very long shot of them. I
said, course not.
I'd like to see more of those people.
They
might have masks on. I don't remember, but you could only get it was only a quick shot of something. And I used to look at the thing on YouTube. I don't have the linkage anymore.
Right.
Maybe I could dig it up. But it was very. I was interested in the little people of the Tibet.
Yes, that is the source.
I included them in my book, Spandau Mystery, the one that led me to the Presidio. We never got to the Presidio in the sequel, but I included the little people of Tibet and tied them to the little people of Coney Island because they are a mystery.
Right. Yes. And, of course, though that is the source of the Cho in Southeast Asia, are the little people of Tibet. It is they themselves are said by many locals to have come from elsewhere.
So would you tie them to the Dropa, maybe, the Choa?
Well, Jameson Rees brings up that he says that he's talking about the Dropa guide stones comes to his mind. And Jameson, could you explain to us what's on your mind when you hear these words and the Dropa?
All right. My first introduction to the Dropa people came when I was doing research on Aleister Crowley's Lam. Apparently, these people are said to be at tallest like 4 feet tall or so. They're very small people. Supposedly, locals in the area claim that they came from elsewhere. I don't know where elsewhere is. I'm not going to say they came from another planet or so, but when I tried to do deeper research into the Dropa guide stones, which I found particularly fascinating, because they were supposed to be some kind of technology that was outside of, something outside of the norm. There are many researchers claiming that the Chinese government had fabricated this stuff, and there's just so many loopholes because of the international relations going on, between the United States, China, and scholarly types that it's almost impossible to find anything. But there are images you can find of them if you Google the Dropa.
Thank you. And I think that's very important. And in terms of what I have to,
people think they came from the stars. That's supposedly what I read, but I don't know how. I don't know the validity of that.
Well, that is. Let me try and put something to explain that into play in a moment. But what many people are thinking of is the star known as Al Ghul, the Ghul
The
star.
demon star, yes.
Yes, the demon star.
This is a star that we invoke often in occultism.
Yes. So tell us a bit about that.
Well, Al Ghul is said to it's supposed to be a star where you can acquire a lot of demonic energy. It's very linked to people who are into the Klipothic and night side type of magic. People who like the other side of the tree of life, the Klipoth, as they call it. And
the tree of death.
That's literally about all I know of it. I've invoked the star along with 3 other stars that I found of interest.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, that's pretty much it.
No, definitely appreciate it, and I thank you for that. And in terms of what I can add to that, of course, I'll bring in what I can. It's one of those things where I'm just so happy to have both of you gentlemen help spell myself so that I don't have to spend too much time talking tonight, because of course it's just good God, it's like I said, I'm really still decompressing from Christmas and New Year's, and in a sense I'm still celebrating because we still have our Byzantine Orthodox Christmas tomorrow. But let's put it this way, in the constellation of Perseus, that's what it is important to remember if you're looking for it. The best known star is Algol, which is Beta Persei, if you wish to find it in any Western constellation gazettes or a kind of textbook. And of course it's always been linked with ominous legends. The constellation gives its name to the Perseus cluster. And 4 Chinese constellations, which are different from Western constellations, are contained in the area of the sky identified in the West with Perseus. And the name Algol itself derives from the Arabic Raz Al Ghul, from whence we get the horrible DC character of DC Comics, the DC villain. So let's disambiguate it from that.
Yes, the Al Ghul are the undead, the shaitanic undead.
Yes.
I am very familiar with them.
Peter's sending us a photo now with what he's found. And let's take a look at what he's sent here in the message box to myself. Oh, God. Yes, he had to send that. Oh, well. All right. Thank you.
I couldn't find anything, really. I couldn't find anything. There's no good pictures of what I would call. These are comical ones.
Right.
I was able to find them once upon a time, but for some reason I can't find it on Google anymore. I'm gonna try DuckDuckGo, using the same search that I had used to find it before, because what I used was Aleister Crowley's Lam and the Dropa.
Right. Okay.
That's the only way I was able to get the search. If you just type in the Dropa, you're not going to get it for some reason. It's kind of weird. But Google has scrubbed a lot of things.
Yes, they have. Oh, man, they've scrubbed a lot of things. Believe me. Now, Selena is helping us in this search. She's actually found a number of things that are quite relevant, and I thank her for that. Here's what she's found. Oh, God bless her. There we are, and so she's got it. So let me send this over to all of you, and let me give her a reaction first. Give her a nice little wow there.
Thank you, Selena.
Yes, and let me download this. Here we are. Save image as. And then I will put that into the message box of Peter Moon. That's funny. If it downloads at all, because my computer is just not working. So let me write Dropa on this so that I can have that filed. And then
Send it via Facebook.
I'll send it to you via Facebook Messenger. Yes, thank you. The same place where you sent me that atrocity. Yeah. And, so here we are. Okay, let me see if I can recall this. Get this up here. There we are. And then press the open button. And then we can get that to Peter, and then I will send that now to Mr.
And this came from Selena.
Yeah, Selena found this, and she found several.
Well, this looks like something, the Peruvian or the Tibetan version of what you find in Peru.
Yes, but they also have these. It's not surprising that it would. Actually, it's not surprising to me. I get the feeling that it's fairly legitimate myself. She says, she herself, she says she doesn't really trust anything these days on the internet, that so much is CGI. And of course, she says it might be bootleg. Who knows? And all of this is sensible caution, sensible skepticism, and that's to be maintained. So she found some other things in her search about the Dropa stones. She got this from exploringlifemysteries.com. According to him, let me see, might have a part 1 here. The Dropa tribe, high in the Himalayas near Tibet, is a tribe of people known as the Dropa. These resilient people have inhabited a brutal climate of ice and high altitudes for thousands of years. It wasn't until the 20th century that Western explorers, quote-unquote, discovered that this tribe of dwarf-like people existed. According to him, the Dropa stones, revealed the story of an alien race called the Dropa. The crash landing made on Earth killed a good number of the crew. See, this is Van Daniken shit that's coming in to just pollute everything at this point. The survivors hid in caves to protect themselves from the local tribe called the Ham. Eventually, the two tribes managed to coexist, but the Dropa could not repair the spaceship. See, this is all bullshit, this second part. And this is where they're trying to extraterrestrialize the Dropa stones. And, of course, the Dropa stones themselves may be a hoax. There's a lot of controversy about the Dropa stones.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. But I did find at least some sites that this site, at least, whether it's this site, actually, I have another site that I'm going to put in the chat for the what do you call it, that has everything in English. Basically, you can see a picture of like this man and woman who are Dropa, and they're like really dwarfish-looking people. I mean, they're human, clearly human, if you ask me. But they just seem like a different subrace or something.
Well, what they do is they superimpose all this gray alien type of motif over it.
Yeah.
And it just pollutes it all.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's something.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of times, like there was this whole hoax where these people were trying to sell this deformed fetus as if it were like a gray fetus in Mexico and whatnot. And when they did the genetic testing on the actual fetus, they found that it was actually human, despite the fact that its head was completely large. And whatever it was stillborn. So a lot of times, what people consider anything alien because they're just like obsessed with that stupid myth.
Thank you. It's become.
It's sickening.
Yeah, it's
the
become.
The truth is that the potential variations that the human body can show us is mind-boggling.
Thank you, and and let's not forget, of course, the fact that anthropologically, any conventional anthropologist, the most staid, conservative, conventional anthropologist will tell you that humanity coexisted with many other human species for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, and that
we intermingled with about all of them. Because humans fuck anything.
well, conceivably, see, that's the point. Is what differentiates and disambiguates some species is they cannot intermingle or cannot breed at all, and that was the case for some of these subhumans or subspeciations of hominid that existed in Australia, as a good example, where the Aborigines of Australia pointed out they could not interbreed with that species of hominid. But just to put this all into some perspective for you, to close my thoughts on this, the Chinese word for that star, Raz Al Ghul, is Da Ling, which means mausoleum, and it refers to
Nice.
yes, to the star, the asterism, as a star that is an abode of the dead in a very negative sense. And so the fact that the Chinese and the Arabs and the West have all identified this star as either the ghoul star, the mausoleum star, the or the devil star, the demon star, tells us that there is knowledge worldwide of an evil affiliated with that asterism, that star. Aster is being the ancient derivative from which we get the word star, and it's important to place that in the context of the fact that Charles Darwin, above all else, is exactly what no one remembers him for. Everyone has taken Charles Darwin and they've taken one aspect of his personality and they've stretched that all out of proportion, and they've taken his true personality and they've entirely scrubbed that from the history, which is the fact that he was an ardent occultist and wrote far more on the occult than he ever did on science. And
Interesting. Now I'm going to do some searching because this sounds right up my alley.
I never heard this.
oh, it's true. And Charles Darwin wrote volumes and volumes on astral travel, and of course, in order to promote his evolutionary theory, they hid everything that they could on his connections to the occult. But he was far more of an occultist than he ever was a scientist. And what's astonishing to me is that the creationists or the reactionary Christians never bring this up to damn him and to, but that's, of course, they don't know. It's been so scrubbed.
I just found something here. It says Charles Darwin was a massive satanic fraud. It's a Christian website.
Oh, of course. So they would take that in the... Well, that's almost like they wouldn't even need the occult to say that. They could just say that just based on the fact that he pretty much said what he said without the kind of scientific, how would we say, approach that we require today. Today we require something that Charles Darwin did not present. We require all kinds of cross-references. We require all kinds of evidence that Charles Darwin did not need in his day, because in his day he just had a sponsor, a bulldog, so to speak, a promoter, and that was actually the family of that produced oh my God, the guy who wrote not 1984, Brave New World, the Huxleys. Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley. Yeah, but it was Huxley's family that was Charles Darwin's sponsor, the dynasty that produced Aldous Huxley. He was just, and by the way, for those of you,
Julian Huxley, his relative was a biologist of some renown.
Yes, and as for Aldous Huxley himself, for those of you who don't know this, he was hideously deformed. He was hideously deformed. I mean, like Elephant Man fucking deformed. So deformed that every photograph that exists of Aldous Huxley is heavily altered. And this was in the days before we had software programs like Photoshop, or they mechanically altered. That means mechanically means they actually like took pens and pencils and they had illustrators alter his facial features so he would look baseline human, but he was hideous. So that's Aldous Huxley for you, and most people have no idea of that. But Darwin did not empty the
When
world.
you say deformed, you mean his face, his body?
His face.
I see several photos of him here.
Yeah. And his face was hideously deformed. I mean, like his face was like just eye going off in one direction, another eye going off. It would be like, imagine.
I see one here where he's kind of old, he's kind of wrinkled. One eye looks very different.
Yeah, and all of those are heavily altered photographs. They never released any photographs of them that hadn't been through an incredible process of alteration. If you personally met him, I'm told that people screamed. This was how hideous he was. An idea, let me see, the British guy who played Darth Vader, who I brought up the other day, He was like in this horrible car wreck that ended up deforming his face. And David Prowse. And if you ever take a look at David Prowse after the car wreck, it's hard to find photographs of him out there that are actually not heavily touched. As time went on and his face kind of adapted to multiple plastic surgeries, it got a little better. But his face was rather deformed, but not monstrously so. If you imagine someone like David Prowse and just take it and render it far more extreme to the point where it was like he's got two faces that got sewed together, then you get Aldous Huxley.
Is it possible
I
he
have
has?
something to share with you about Aldous Huxley and L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, great.
Yeah. And I never forgot this. I'm seeing what I can find. In 1950, shortly after the Dianetic movement that would eventually become known as Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard paid a visit to the house of noted English author Aldous Huxley, who at that time was living in Los Angeles. To many, it would appear that Huxley was being rather generous with his time by meeting with such an obvious crackpot and con man. However, Huxley was very interested in fringe science and odd religious or spiritual movements, and despite an apparent distaste for Hubbard as a human being, this is quotes, rather immature and in some ways rather pathetic, Huxley says, Huxley was impressed by his work in his new book, Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health. In the early 50s, Huxley and his first wife, Maria, were in quite poor health, and to a great extent their fascination with pseudosciences and bizarre cult-like spiritual movements came from a desire to cure their problems. Of all the quackery they investigated, and this is so disparaging of what they don't understand, Dianetics seemed among the most useful. It appeared to them that Maria benefited greatly from the Dianetic processing they received from Hubbard, who personally audited them on several occasions, and that she received from Aldous. Apparently, he did Dianetics on her. Maria, and this is a quotation, Maria, meanwhile, has had some success in contacting and working off engrams, and has been back repeatedly into what the subconscious says is the prenatal state. Whether because of Dianetics or for some other reason, she is well and very free from tension. They continued to use Dianetic auditing with each other, mixing it with odd systems of belief, like e-therapy and hypnosis, but ultimately none of this was able to stop Maria passing away from cancer in 1955. Huxley naturally was devastated by the loss of the woman he had loved for 30 years. However, shortly after he married his second wife, a family friend who Maria most likely groomed to replace her as Aldous' wife, Laura Huxley had been following the Dianetic movement since its inception and not only took over as Mrs. Huxley, but also as Aldous' processing partner, my Dianetic operator, he called her. As I recall, this woman was very good looking. So they got involved with this, and then Huxley wrote Doors of Perception, which in 1954, which talks about mescaline, and Hubbard referenced his work. He said, he quoted it as a book well worth reading in one of his Scientology bulletins. I also remember Huxley, I'm trying to find it here, but he says that he found Hubbard rather physically repulsive. Which I said, that stood out to me because look at Hubbard, he wasn't the best looking man in the world.
Right.
But he wasn't ugly.
Right.
I just thought it was over the top that he said that. Now I understand why.
Yes. Thank you. Projection. And of course, so in terms of Darwin, he didn't empty the world of nature. Instead, he peopled it with other invisible species in his works of the occult. Now, the world the occultists created, or rather perceived, was as richly teeming with life as the visible realm, and they truly believed that the progress of science would reveal the actual existence of the tribes and species they described. Like Schweinfurth. Congo pygmies were once thought mythical, but were then newly discovered and proved actual. And so fairies too would be located. And that's why Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was so open to the idea of fairies being photographed, because, like X-ray beams, they only seemed intangible. The supernatural, as affirmed by occultists, would prove to be the natural not yet understood. And that is an element of the Cho. And the Cho are considered fairy folk by Asians. And when I speak to Asians oftentimes about having seen the Cho, they'll just laugh or dismiss me and instantly just stop talking to me, because it would be like someone telling an Irishman, I've seen a leprechaun. And your average Irishman will say, oh, that's part of, they would acknowledge that as part of their cultural spectrum, part of their heritage in terms of, say, for instance, folklore. But your average Irishman would laugh you off if you told them, I saw a leprechaun. So they would react that way to me oftentimes in the Tenderloin. And then, of course, there would be kind of a negative angle that if you did see one, then, I want nothing to do with you because that's frightening to them. And this is why oftentimes the people who interact with them are not Asians, because oftentimes Asians literally blot them out of their existence, whereas white people who know nothing of them will interact with them. And this is an element of that kind of meta-reality that's hard for many people to grasp. Now, in Asia, in terms of the Cho, they're encountered in Burma, the Andaman Islands, where Malaysia, Tibet, and of course that's where Aldous Huxley was placing his utopia in his book entitled Island. Yeah, yes. He placed that in the Andaman Islands, Nicobar Islands region, and as Jameson is saying, belief shapes perception, and it's true. Most Asians don't want to believe in the Cho. They want to believe it's something mythical. They want to believe it's something that you cannot see, because that way they can relegate it to the realm of myth. That's actually the way many Irish people feel about leprechauns. In Asia, of course, the Cho are believed to have been created by the making of a monster through downbreeding, the mating of men and monsters at the dawn of time. That the god Dabsog, which by the way is spelled, here's something similar to Celtic. Nothing is pronounced in the Celtic language the way it's spelled, and Peter Moon knows this. Any person who looks at the Celtic language and it's spelled out, they're going to read it in a way that the Celts never said it. So in terms of the spelling for Dacho, the actual spelling of it in the English gets romanized as DABTSOG, and you're with a space in between, DAB space TSOG, and your average person looks at that and they'll say Dabsog, and that's not how the Cambodian or Kampuchean people pronounce it. So they would say Dacho, the death spirit. And I spoke of this to Daniel Brinkley when he was kind enough to call me up personally and speak to me for hours after the death of my father. And this was something that, when I brought this up publicly, was taken on by that Stephen Outram character as a way to attack us both, saying, oh, see, these people are all stolen valor. These people are all like somehow masquerading as military men. They all hang out. This is the kind of insanity that you run into in this world. Now, Jameson Reese says, I saw how they could be seen as terrifying, although they aren't malignant to me as they used to be. I believe that Jameson Reese is speaking about the encounter he had with basically an entity that was very similar to Aleister Crowley's Lamb. You can speak up, Jameson, and tell us if that's the case.
Oh, no, not Lamb. That was actually a good experience. No, the experience is more with the Cho, because the way I perceived of them, the way they transmitted the perception of themselves at that time was like there's really nasty gnomish-looking creatures with like big bulbous heads and bulging eyeballs.
Yeah. Yes.
They sound like the same thing as the Choa, the dab song.
You
But I
the Dacho, or the Dabzog as it's spelled, is actually the god of the Cho. That is the god that created that race of dwarves. They were known as the Miri Nigri, or it would be spelled Miri space Nigri, as in the Black Miri, the Miri Nigri. They were comprised from the flesh of primitive amphibians and prehistoric reptiles through the mating of the Miri with Da Cho's human worshippers. The Miri Nigri are, of course, they're not human at all. They're more of instead of reptilians, which the West is so obsessed with, the ancient Asians perceived these as kind of like
Amphibious?
Amphibians, thank you. Very similar to, how would I say it? How would I?
Oh, they kind of remind me a little bit of the what do you call it? There's an African tribe. Oh my gosh, what the hell are they called again? Oh shit, the Nomo. They worship the Dogon tribe. Yeah, they sort of remind me of the Nomo a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the mating of the Miri with Dachos, human worshippers, gave rise to the Chochoa, and this pygmy race migrated east from Tibet, carrying Dacho to new dwellings, and once widespread throughout East Asia, of course, they now only have a few isolated pockets of population because all the tribes despise the Chochoa in their vicinity. And I've gone into the history of how they were the only race targeted for total extermination by the Japanese in World War II. And this was how they got the collaboration of all other races in Asia, because of they're delivering the other races from the exploitation of the Cho, who would prey on everyone to bring them tithe, or else they would kill them in their dreams, kill them in their sleep, as servants of Da Cho, the death spirit. So in terms of where they themselves originally said that they came from, they would often say that originally they came from the Iberian Peninsula, that they migrated to Tibet. The Tibetans themselves say they were not originally from Tibet. So in terms of Our Lady, Selina Khan, she's bringing up what she's found on the website, and of course most of what people find is connected with fiction, and this is what she's found.
It's always connected to the Cthulhu mythos,
right?
For some reason.
Yeah.
I have something to add here. If they come from the Iberian Peninsula, that is not only the home of the Basque people, Basque, who are known for being Rh negative. It is also the peninsula where is the region of Catalonia, and there is a lot of occultism that takes place, Jewish occultism, that according to the people, the Jews of Catalonia, they are the antecedent to the Jews of Jerusalem. And when you consider that so much of the Choa sound like what is called a golem, but a demonic side of using the Solomonic formula of the Pentagrammaton. It's like the dark side, the devil's work, literally.
Yes.
There's a Solomonic connection to Japan, you've mentioned before.
Yes.
And I would think the Japanese getting rid of the Choa is related to that. Because Solomon, at his best, is a double-edged sword.
Yes. Yes. By the way, you're stepping out of range of the microphone, or where you're.
I'm back at range.
Oh, okay. Now, and in terms of the Choans, or the Chochoa, they themselves would insist that they came into what is today known as Afghanistan and its environs by the 2nd century out of the otherworldly abyss. And according to their legend, they were the servitor race of Ahriman, the Zoroastrian Satan, sent to guard the degenerate influence of the Black Lotus. And that's the symbol of their culture, very similar to the chrysanthemum being the symbol of Japan. And even Orthodox anthropologists of the Victorian era suggested the Chochos. And if you look up Chocho and you look up language, you'll find that it's recognized as a language. And then everything kind of gets lost from there. The language of Chocho is recognized in linguistics, and it's like this is in conventional academia, and then you'll find the trail suddenly disappears, usually for your average researcher. But definitely during the time of the Victorian era, when there was not yet such an internet and the ability to scrub it clean of what you didn't want others to know, it was suggested the Chochos, as the whites would generally call them, were genetically disparate enough from most humans that they may have diverged from our genetic line as long ago as Homo erectus. This was back when they were thinking in such terms as Darwinian and branches on the tree of life. But my father, when he explained to me what we both saw in the Tenderloin, he insisted that they were conducting a special ritual required in order to mate, because the Chocho are so genetically diverse that they cannot mate biologically. They can only mate after massive occult ritual that would prepare whatever womb they abduct towards bearing their eggs, so to speak, or their sperm, if you interpret it as such. But what I had seen, for those of you who may not have heard my experience, and I've brought this sort of thing up in the past. When I lived in the Tenderloin, we had a very archetypal kind of inner city situation where all of the buildings face each other. So when you look out into the back, you have all of these buildings facing their backyards. And the buildings are like, we're talking about taller buildings, but not skyscraper level. You're talking about ghetto housing. It's not low-income housing or federal housing, which would have been built much differently according to a more privatizing plan. This is just organically built buildings that came up during the 1920s, probably 1930s era, when a lot of building was going on and nobody was really thinking ahead or caring about city planning in some sense of foresight. So they just all evolved where you had the exits, the front doors, facing the street, so that people could catch buses or get into cars. And the back side is where they'd stick the backyard. So you'd have this set of lots in the back, which would all be overgrown with weeds and various other kinds of things that would litter them over the years. Various things that were originally maybe porches with furniture, and it just all disintegrated over years into this, jungle of overgrown backyard that you would have at the bottom floor that was fenced off. So you had separate compartmented areas of different types of weed overgrowth that would be at the bottom you'd look down on. And then you'd look up from the 6th floor we were on and look across the street, and you would see other people at a similar level from their buildings that were apartment houses looking back at you. And so this is one reason I grew up just so exposed to the world that I never had any sense of privacy. This is one reason that I can adapt so easily to having no private life, because I never grew up with a private life. Honestly, you could, of course, shut the shades and not look out, but most of the time you needed natural light or air, and the windows would be open, and we had no such things as screens to keep flies or mosquitoes out, and that was never really our problem. But when I looked across the street, then, I could see gay couples fucking each other, not even bothering to close the shades. And, of course, we had a bar that was down in one of the lower buildings the music was going all night long, people drinking and screaming and carousing. And then, of course, one time when I was looking at one of the buildings off towards the side, this one apartment, all of these, what I thought were children, were all marking time. That would be the military term for it. When you use the military term marking time, that means that they're marching in place. So that means that they're lifting their feet high and stamping them down, marching in place. And by the way, the armies break step when they cross bridges. And the reason that armies break step when they cross bridges is because if they marched in step crossing a bridge, their vibrations are such that they compromise the integrity of the structure, and they can literally collapse a bridge marching in step across a bridge. So these children were marking time. They were marching in step, lockstep, and that basically they were causing the entire building to shake. There's no other way to describe it. The entire building was shaking. As a matter of fact, I could feel the vibrations where I was at in a completely different building. That might have been psychosomatic, but nevertheless, certainly the vibration must have been felt, because I could tell the other building was shaking. And I pointed that out to my father, who came, and he knew instantly what they were. He had seen them in China. He said, those are the chochoa. And they had a sack with something squirming inside of it that one of them was repeatedly stabbing, and it was bleeding. So I asked if that was a pig, and my dad said it's probably an abducted child. He called the police, as we often did in such cases. No one ever responded. It's not like we didn't try, but after a while, you just cease taking any action. There's no point, because there's never a response. But in terms of the need to kill a child, he says they need to kill a child to produce a child. They can't produce their own children. They kill a human child. It's part of their sacrifice. He said, I learned of this in China. And he said, I saw them in action before the Japanese came and wiped them out from mainland Asia, because the Japanese were immune to their attacks in the sleep state. The Japanese were immune to the Cho ability to kill them in their sleep, which shows that the Japanese were of a very different genetic strain from the rest of Asians on the mainland. And so in terms of the Cho that day, we saw them conducting a kind of fertility ritual, and bleeding what was in the sack without removing whatever it was in the sack, stabbing it until it ceased to struggle, and then bleeding it, the blood through the sack into a containment vessel. While they were all chanting, of course. They were chanting quite loudly. Everybody in the building must have felt what they were doing, and if I could hear it from across the street, many people probably heard it in that building as well. So that was one instance of a Cho encounter, and they were all coming in at the time, of course, that the Vietnamese immigrants were coming in from the Vietnam War, but what we were getting were not Vietnamese people per se, mostly Laotians and Cambodians, and these were the people most vulnerable to the attacks of the Cho, and this is why we had so many dying in our buildings and other buildings, dying in their sleep. You could hear them scream at night while they died. And I know this for a fact because my father was called on by the manager, who would call up volunteers to break down the doors. Basically the manager would come around and say, somebody was supposed to pay their rent today and they didn't do it, and we got to do a well-being check because we had so many elderly people in these who couldn't afford any place else in San Francisco. They'd go to the Tenderloin to die. And so the managers would have to break down their doors and basically identify the bodies. Like, if you've seen this guy before, you interacted with him before, I need you to come with me to break down the door, and if he's dead, you can identify the body. Aside from that, when somebody died screaming, then of course they'd check the next day. And if the person wouldn't answer the door, they'd call some volunteers to help break the door down. You'd wonder why they just didn't, like, sometimes use the key or something. Well, the point is, people in the Tenderloin blockaded their doors. The key didn't mean shit. It's because doors were always blockaded. So they'd actually have to smash through them anyway. So my dad would see the bodies clawing. This, of course, was where I saw my first beheading, and this is again the kind of insanity that I deal with your average individual who lives in a world of white privilege. The majority of the United States being white, the majority of the United States being white is intrinsically privileged just by being white. They have no idea what they're missing. Not that they should be seeing this, but they don't grow up in these ghetto areas that have these kind of dangers that I grew up with. We had very old elevators that you could literally swing the gate open, and by that I mean it's like an accordion gate. We're talking like, if you've ever seen those gates that you see in front of stores, they lock at night, they swing that gate shut. It's not swinging in the conventional sense, it's like accordion folding the gate shut, this kind of grated gate that they put in front of door fronts, and then you can drag it in like an accordion. You open it up to shut the store down at night, and then you kind of collapse it to open the storefront in the morning in these ghetto areas. This is what the elevator doors were like, and you could open that up and look down the shaft or look up the shaft to see if the elevator was coming up or going down. You would never want to do this, of course, because you could get beheaded. Which is what happened to this one Laotian or Cambodian young boy who did just that when I was in the hallway, and he was opening up the elevator door and looking up to see if it would come down, or looking down to see if it would come up. I have no idea which. I told him not to do that, but it was too late. By the time I arrived on scene, he was looking up or down, and the elevator came down and it cut his head off. His body flew back, and that was the first beheading that I witnessed, and it left an extraordinarily marked impression on me, as you might imagine, where you'd be amazed at how much blood can come from one body that's that small. And the heart just keeps pumping, and so the blood comes out in spurts, and it just splattered the whole wall. And I turned around and walked back into my room and shut the door, because I knew exactly from hard experience that if I hung around there to report to the authorities, they would just say I killed him. And this is the thing that I grew up learning, was you just try to report a crime, you will be considered the culprit. So they made the papers, and there is obviously newspaper evidence that this happened, and I was witness to it, but it's something that when I was dealing with it at that point in my life, I knew exactly what not to do, which is don't hang around and talk to the police, because they just would have arrested me. Even though I was underage, it would have created a juvenile record, and it's amazing that I don't even have a rap sheet. But then, of course, there's many reasons for that. Thankfully, I got under the protection of the underworld in terms of the Chinatown circuit, so to speak, with with the Asian gangs that my gang brother Beaver was involved with. And that was, the whole story behind that. He loved me to death, thought I was the most entertaining thing in the world because I had his father arrested, because his father ran a local corner store, like Derek Talley was describing. You get these people who are different ethnicities exploiting the black communities by, Patels or other Asian Indians are opening up stores inside of black ghettos. Of course, he was this Cantonese-speaking Chinese immigrant who had his store in the Tenderloin and exploiting all the poor locals. And he wound up selling my dad alcohol for food stamps back when my dad was still an alcoholic. And I had him arrested for it, which entertained Beaver no end because he hated his dad. And it was after that I was adopted into the underworld culture of the Tongs that he was a part of, and that, of course.
Did you know Beaver before then?
I knew him vaguely. We encountered each other at school, but it was never really on a friendly basis until I had his father arrested, which he thought was...
Then he loved you for that. Okay.
Yeah. And that saved me actually from becoming a prison bitch in terms of the school's just violent culture. Just to put this into perspective for people, because people just don't understand this at all. We're not talking about kids who are just beating each other up or even pulling knives. When you went to school in San Francisco, you would have thought you had landed in the middle of Hong Kong Island, because all the whites went to private school except for white trash, and all the blacks and Hispanics were either enclaved into different schools or they weren't going to school at all. But this is why they created busing, to try and alleviate that and try to create some ethnic exposure to other cultures, but it didn't work. So by the time I was going to Marina Middle School in San Francisco, the first thing anyone notices looking at schools in San Francisco is they're all built like prisons, they all look like prisons, and there's a reason for that. But when at Marina Junior High School, at the time it was still a junior high and just changing to middle school, which is why we lost an entire grade, and I got out of school early and went to college early, etc. But during that period of time I was there, gang members would pull out firearms and start firing at each other in the yard. So there was one incident of this where a gang member tried to kill another gang member, pulled out a firearm, missed with all of his shots, and then tried to get away on the Munibus, the municipal bus system, at which point he was caught within a matter of blocks by the police. But this is the activity that we're talking about, activity so violent that many of these people who went to places like Galileo High School, which Beaver went to, he was on the same football team at Galileo High School as O.J. Simpson, or had gotten on there right after O.J. Simpson graduated or something like that. O.J. Simpson, I think, was the grade before him or so, but it was like at some point he had seen O.J. Simpson, and that was probably because O.J. Simpson had come back to visit because he had been in the football team, and they probably brought him back just to say hi to people, but he wasn't that much older. It was like shortly after.
OJ would have been in high school in about 64.
About 64, yeah. So he must have been out of the high school for about, because we were in about 10 years. He must have been out for and came back to visit. Because
OJ, he ended up playing for the 49ers at the end of his career in the late 70s, and he would have been right in the neighborhood.
Yeah. And so Beaver had seen him personally, but Beaver was on the football team at that time, and they brought him in probably to talk to the football team. That was how that happened. But to give people an idea of just how violent Galileo High School was, every business establishment, laundromats, corner stores, they all had very prominent signs on their storefront facades that would be right in the window where everyone could see it in very large signs. We're talking about like you could see it from the street and it would be legible. These signs said, "No Galileo High School students beyond this point." I mean, literally, all of the local businesses would not allow Galileo High School students into their stores. I mean, that is how violent the reputation was. Nobody would simply allow them onto their property. And so basically, this is the kind of violence level that people just don't understand at all. So when I come from this background of just monumental violence, just violence so extreme, where I didn't have a VCR, or we had cassette tapes because my mother was really into linguistics, and we had some pretty state of the art technology for cassette tapes, and at that time, and I would try to record, say, theme songs from Twilight Zone or something when I was younger, and I would turn the cassette tape on and try to record an episode of Carl Sagan's Cosmos just so I could listen to it later. And then a few times I lent that to friends, and they would bring up something I never realized consciously. They said, "Oh, I can't hear anything on your cassette tapes because all I hear are sirens, screams, shots, being fired, the sounds of gunfire, the sound of screams, the sound of breaking glass, the sound of various sirens, fire sirens, police sirens, ambulance sirens, and I realized that was the ambient noise. That was the ambient noise in my environment that I slept to, that I lived in. So there you have that. Just a kind of trip through memory lane. Atlantean Wizard in chat says, Mr. Dietrich, many years ago you asked us to notify you if Cho Cho chocolate was sold anywhere. I've seen it sold in Vacaville, California, and Davis, California, just outside of the Bay Area, and I've seen it on the shelves for years. Yes, there. Thank you. Yeah, and the funny thing is, they have this, they used to have this, if you looked them up on the internet, then you would see, they had a chocolate factory in Oakland, and they were saying, "Oh yeah, come visit us for a tour or arrange a tour." And we had our local correspondent, our lady Holly Kaditis Kiefer, and she actually went there, and there was literally no building on the lot. The building that was visible on the internet that was supposed to be in Oakland was completely photoshopped. It did not exist. So the very place that they said was their headquarters, where they were producing the chocolate, physically was not even there, as confirmed by Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who went there personally to see it. I could go on with experience after experience like that. So, our reality is very permeable. We have this and most people have no comprehension of this, and because of that, they seek these experiences. They seek paranormal experiences, and it's a pathology that Keith Call and I have particularly noted. And oh yes, he has that wonderful blind friend of his that I'll have to contact sometime soon, very soon. And he reached out to him, and he did reach out back to myself, and I'll bring him up again later in the future. But for those of you who are curious, some people have asked me in the email about the image, the thumbnail image in live stream tonight. That is the escort that my son arranged for myself at Christmas. If you take a look at the promotional banner from a few days ago, which Peter Moon shared, and you'll see the young blonde lady next to me in the promotional banner, where my Kawasaki syndrome is very pronounced and my eyes are very red. I don't mean like the sclera, I mean the pupils. But in terms of the young lady who's sitting there next to me, she's very cherubic looking. You might notice, has a mic. She actually has a mic. And she is the partner, and by that I mean I don't believe they're married, but they are lovers. She is the partner of the young blind girl who is in the thumbnail with myself over Christmas, and that's on the image tonight. And so if you use vulgar terminology, you might say that she's the blind young lady's pimp, her blind partner's pimp, but the young blind lady who's in the thumbnail image with myself was the escort. And the reason that her lover has a mic is because they've developed this relationship where the young blind lady can actually walk very independently without the use of a cane over very long distances and navigate very well, while her lover talks into a mic and can tell her, watch out, there's steps there, watch out, there's, a kind of obstacle ahead or something like that. So that's what the mic is for, because she actually has a receiver that's usually on her person, usually in her purse or on her belt, but it's very voluble. She can hear it. And so that was a very interesting relationship between the two of them. And of course, that was the first time I've actually that I was actually ever physically intimate with a blind female. So that was quite the experience. And she was very sensitive, and it was very touching. Actually, it was very wonderful for the holidays to have that experience. And of course, without my son and the fact that he has the ability to do this for me, my life would be infinitely the poorer. And I'm just very blessed in that regard. But of course, it's just it's just maddening to come back to this world from that. So I really haven't even adjusted to coming back to this world yet, and really, just in a very real sense, don't want to. But at any rate, I want to thank everyone for their patience with me in terms of when I'm not really here. And I want to get out of Peter Moon his own analysis of what's going on in the Capitol. Of course, I will provide my own perspective on this once Peter Moon is turned in for the night, which he might do soon, because of course he's been through a lot today in terms of his anniversary. And but I'm just curious, Peter, you must have heard what was going on. What's your impression of what's happening?
Madness.
Yeah.
One word, madness,
Yeah.
which is disorganized. This is not surprising. There are a multiplicity of factors, but we take this back to the revolution. This is Pluto and Capricorn. And Pluto and Capricorn, Capricorn is organizations, corporations, government, structure, Saturn, it rules structure. And when Pluto moves through Capricorn, it, particularly the last 10 degrees, is when it does its final stuff. It transmutes, it changes. So the government is changing. And what we have is a tyrannical impression of tyranny right now. And this is so similar to what went on in 1776 in the United States, in the later 1770s, and also in France. This is the revolution. Now, what we saw today is reminiscent, it's not exactly the same, of the fishwives rushing the palace at Versailles when they heard it had been relayed to them that Marie Antoinette had said, "Let them eat cake." And of course they took this as a tremendous insult. And they walked for miles upon miles, the fishwives, with their rolling pins. And they stormed the Palace of Versailles, and the Queen and the King were arrested and eventually beheaded, as were a slew of other people. So for the Capitol to be stormed for the first time since the Canadians did it in the War of 1812,
Right.
I don't think the White House has ever been stormed like this.
That's correct.
The March on Washington didn't get this violent. Not that this was the most violent. This violence was nothing compared to what happened in Seattle and Portland. Nothing. It was rather limited. It was one person killed. And the fact that one person, I don't know, they're not reporting on what happened with the person who was killed. That's saying too much. But one of my friends saw it when it happened, or saw some video of it, and said that she was trying to get in the Speaker's house, Speaker Pelosi's house, because they occupied her office. But this woman was trying to get in, and they shot her. And she says, "I'm okay." And she died. They had no first aid. There was no first aid there to help her. So what's important here is that blood was spilled.
Right.
And when blood is spilled, it's like, you know, what you happened with that guy up in Minnesota when he was killed by the cop. When blood is spilled, it gets a reaction.
Yeah.
If nobody was killed, it would be much less of a reaction. It would still be a reaction. You have senators of both parties, congressmen of both parties condemning the violence. You did not have the same thing in Seattle and Portland. They weren't condemning the violence. They were egging it on, in fact. So this is violence directed at the government, not at Seattle downtown, not at Portland downtown. You do not have calls for defunding the police. You might have quite the opposite, and severe actions. But what the question here, what I say is, the problem is they're not addressing either the injustice or certainly the perceived injustice by these people who are under the impression that the election was fraudulent and that there was misbehavior in the election. And there has been a refusal by the court system to even examine or look at it. Say, oh, no, it's just not there. It's not there. It's not there. So there's no open inspection. It's just trust us. And the people do not feel that this is fair. Now, this is one element, and it's a major element. And you have to address this. And I think that the reason they don't do that, they don't examine, because I don't believe any elections have ever been straight going back years. I don't believe they've ever been straight. And now what I found very comical, they were extolling. They say Pence. This is before Pence, in my opinion, based upon what I heard, triggered the whole thing by issuing this letter saying he wasn't going to do the bidding of Trump's advisors, which told him to reject the electors. Now, there's a lot of contrary information you might hear. I don't know what's true. I don't know what's not true. But apparently, there were alternative electors that he could have accepted. But whether that's true or not, it was an act of insanity for him to write this letter and announce that he wasn't going to do what Trump wanted him to do. And I'm oversimplifying this because I heard the whole letter read. But as soon as that letter was released, that's what triggered the storming of the Capitol. Because these people were under the impression that Pence was going to act in such a manner that would salvage the election for Trump. And the insanity of the letter is not that he had the viewpoint, is that he released it and told everybody what he was going to do. If he just shut up and went and conceded how he was going to do it, okay, they would have been disappointed. But it was very, very stupid. And nobody knows what's going to happen. And the big question is this going to escalate, or is it going to result in more repression? Is this going to crack down on guns? Is it going to crack down on personal freedoms? Is it going to give Joe Biden a justification for being more like Mao Zedong? And these are questions. But or is this going to result in more what you call revolution against the Biden faction? And it's also very interesting that traditionally Republicans are the party of big business, and the Democrats are the party of the people. Now it's the other way around. Maybe not for the completely disenfranchised, but it's like they have nothing to lose. things can only get better. And so it's really weird. As many people say, it's like the Twilight Zone. What is going on? So those are just sort of my knee-jerk impressions, reactions, and I would harken back to the 1700s when Pluto was in Capricorn. What I would also say is that when Pluto goes through the 29th degree of Capricorn, the last, which won't be until about 2023, I think, then that's when the real finishing touches get put on. And the other thing is, it's supposed to result in transformation. If we go back to 1776 and 1779 and all that, when the United States got rid of the British, it was relieving getting rid of the British. But as much as that was a good thing, there was still slavery. It didn't free the slaves. There was still plenty of oppression, economic suppression going on in America. And this is part of what forced the migration westward, the manifest destiny, because people had to move to find work. So America had a lot of economic opportunity, but there was still plenty of injustice in the world. So it didn't solve everything. The same with the French. The French had, they got rid of the king. They got rid of the monarchy. But what this did was give rise to Napoleon. Right. And Napoleon was the only one who could restore peace. And he had everyone gunning at him, every monarchy in Europe, yes, gunning at him. So he had to take the war out of France, and this busted the French treasury.
Right.
And furthermore, Napoleon, it put France in the hole. What he did on the positive is he created the Napoleonic Code, which established the rights of man. So France had a lot of rights of man in the court, and it was a bastion of freedom in many respects. However, it had to dig itself out of poverty and so on and so forth. So how good was it? Pluto transformed the government of France. It transformed the government of America. And I don't know how big a dent it put in the British Empire, because the Brits came back in the War of 1812 and kind of got what they wanted, financial control of the United States. So it's like, what's the best that can be expected from this? Yeah, there can be some changes, there can be some revolution, but don't expect too much.
That's probably for the best. It just don't expect too much. It's just that's it's one of these. But it's how would I say it? It's very disconcerting. So we're.
I will say this. I got a call while you were talking. I had it on mute from one of my friends who I needed to hear some information from him. But I said, "What's?" Because I was supposed to hear something today, and he says, "Well, no, I didn't. They didn't get to talk to this person." He says, "But he wanted to talk about." He says, "Should we talk tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah, we should talk tomorrow." He wanted to talk about. He says, "I'm concerned about our country." So you don't need to worry about the country. You need to worry about yourself.
Yes.
There's stuff going on. I said, "There's nothing you can do about the country.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. It has to run its own course, and you have to take care. Everybody needs to take care of yourself. Posting on Facebook is not really good, because the other thing about posting on Facebook is it could possibly label you.
Yes.
On one side or the other, and it doesn't matter which side you're on. The other side might not like you, and not that really it should matter. But do you want to leave a track record of being a Trumpster or an anti-Trumpster, or who really cares? And who really cares what you think anyway? We also have a bill in New York that is trying to be introduced to the Assembly, which says that anybody who is deemed by the governor or his representative a danger to public health may be arrested. Now, that could be anybody who's refusing a vaccine, promoting anti-vaccine, or anything the governor thinks. One of my friends wrote in protest to his assemblyman. The assemblyman answered him on email and said that he disagrees with this bill and he's doing everything he can to prevent it going in front of the assembly.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the kind of tyranny that Pluto and Capricorn presents itself.
Mm-hmm.
Also say, I listened to the astrologer, I think his name is Rick Levine. He doesn't go into sides. He talks about events and moods and trends. He doesn't take sides with any of the politics. And there's a lot of stuff going on this month. A lot of stuff going on this month, which I think he thinks will settle out in February. But when astrologers say stuff like that, like say he said there would be riots. The same guy said there would be riots, but I think he thought they would be a week earlier. Well, we had the riots, so he was right to that. And when they settle out, will it be kind of a, okay, we're all on the same page. The Democrats are going to pass legislation, and it's going to help the general public. This is possible. I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on anything with politicians. Nothing against the Democrats. Politicians, what are they going to act in the interest of the people, or are they going to act in the interest of controlling public? Who the hell knows what they're going to do? I mean, you'd like to think that, but or is everybody be subdued and be a good member of the New World Order or whatever it is? So that's my knee-jerk impression reaction.
Definitely appreciate it. I've placed a photograph in your private messages of both yourself and Jameson Reese and Selena Khan of the woman who was shot. I found out who she is. Her name is Ashley Babbitt, and she's actually a 14-year veteran who served 4 tours with the United States Air Force. She was a high-level security official throughout her time in service, and she actually sources from San Diego. So, just so you know.
That says volumes. I don't know. I can't interpret what it says, but it says volumes. Ashley Babbitt, because first of all, for those of you who don't know, one of the most hallmark books of the 1920s was a book called Babbitt. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Douglas.
It reminds me of the Babbitt calculating machine, the Babbitt engine.
Babbitt was a book. George Babbitt was the character's name. It was by Sinclair Lewis.
Ah, go on, please.
And it was a book about, you call white trash piece of shit. It was the epitome of a status quo, successful businessman who was nothing but status quo. And he was a wealthy businessman who did all the things that were status quo appropriate to be a success and to be, and it just showed, it portrayed him as a, classic phony. And he was despicable, not evil at all, but just went along with the status quo, and that's all he was. He was a status quo person. And this is so much of what was so hypocritical in the 1960s growing up, and seeing all the phoniness you saw on all the TV fathers and all this sort of thing that you would see in situation comedies, and that the television show Bonanza,
yes.
which was just a complete caricature of ridiculousness, In other words, had nothing to do with reality.
Right.
It was good guys, bad guys, and the Cartwright family was the only one who had any sort of touch on reality.
Right. Yes.
And what it meant to be be a real human being, a solid citizen, and everybody was learning from them. It was so phony. But in Babbitt, two of the most telling aspects of the book are, he's got this wife who's sort of a babbling idiot. He married a babbling idiot.
Jeez.
And I think what he said that he married her in the book because he's having problems with her later in life, and he says he looks back at why he married her. She just started crying and was babbling and hysterical, and he just married her out of, he didn't know what else to do, to sympathize, and he felt sorry for her, so he married her.
Wow.
He did it for her.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do it for him.
Right.
And then I think at the end of the book, I think he walks out, I don't know if he walks out on his wife or walks out on something and says, this is the first thing George Babbitt ever did that he did for himself.
Right.
And that was such a pivotal book for me to read.
Right.
I read it because we were shown a documentary in U.S. history class. I went to during the summer, and he showed us. It was a story of they talked about Babbitt, and they showed the Kiwanis Club or one of these clubs in Duluth, Minnesota, and they said this is Babbitt today. They showed another family where it was the Grapes of Wrath. It was comparing the Grapes of Wrath, which is your liberal cause, with the Babbitt side, which is the conservative cause. And I read the book.
Interesting.
And it just really was a transformative experience in terms of that. So when we go back to this unfortunate woman who looks like a real, specimen of a human being,
Mm-hmm.
like she looks, she's a little masculine, but she looks like she's really a tough cookie and a nice cookie.
Yeah.
A nice person.
Yeah.
Potentially attractive, but she doesn't emphasize any of her female characteristics in this photo anyway.
Right.
So, and seemed like she was believed in America. Well, she's got the Make America Great hat. She believed in America. She believed in the cause, and yet she's involved in high-level, military security, and here she is crashing the House of Representatives, which I believe is the case, her door, the office of Nancy Pelosi. They had people sitting in the desk, writing with her stationery, extremely disrespectful
Right.
to the Honorable Nancy Pelosi. This is what you
I
call-
noticed the sarcasm, yes.
This is what you call, she's the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
And I could see possibly Antifa people sneaking in there to give her shit to make them think it's Trumpsters, or seeing certain Trumpsters going in and doing it. This woman is not who I would have expected or suspected to have been crashing the door.
Well, Jameson is
Think she
asking...
know-
Right, Jameson
Pardon?
is asking who shot her, and it was the police, as far as I understand it. Was that? But we'll find out more.
Well, if you were on the other side of on Nancy Pelosi's side of the door, and you're trying to protect her or her office, you better damn well shoot. I would expect. I'm not saying he was right, but you know what I'm saying. It's like you're being. This is like the Frankenstein mob.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, I have some sympathy for the mob, but I also would have sympathy for protecting your person if you were Nancy Pelosi's protector, even though I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi.
Right. Understood. Very few people are, by the way. I mean, Nancy Pelosi is not a likable person, and she's
She
been
used to be.
Yeah.
She used to be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess she's changed. Have you ever? She's been around so long. It wouldn't surprise me if you had met her during the time.
No. She actually she speaks very well, but now the problem is she can speak very well, but now she speaks crap. Like Tony Blair used to speak very well. He's very personable, very communicative to the camera, and very, I guess to agree, telephonic or photogenic. And she is photogenic, especially when she was younger, and she could communicate well. But what's happened is, the more she talks, I mean, it's just like she's talking, you know, evil. Chuck Schumer as well. You know, it's like they just, what spouts out of their mouth is poison. That's the way many people interpret it. So I don't know. You know, it's like so. And she's very powerful. She's very financially powerful.
Right.
So.
But definitely. Yeah, definitely. I believe your insights are very incisive. They're very, you know, I really appreciate your.
Well, and I don't know what it, you know, the whole Babbitt. I mean, that's just a synchronicity. But you know, I guess there's not much on her because who the hell is she? Nobody knows about her yet.
Well, there wouldn't be much on her because of her security background. So it's one of those catch-22s. I think she was probably set up. It was probably because of her security background. At some point or another, she probably was jacked into an MK Ultra program that she had no memory of, and they sent her in to do just this, which is not to even cause trouble, but to just express her herself, and then she was sacrificed in order to try and promote something, serve some agenda. There may have been simply the occult agenda, simply that a sacrifice is needed.
You got broken up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking, just because of my background with Michael Aquino, I'm thinking that because of her security background in the military, that she might have been jacked into an MK Ultra program which she had no memory of, might have been functioning fairly well otherwise, except, of course, you can see the military taint in her by the fact that she's completely sublimated her femininity. You can see that she's completely sublimated her femininity so that she could advance professionally. And so that alone tells me that she probably at some point, because she didn't go back to expressing femininity when she left the military, that at some point she was probably jacked into an MK Ultra program and just programmed for a certain time to be triggered when needed. And at some point they felt this was the time. They basically decided to sacrifice her. And it may have been for no rational reason other than the occult. Aquino performed several kills like this where somebody is killed simply for the need to spill blood for an occult ritual. So this would be like a mass traumatization, a mass trigger event where it's like one or two people died at the Boston riots where the British fired on some people who were protesting them in Boston. One of them killed was a black man, and then this was like one of the firing points, one of the flare points for the American Revolution. So that might have been what was intended here, as Jameson Reese says, similar to Heather Hunter killed at Charlottesville, and certainly that's part of the narrative as a blood sacrifice for no other reason. So as a matter of fact, they have footage of one of these police officers driving in and trying to hit a bunch of people at a protest fairly recently. It might have been in Kenosha, or if you look up police footage of police officer crashing into victims, you'll find out the situation. But I just heard that.
Well, I see pictures here, and I've seen them on TV of they look like Secret Service agents. I don't know what they are. They're dressed in suits, holding guns at the windows inside the House chamber.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that. I mean, you want to protect yourself. I also saw a lot of shots of police throwing punches at demonstrators. And obviously, you didn't see the demonstrators doing much. They might have done something already, but it just showed police, throwing haymakers and very aggressively. And it seemed like it was only being done out of rage. It didn't seem like it was being done out of calculated
riot control
intelligence.
Yeah.
I will be very interested to talk to my neighbor, who's a former New York City cop.
Right.
And he, has interacted with Trump personally. He likes Trump. I mean, he thinks Trump's not perfect, but he will. I want to hear his take, because one of the things he did was he was on the riot squad. He knew how to deal with a riot.
Right.
And
Crowd
one
control.
Of the things they would do is they have these shields.
Right.
And they go forward with these shields and their sticks, and it's all calculated. You can put, he used to go to Shea Stadium, and if they had to go into mode, he worked Shea Stadium for the, where the Mets play. And if they had to go into mode, they could, there's a certain, cadence that you perform to, move the crowd. These people didn't seem to even know what they were doing. I can't wait to get his take on it. But what I also noticed when they were crashing into the Capitol building is they had one of these riot shields that they were breaking the window with. So whoever brought that riot shield, was experienced in riots,
right,
and was probably a perpetrator of some sort, because he knew how to bang open that window. I would also say, and this is 40 years ago, I went to the Capitol building 40 years ago, and you could walk right in and look down at the Senate and watch them conducting business. Because it's public. It's a public place. The only thing was there was a security bar where you had to walk through a door. It wasn't even a door. It was an open door with a metal detector. And I said, you don't have to walk through that. You could walk around it.
Yeah.
You got a gun, you could have laid them all out.
Yes.
And I said, I was shocked at the lack of security. And this is 1980. This is, right after, and this was right after the Reagan assassination attempt. So I said, and this place does not have good security. It has much better security now.
Right. Oh, of course.
I still don't think it's that good.
But by the way, from what I've got coming in is that the Metropolitan Police Department of Washington, District of Columbia, says an investigation into the death of this lady is continuing. So they apparently do not know who shot her. I thought it was the police, but I was making an assumption that it was somebody inside who had shot her. But it may have been, as Peter Moon says, an insurgent who was part of the riot who shot her.
I wasn't saying it was an insurgent. It was somebody inside. I think it was somebody who was protecting Nancy Pelosi.
That was my assumption, but you would think
but
that
it might have been somebody who had already taken Nancy Pelosi's office.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. It's if you remember, Patrick Tillman was shot in the back by his own troops. I'm thinking that someone who was part of the riot, who might have been a plant, an agent provocateur, may have shot her in the back. Because we don't have the details as to where she was shot. We're assuming that she was shot entering the building by someone inside who shot her in the front, but Jameson Reese is saying exactly it could have been somebody shot her in the back, for all we know, who was a plant within the crowd, and so that's what he's driving.
What I'm getting at is that they probably already have people who have infiltrated these people who are rioting, so they probably already know. I mean, there's no way they have people on both sides who have infiltrated the counter-protesters and the protesters. So, I mean, it goes without saying.
Look, I got it.
There's a design here.
Let me read something here. It says, moments after law enforcement confirmed the woman's death, the president announced on Twitter, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." Obviously, that's fanning the flames, but that was after the death. Now it says, her death followed chaos and violence inside the halls of Congress, forcing elected officials and congressional staff to evacuate and seek shelter, after Donald Trump and his allies sought to undermine millions of Americans' votes in the 2020 presidential election. Police also discovered an explosive device and recovered at least 5 weapons. At least 13 people have been arrested and several others have been hospitalized. This is key. 13 people arrested, 5 weapons. Law enforcement found at least 1 improvised explosive device made with a galvanized pipe. It's unclear whether any of these devices were functional. Now, this could turn into like a Timothy McVeigh situation where you have the perpetrators, and as Douglas was saying, they're MK'd, and this story is going to be like a fiasco, like the Tim McVeigh, Terry Nichols story, and it's like, and it's going to trace back, and it will just generate more 9/11 type bullshit. You know, where you'll never get an answer. You'll get plenty of evidence, evidentiary trails, but you won't get any final solution. You know, Hunter Biden will be assigned to investigate it or something. and therefore he'll be precluded from any investigation himself because he's carrying out a function, for the government. This is the type of nonsense that the government is good at doing.
Well, it's definitely something that we're doing our best to at least expose on this program, and I think we've done more than most. I don't believe anyone else has the insights that we do, and this is obviously a tragedy, but either she was MK Ultra'd or the person who assassinated her was, or both, because when I say she was MK Ultra, I'm not saying that to disparage her. I feel that she was in the military, and it's obvious she never emerged. She never emerged from the military because of the way she comports and presents herself. It's definite that she might have been programmed to have been a victim. She might have been totally unaware of what she was doing when she just suddenly entered Pelosi's office, and then somebody could step in behind her and shoot her in the back, and then suddenly, they've got a trigger. They have a trigger point, a incendiary point to focus on. And obviously, as Peter Moon says, Trump was certainly taking advantage of this politically when he suddenly presents himself as the peacemaker. I was making a joke earlier before you came on, Peter, that it sounded like Trump had been listening to me because I'm always using the word love because I remind people how people could be dead the next day. So you always want to make certain that they know that you love them simply because you will always regret it otherwise when they're no longer there and you never had that opportunity.
Trump has one of the great assets he has politically is that people genuinely love him in ways that they don't love other politicians. He's on a vibration of love, and this is like, he's human. He feels that. He loves it. He respects it beyond his narcissism.
Thank you for the qualifier.
But it's true. In other words, there's a lot of human aspects to him, one of which is the narcissism. And, one of them is he's naive. Is non-naive.
Yes. But by the way, for anyone who finds that surprising, that is actually something that you see this in his interactions in foreign affairs. His reaction to Kim Jong-un and other people is very, as James Reese says, very childlike. His deference to Vladimir Putin and these people who kind of just are imposing characters who project a kind of overwhelming self-confidence. Trump defers to that. It's very childlike, and he's not like that with Americans.
It's face value, but the thing is, part of his game here is to just shove it back to Biden in the way that it was shoved to him when Obama, tried to set him up. It's you got to remember, Trump is from New York, and he's just putting it back in his face. He's putting this right back in the Democrats' face. It's what he felt was done to him. So it's like, okay, screw you. You screwed me, I'll screw you. And he doesn't care. Like, there's people think that, there's an aspect of him that just doesn't care. Like, he has a bad reputation for paying bills. If you're a contractor, you don't want to work for Trump. unless you get paid first. He has a bad reputation for stiffing, or the contractor having to take him to court, where he'll get 30% on the dollar. But that's all. That's the way he does business. He's also known for putting cheap fixtures in his hotels, or not his hotels, his apartments. That might not apply if you're getting a place in the plaza, his premier places, but I wouldn't put it past him either, because it's all cost effective. He knows how to watch a budget, a balance sheet. He's very good at that, as are his kids. This is what they're trained in, particularly at Wharton School of Economics, Pennsylvania University, where he went to school. They're brainwashed to make money. As one of somebody I know who went there, he says they brainwash us to make money, and they do.
That's tragic. But go on, yeah. That's just tragic. I mean, it's like it's like when you see Mike Tyson, where he was just raised as a pit bull, a human bipedal pit bull, without the without the any human elements for social interaction, without socialization. So in that sense, Trump is like, of all people, Mike Tyson. He's never been socialized. It's very sad. And
well, Trump had social problems just by the way he was raised. When he went to the military academy, where he said that his father sent him to work out the rough edges because he was always getting in trouble. He was brash. And he's huge, I mean, he's so big that he's going to be overconfident. And he said that he really told his parents not to come visit him in a limo because it would, it didn't look good to the other cadets, He didn't want to be perceived as a rich kid.
Right.
And MacArthur was hazed severely for having that perception. Because I've just been reading this, Douglas MacArthur, his mom moved to West Point, stayed in a hotel overlooking the academy, and they hazed the hell out of him. And there was a congressional investigation into hazing, I think after somebody got killed, and MacArthur testified against the hazers, minimizing his own harassment. But yeah, so obviously you don't want to, if you're going to a military academy, you don't want people to know that you have rich parents. So socialization was probably very awkward for him. Yet he was probably good at it in a way, because he's good looking, he's big, and he's got a superiority complex, which he could get away with.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Peter, and I wish you a blessed night. You can stay as long as you want, of course, but I figure you're probably quite tired by now. It's always been wonderful, and we're covering a lot of territory tonight, and I hope those listening enjoyed it as much as we did. But definitely, I think that your coming here, of course, provided myself some time to get myself together. I don't know if I'm really together yet.
I have one question I have to ask you.
Take your time. Stay here as long as you like.
It's for the book, and it's about. I just need a. I have it good enough, but I just want to see if there's anything more. Yamashita's gold, and for those, Yamashita's gold is all the gold that was looted by Japan before World War II and during World War II, and they got all this gold and they put it in tunnels in the Philippines. I think you said 175 tunnels or something like that, or 150, something like that, a huge amount of tunnels of gold.
Yeah.
And Hirohito used one of those tunnels to bribe MacArthur with.
Yes.
Now, it's called Yamashita's gold because General Yamashita was the general in charge of the defense of the Philippines during the end of the war. When I say the end of the war, I mean the 1945, when the Americans were taking back the Philippine Islands, and he was defending it. And Yamashita was one of the people who was executed by the military tribunals. Now, MacArthur held military tribunals, and this is for the audience. Douglas, I'm sure, is more than well aware of this. But these military tribunals that MacArthur held were like nothing ever, well, unprecedented, really, in a way, because you can never say when military people hold tribunals, they can be very ruthless. But basically, because he had this special status, he was, I'm trying to see if I can find it here on my notes, he didn't have to follow any rules. There was this justification that he didn't have to follow, certainly not court rules, because it was a military tribunal, but he didn't even follow court-martial rules in the trial of Yamashita. The defense was protesting, and they basically just gave him a kangaroo court,
yes.
a kangaroo military court.
Yes.
And, because it was a special status. And what they convicted him on, despite his defense attorney protesting, and I think is that they basically convicted him of being guilty based upon what his troops did. Mm-hmm. Your troops did this, so you're guilty of them too. You should have had control of your troops, even though there was no proof that he knew of all the rapes, crimes, etc., that his troops were doing. And there was no evidence to suggest he did. A straw poll of reporters, about 10 of them, all said he was not guilty. Of course, they had no force of anything. They were just reporters.
Right.
Now, this is now called in justice the Yamashita standard.
Right.
In other words, you're guilty. If your troops did it, you're guilty. There is another standard, and I forget the guy's name. I think it was the guy who was captain of the My massacre. I think, and they have a standard for him, whereas you're not guilty for what your troops do. He didn't do anything.
Right.
His troops did it. So they have two standards in law. What is the My massacre standard of Vietnam, where they just genocided whole villages.
Right. Right.
And this guy, no, he's not guilty. He was acquitted.
Right.
But Yamashita was guilty. Now, that's just background history. What my question to you is, Douglas, is that I looked into the history of what I could find, and that Yamashita contributed to a coup against Hirohito in the 30s.
Yes.
And he was eventually forgiven, but I sensed that Hirohito never forgot.
Yeah, yes.
And he used him as a scapegoat. But was there more than just that coup he contributed to? This is my question to you. Is there more stuff? And also, did he kill him so that whatever knowledge he had of the gold was now buried with Yamashita?
Oh, it's multiple factors. But what's so interesting to me is that Peter Moon is so astute at understanding this, and of course, this is because I've presented to him the context. But what I can't understand is how so many other people who are doing research into this subject can't see this context, which once Peter Moon was appraised of the context of the war, everything became essentially self-evident. It becomes crystal clear, even though Peter Moon says that when he did research online he could see analyses of MacArthur's machinations that it was pretty cynical and pretty much on the mark. But nevertheless, it's never really brought up in the context of his being bribed and ultimately acting as a mercenary on behalf of the Japanese Empire, to the point where his president, his executive commander-in-chief himself, Truman, being a combat veteran of World War I, considered him a traitor. And so in terms of what you've already articulated, there's nothing more that comes to my mind consciously in terms of what else Yamashita did to earn Hirohito's ire. But honestly, Hirohito is someone who had multiple objectives in mind with much of what he did. Much of what he did was very much multitasking. And when it came to several points converging with Yamashita, there was, of course, the intent to silence the one man who knew where all the gold was. For instance, not all of it is in the Philippines. It's scattered in Indonesia as well, which was brought up by myself as a consultant in the film Dead Mine. And so in terms of that part of it, which was in the Philippines, was the most accessible. Because, of course, that was the part where they could easily present it to MacArthur, show him where it was, and essentially bribe him with that. And at that point, what Hirohito had arranged for was this kind of overwhelmingly unjust trial in which Yamashita could be summarily executed, and of course this was something that all sides could take advantage of politically. So the Americans could make it look like, oh, they had this much power that and Americans say this these days. Let's say, for instance, when they talk about the so-called Open City Declaration of Manila, where they point out that MacArthur, anyone who does serious research on this can see that if you go beyond the simple assumption, that they made this announcement and the Japanese didn't care, I deconstructed that completely when I spoke of the open city phenomenon and how if anyone was violating any of its conditions, it was MacArthur himself and the Americans, and the Japanese were extremely restrained in their response. Then people who look at that would say, oh, well, lucky for MacArthur, he was on the winning side of the war, or they could have done to him what they did to Yamashita. So this was helping to project into the minds of...
And they pulled him, I think I said the other night, they pulled him out.
Yes!
FDR pulled him out so he couldn't be hurt, and he went and told his troops, more support's coming. He lied to his troops.
Oh, yes. He basically was lying through his teeth and telling them, okay, support's coming, and, this gave them the false assumption that they would have relief, that they would be relieved, and this is what kept them fighting, this empty hope, and whereas MacArthur, basically abandoned them, and so then they propagandize that with this "I shall return" bullshit. I mean, MacArthur can easily be presented or represented as a despicable character, and
well, of course he was probably ordered to do that. It doesn't make it right, but it shows that is one of the most famous public relations lines of the entire war. I shall return.
Yes, and it became.
There's a couple other questions. There's a comment to make about Yamashita, and well, he's quoted at his trial. It's a total kangaroo court. Everybody knows it. The defense knows it. I think the prosecution, the judge says, you kind of like speed it up. I don't have enough time to do this. This type of stuff.
Right.
It's like the Q in Star Trek judging the Enterprise.
Right.
But he apologizes, or he speaks so highly of the American officers, and he names them. His last statement. General Yamashita is polite and dignified. It's Christ-like the way he talks about how nicely he was treated. I can't imagine. I mean, I know Japanese can be overly polite, but this was over the top.
It's because Yamashita realized what he was doing was basically a sacrifice for the nation and his nation, in the sense that, as I said before, one of the bargaining chips was that Hirohito agreed to have a number of officers purged, which enabled him to basically prevent a resistance against his administering this wholesale revamping of Japanese culture that he had been seeking to do for quite some time. And with his reformation of Japanese culture towards a science-based, material rationalist culture is what he was aiming for to a greater extent than it was before, then he basically had to get rid of some of these older reactionary types, and many of these were purged through these kinds of trials. But basically, he was offering these as a sacrifice to the Americans, so the Americans could prove to their public, give their public the impression they were in charge, and in return, they released all of the Japanese who they were keeping prisoner in the internment camps. And this is something that Hirohito felt responsible for, not in the sense that a Westerner would, not in the sense of some kind of guilt or something like that.
They were his people. They were his people.
Well, there was that, but it was beyond that. As I said when I was speaking about the Marshall Islands, the Niihau incident, what happened was that a Japanese pilot was shot down over the Hawaiian island chain, and he wound up washing up on Niihau Island, which is this very small, privately owned island in Hawaii, which almost no one is allowed to visit. It's owned by the family of Scottish missionaries who wanted to go to Hawaii to do good, and of course they did really well for themselves, and they purchased this entire island, and it's one of these places where you still have many native Hawaiian Islanders living the old way. They don't have any of the amenities to any degree that they have on the other islands, such as plumbing and all this other shit is pretty much limited to the Scottish estate, and everybody else is living the way they did 200 years ago. Then they had a bunch of Japanese servants they hired who were literate and were able to maintain the modern plantation culture on the island, because they didn't trust the natives, who they allowed to live almost as if they were like a game reserve, almost like they didn't consider them human and not worth employing on the estate. So they just left them to themselves as if they were local wildlife they could watch. And so when the Japanese pilot washed up ashore and was almost dead, the Japanese locals revived him and saved his life, at which point, when he was nursed back to health, which didn't take very long, he was very young and very resilient, he came back and said, okay, you are all ethnically Japanese, and they said, well, we're U.S. citizens, and he said, no, you have to be loyal to your race. Your race supersedes your citizenship. Your race supersedes your nationality, and that we must take this island over, because obviously these people are exploiting the locals, and you're using their land, and they're treated as if they're animals. And he said, we'll basically take this island in the name of the emperor. And so when the Niihau incident was brought to its violent conclusion by the Americans occupying the island and taking it from the Japanese locals, who were armed only with the weapons on the estate, then what happened was the Americans declared that this was proof that Japanese hold race above nation, and therefore all Japanese must be interred. This is one of the rationalizations for the executive order of Franklin Delano Roosevelt to intern all Japanese based on ethnicity. And it is also the incident that's cited by that beloved house negress, the Michelle Malkin, who was just the favorite of all of the white trash pieces of shit that formed so much of the more reactionary elements of the radicalized right. They loved Michelle Malkin, and then you've got the ones like Alex Jones, who were screaming at her because he was just using her as a prop, a shout prop, because he's trying to say that she was rationalizing internment for all Americans. Now, what she was rationalizing internment for, and she wrote an entire book on this, Michelle Malkin, by the way, who's Filipina. Michelle Malkin is this little Filipina who, every time I would, just speak about things like World War II or the internment camps, and in the early days as a public informant, I'd always get white guys coming up to me, oh, what about Michelle Malkin? Oh, man, if we could get you to debate her, that'd be great. And they just all had this hard-on for her, this crush, because she was just this catering to this white rationalization of internment. It was just disgusting all the way around.
She wanted to turn white people?
No. That's what Alex Jones was claiming. See, Alex Jones was just using her as like a prop for his own bullshit. But Michelle Malkin was she wrote an entire book rationalizing the internment of all Muslims in the United States. And so she was using the Ni Hao incident as
I think I used to see her on TV.
all the time. She used to be a regular fixture. Yeah, and Michelle Malkin, her career was based on that stance that, we have to bring back internment for Muslims because we had to do it for the Japanese. Now, bear in mind she's Filipina, and she was raised in this kind of mindset that the Philippines and the whites are this kind of coextant, coeval culture, this codependent, mutually beneficial kind of codependence. So she kind of was raised in this kind of environment where she felt that the Philippines was a part of the West. So she views the Japanese as the enemy. Now, she's not indicative or representative of the Filipino culture as a whole. I mean, you've got people like Daniel Arola who know otherwise. But Michelle Malkin is just basically a house negress. She's like what they call a good one. She's just up there standing up for the white man and basically egging him on to atrocities like, intern all the Muslims. And so that's why she was bringing up the Ni Hao incident. It's the foundation for much of the book she wrote. Now, I'll go deeper into it in another transmission, but at this point you get what I'm trying to say. So what Hirohito felt was that because of the Ni Hao incident, he felt that at that point, because these Japanese who had otherwise very much kind of divorced themselves from the empire and had re-identified themselves with an alien culture, he felt now that they had no hope and they would be exterminated, which is what the Americans had vocalized they would do with them. And the Americans followed this up by showing how much they were willing to kill Americans when they hit Hiroshima with the atomic bomb. What a lot of people don't know is that thousands of United States citizens died in the Hiroshima bombing. A number of them were white prisoners of war, but the majority of them were Japanese Americans who had U.S. citizenship, who had simply been caught overseas when the war started, and the Japanese basically relocated all of them to Hiroshima, where they had a communications machine going, a communications network center where they could intercept American radio transmissions and hand it to these Japanese who had grown up in the United States to interpret. So they basically had many of these United States citizens press ganged into serving the Japanese war machine as decryptors for intercepted American communique. And because of that, the Americans targeted Hiroshima as a primary target. And that was when they dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, it was specifically to kill all those Americans who were ethnic Japanese who were translating for the empire. So when the Americans demonstrate they were willing to kill U.S. citizens and go out of their way to do so, so far as to drop an atomic bomb, no one can dismiss or argue against the fact they were willing to kill all the ones they had interned back here in the United States. And to back that up again, the Americans were collecting Japanese bones for museums because they honestly believed that the Japanese race itself would be exterminated and there would be no evidence they even existed unless they maintained a set of bones throughout various museums and universities to prove that this species of humanity was once extant. And this is why Berkeley still has Japanese bones, thousands of them, that they maintain in Berkeley files, cabinets, and various anthropological areas that they refuse to display, but there's no denying they have them. People have proven this, and the Japanese have protested and asked for those bones to be returned for burial. And so far, the United States has refused to return them. So Berkeley's just housing them. But we all knew that the Americans were going to wipe out all the Japanese in America, but Hirohito bargained for their release, saying, look, I'll give you some of these military men. They're dedicated to sacrificing their lives anyway. They'll gladly do it, knowing that hundreds of thousands of Japanese will be freed in exchange for their lives. This is why Yamashita, the correct pronunciation of his name when you say Yamashita's gold would be more along the lines of Yamashita gold if you Japanize it. The Americanization is more, every American will say Yamashita, but the Japanese pronunciation is more Yamashita. And so Yamashita knew this, and he was willing to die for that. And that's why he could go with such a sense of peace, and that's why he could go with this kind of sense of almost equilibrium of no hatred for his captors. He knew the Japanese had won the war, and he knew that the Americans had to look like they had won. So he was more than willing to say, oh yes, I've been treated quite well, and almost thanking them for the time that he had spent with them, and was able to walk with his head held high towards the hangman's noose. As I said, all of the Japanese officers who died did.
He was at peace with his soul.
Yes, yes.
There's another important question I just remembered. He served as an envoy to Berlin.
Yes.
And had meetings with Hitler prior to the war.
Mm-hmm.
He was opinionated on Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
But my question to you is, because he was with Hitler in pre-war Berlin, did your mother translate for him? Because I don't think he spoke German.
That's right. That's right. And my mother did. That was how I knew a bit about the Yamashita gold, was because, of course, she was definitely aware of the fact that he was involved with the Golden Lily at that time, because this is how he was able to be so pivotal in amassing so much gold. By the way, so people, our listeners, understand this, because it gets very difficult. I know it's a complicated and complex history. Yamashita's gold is not all the gold that the Golden Lily network throughout Asia amassed. Yamashita's gold was simply one, shall we say, incoming inflow of that gold that was amassed under Yamashita's command towards the repatriation of that gold towards Japan. Japan had so much of it coming in that the Awa Maru, if you look that name of that ship up, people who hear the term Maru, they mostly think of Star Trek and the test that Captain Kirk was the only one to pass, which was the Kobayashi Maru, and it becomes like this almost stereotype test where they'll make a joke of it in combat training, where you have a scenario which no one can escape from. The on-running joke in the military will be Kobayashi Maru, based on the Gene Roddenberry concept of that test, which no one could pass except Captain Kirk, who later on admits in Wrath of Khan that he cheated. And, but in terms of the term Maru, it simply means ship. And so the Awa Maru, AWA space Maru, M-A-R-U for ship, the Awa Maru was sunk off the coast of Taiwan by an American submarine on April Fool's Day. On All Fool's Day, it was a Red Cross ship. By the way, just so people understand this, again, the complexities of history, the Japanese did not have Red Cross. The Japanese had Green Cross. Green Cross is, see, in the West, red means danger, so red is used for things like medical emergency. Red Cross, it automatically means like danger. Japan does not have that reaction to that color. In Asia, red means good. If you see like red lights at night dancing over graves, as my mother often did in Taiwan, people would tell her how lucky she is because they said, oh, you're in touch with the gods. The red lights are the spirits of the gods that mean that you're blessed and you can see that. Green lights, of course, are associated with evil, and green means danger. People who see green lights, they say, oh, you're cursed. You're followed by the evil dead, the hungry ghosts. In terms of the green, therefore, the Japanese had Green Cross, which means danger as in medical emergencies. So the Japanese purposefully painted specifically for the Awa Maru red crosses all over it, hoping the Americans would honor the internationally recognized symbol in the West of a medical shipment. And it was loaded with women and children and just tons of gold going back to Japan from Taiwan. And now, of course, the moments the Americans saw that, all they could interpret it as was a primary target. They said, oh, it's medical and it's full of the injured, better shoot it down, better sink it. And so the captain, an American captain who sank it on April Fool's Day said, oh, it's an April Fool's joke. And so I just sank a bunch of, a medical shipment full of injured and wounded. He violated all international standards of laws recognized by the West. But, of course, he got off scot-free because the Japanese were not signatory to the Geneva Convention. This is not because the Americans had won the war. It's because literally they could declare that the Japanese were not signatory to that international law. But that's how he got off scot-free for that. But in terms of the bodies, we know they were all women and children because they all washed up on the island of Japan when the ship was sank. The ship, of course, is sunk, and it's so far irretrievable, but within that ship and its frame, its hull at the bottom of the sea off the coast of Taiwan, is enough gold to finance a nation state. I mean, that's just one shipment alone. And so Yamashita had all this going down. And by the way, that the Awa Maru is the Titanic of Japan. That you're talking about, just to put this in some perspective, because people don't get this, there are ships at the bottom of the Great Lakes in North America that are larger than the Titanic. Any of these very large merchant ships are bigger than the fucking Titanic. This ship, the Awa Maru, was bigger than the fucking Titanic. So people understand this. That's how many women and children were on it. Hundreds and hundreds. 1,000 bodies washed up on the coast of Taiwan. And that's just the ones that washed up. And then all the gold that's still down there, think of something that's twice the size of the Titanic, and then you've got an idea. That's what we're contending with. And so in terms of the amount of gold going to Japan was not since the rape of Latin America, when all the gold from the Aztecs and the Incas went back from those captaincies of New Spain to the Iberian Peninsula, to the Spanish Empire's heart and homeland. Not since that time in history has that much wealth flowed to a single nation, the Japanese home islands, as did throughout World War II. The Americans think Yamashita's gold, and they think that covers everything. It was just one operational aspect.
I can't imagine that the gold collected in Latin America even approached what was in Asia.
Thank you.
And furthermore, that one tunnel of gold that was recovered by MacArthur and his team, Truman expressed concern that it could completely destroy
The economy
of America, because it made the gold in America worthless, and so it had to be regulated. Now, when you think of that one tunnel of gold being able to depress the economy of the United States, just think of all the gold in all the other gold, all the 100 other 69 tunnels or whatever that is still regulated to this day.
Yes.
By the Yakuza. It's like you talk about Bitcoin. I mean, it's just like and I will say archetypally, Pluto is the ruler of underground hidden treasures. The archetype Pluto, the planet Pluto, he controls wealth. So and Pluto also controls the underworld. So this goes through the sign of Scorpio. Sex, death, and taxes. So you can always expect money, especially secret treasures, to be ruled by the underworld, which is exactly what is the case with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But so your mother knew Yamashita. Is that how you say it?
Yes.
Yamashita?
Yes. Yeah.
Yamashita in Berlin, but did her association with him extend? Because I don't know how much he was involved with the gold then. He was brought in at the end of the war to defend Manila after being exported to Manchuria. He was sent out a lot to.
He was already being primed and groomed to participate in the operation of resource retrieval. So this is why Yamashita's troops were known to be particularly ruthless or atrocity prone, was because they were very much already under orders for retrieval of wealth, and that meant looting in many places. So in terms of that much, she had already been how would I say it? She was already communicating to him on behalf of the imperial family that that he had this agenda that he had to keep in mind, that his military objectives were not purely military. In other words, he had military objectives, yes, but his military objectives were parallel to objectives of plunder. This is similar to during the American Civil War between the states, the Northern generals during Sherman's march through Georgia, which was this basically an exterminatory campaign in which he was trying to deprive the South of food and basically destroying much of their ability to feed themselves where possible. His march was also one of plunder, and so many of these southern manses, these Dixie estates, were loaded with fine china from Asia. They were loaded with all kinds of collectibles and antique furniture from all over the world. Much of this was being stolen by the northern officers and basically shipped up north, where they would hawk them on the market, and northern officers were making themselves rich in their own plunder. This was not something Lincoln had ordered at all, or even had a concept was going on necessarily. I'm sure he went to his death without even knowing of it. But in terms of the emperor, he was basically letting Yamashita know that this was a primary objective, that when he was going throughout Asia, that he was specifically being ordered to dispatch his troops for plunder and looting, and that this would be shipped back to Japan eventually, or sequestered in various areas. That is what makes Yamashita's operation stand out the most to Americans. It's simply because that his was extraordinarily successful and extraordinarily, in some ways, just a failure, in the sense that, unlike the rest of the operations where everything was shipped back to Japan, his was that where the majority of it was sequestered away in Indonesia and the Philippines, in these two largest archipelagos in the world. I mean, Indonesia's got 17,000 plus islands. The Philippines is 7,100 plus islands. And altogether, there's just so many places that the gold is sequestered that people can discover a tunnel and then have a bit, a flake out of Yamashita's hoard. But his was being ordered to be hoarded because Emperor Hirohito knew that it would come in useful later as backup. He didn't need all of it, and some of it being held in these places served a purpose all its own, such as opening a tunnel here and there to bribe people like MacArthur. So it served its own purpose, and then Yamashita, culminated his life with being part of an effort to rescue literally hundreds of thousands of Japanese hostages. Now, so people understand the enormity of this, because most people don't, and Americans are incredibly short-sighted to me. I remember when I was interrogated by the FBI for 72 hours straight without food or water and without sleep. for 3 days. There were moments when I really confronted American ignorance. And I had some white bastards. They weren't taunting me. They weren't making this up. They literally believed there was a large Japanese community in San Francisco. And I just had to laugh at how ignorant these people were. These were FBI in San Francisco on the 13th floor of the San Francisco Federal Building. And they thought there was a large Japanese community in San Francisco. There is no Japanese community in San Francisco. So people understand this. There is a Nihonmachi, or Japantown. Almost no Japanese are there. It's all Korean. It's overwhelmingly Korean. There's no Japanese there. The Japanese embassy was there for a while, and then they moved downtown, the Japanese consulate, I mean to say, because there's no purpose in their being there. So in terms of these people, they had no idea what had happened, but when those Japanese were released from the internment camps, they were never given their U.S. citizenship back. They had no property because it had all been stolen by the Office of Alien Property, the OAP. So they all left. They all went back to Japan, or they went to South America, which has the largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan. Something like maybe 1% of them stayed in the United States, but it's probably less than that. The only people who stayed in the U.S. were those who had fought in the Nisei squadrons and survived, the Go for Broke squadrons and survived. They stayed in the U.S. because the Japanese wouldn't have them back, because the Japanese considered them race traitors. And they couldn't settle anywhere else, so they just stayed here. Those are the only Japanese that stayed in the United States.
You know, Douglas, yeah. I don't see too many Japanese people in New York.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of Koreans, a lot of Chinese.
That's right. Yes.
But I mean, you see them occasionally, yeah. But it's not common.
Yeah, the only Japanese you see are foreigners. Literally Japanese, as opposed to Japanese Americans. And, I met one of the last of the dying breed of Japanese Americans. She was my doctor, and she was actually doing some stuff in Japantown to help the few kids that were left identify themselves, kind of socialize. I can't even remember her name now, but she worked. And she didn't work there, but she did like visitations there. She was doing time at the clinic in the Tenderloin as just part of her doctor's work, and I ruined everything by trying to I made a pass at her, and that fucked everything up. but now I don't even remember her fucking name. I could look it up. I could probably look it up. But my point is that she even said, when I asked her about her background, she identified herself as Japanese American. She says yes, and I told her, well, I'm Japanese American in a sense. I'm Amerasian, and I'm a quarter Japanese. And she says, oh yeah, we're unicorns. And she said, yeah, we're one of the, I mean, basically it was just, you, me, and the rocks, basically. And so that's why one of the reasons I thought she might be open to an intimate relationship, but no, she wasn't. That was all my fault, by the way. Don't ever approach your doctor or make a pass at your ND. But whatever.
Well, they can get in trouble that way.
Yes, they can. So don't do it. Anyhow, so she was real hostile after that. But anyhow, my point is that there are very few Japanese Americans, and I've met a few of them, but honestly, that's like encountering Bigfoot or Sasquatch or something. It's like something that almost never happens. If it happens to you, it's consider yourself blessed. Go play the lotto. And this is because they left the United States, and so people don't understand this. They think that there was these internment camps, and then the Japanese reintegrated into society. And one of the people who's responsible for that illusion is George Takei. George Takei, depending on which dialect you use. But George Takei is the gay Japanese guy, and that's why he stayed here. No one would have him back in Japan or in South America because he's gay. So he stayed in the U.S. And by the way, he married a white guy. So, he's got this old white guy he basically acts as the care provider for. And he's no spring chicken himself. Yeah, there you go with that. And but by the way, I want people to know George Takei himself was offended with that Star Trek Dark Territory where they made the character of Sulu gay, because the character Sulu was not gay. He was actually a ladies' man, an Errol Flynn type, really. That's how they portrayed him in several episodes. And yet, because George Takei came out of the closet later on with the new Undiscovered Country, or no, it wasn't Undiscovered Country, it was like Dark Territory or whatever, where they did a different timeline where all the Romulans and Vulcans are all almost extinct. Then they portrayed Sulu as gay, which wasn't the character, and so even Takei was angered at that. So
It made it politically correct.
Thank
Star
you.
Trek politically correct. You know, they
Yeah.
had the first interracial kiss on TV. So, you know, now they had the first gay Starfleet officer.
Yeah, it was just, yeah, there you go. So thank you, Peter. If you've got any other questions, go ahead and ask.
That's good, because, you know, we don't know that much. We don't need to go into it now, but we don't know much about your mother's day in and day out role. I mean, we know a little bit about the Hitler Association, but was she? You don't have to go into it, but was she basically in Tokyo?
You're talking about throughout the war, or just
Yeah, throughout.
Oh, no. She spent a good deal of the war in two places in the main. She was born in Tokyo, and she went back to the home islands and Tokyo, of course. In fact, any part of Japan that she went to, my impression was she was never in her life in any other part of Japan other than Tokyo. Whenever she went back to Japan, it was always Tokyo, because the emperor was there, and that was the capital, and it was considered, as far as she was concerned, the greatest city in the world. But throughout the majority of the war, it was either Taiwan towards the beginning stages. We're talking about, actually not even, but the majority of the war she spent in Manchuria. It would be in Manchuria, a good part of the war, when she wasn't traveling elsewhere to
She met your father in Taiwan?
I'm sorry?
Where did she meet your father?
Oh, in Taiwan. In Taiwan. It was definitely in Taiwan. That was because the Americans were there, and this was like... but remember, this is what Americans don't understand. I know Peter knows this, but the majority of Americans don't, is that the Americans never occupied Taiwan. It was just like the Americans were allowed these leasing of bases there, and initially by the Japanese and then the Taiwanese. And so it was the Taiwanese were essentially letting Americans lease it, and that's where my mother met him. And that's... there you have that. And so people understand this, of course. My mother was part of the Kyushu dynasty, which is not officially acknowledged in Japan itself. It's only recently that Japanese academics and scholars have started to write books on the Kyushu dynasty. All the Japanese know of is the Yamato dynasty, and that's because the Kyushu dynasty, which was of course the southern dynasty, and the Yamato dynasty had very different origins. When people talk about the Chinese origins of the Japanese, they're talking about the Kyushu dynasty. And this is when the first emperor of China, the Emperor of Qin, demanded one of his alchemists find him the key to immortality. And he gave him thousands of children to use as human experimentation material. And instead of vivisecting and dissecting and cutting these children open towards alchemical secrets of immortality, the alchemist escaped with all of them in a huge fleet that he convinced the emperor he needed to go to Japan to extricate the herbs that he would need to conduct these experiments. And the emperor helped him finance this fleet for that expedition. He took the children with him, and he never came back. He became their emperor, and that was the birth of the Kyushu dynasty. And so when the Kyushu...
They were Chinese in origin.
Yes, they were Chinese in origin. And so what happened was later on a large civil war, the Japan's equivalent of the War of the Roses, took place where the Yamato dynasty expelled the Kyushu dynasty, which returned to China. My mother is part of that dynasty, but because she was considered part of the Japanese ethnicity, because they had Japanized, acculturated, and ethnicized to a great deal, interbred with the Japanese, then that's why her father, who was Chinese, took a Japanese bride in Tokyo, and she was born there. Now, by the way, when I relate this to Chinese people, they are in awe. They are in awe because a Chinese person, a man, marrying a Japanese woman is viewed in Asia at that time like a black man taking a white bride in antebellum, pre-war Dixie. Like it's inconceivable, and but it happened because he was of that Kyushu dynasty, and the emperor wanted a reunification of the dynasties because he was emphasizing a pan-imperial united front against the West. And this is why the West viewed this as biblical, as the kings of the East of the biblical apocalypse uniting to destroy the West, and was determined to destroy the royal houses of Asia. And in terms of the emperors who united with Japan, Puyi, the emperor of Manchuria, is well known as an ally of Japan, but the Americans always portray it as a puppet state. As if the Japanese somehow were able to, shit a friendly population out of their ass and produce an emperor. Like, how do you do that, right? I mean, the emperor of China becomes the emperor of Manchuria. It's like, did they just fabricate him like a golem or a homunculus? I mean, this is the insanity. No one ever asked where he came from. That's, all part of this, part of complex Asian history that people don't understand. So my mother was viewed as this bridge between the Manchurians and the Japanese through the Kyushu dynasty. And in terms of that is where we have this bridge of the imperial houses of Asia. And one of the reasons why she spent much time in Manchuria throughout the...
She was part Kyushu. She was a mixture of Japanese and Chinese.
Yes.
But where is the Manchurian connection?
The Manchurian dynasty was originally the Manchu dynasty that, as the man said who you met, who was Mon, and was talking about the Manchurians ruling China. The Manchu dynasty was the foreign dynasty that had ruled China for several hundred years.
That was her connection. She was connected to a Manchurian.
Not directly, but simply because her ethnicity was half Chinese, and she had that Kyushu dynastic bloodline. She was viewed as being a bridge between China and Japan.
Okay, I get it, because they had sympathy to Japan. I get it.
Yes.
And when you said, when it was for a Chinese to marry, where was the stigma strongest? Like, in other words, the Chinese wouldn't want to marry a Japanese, or the other way around?
It's both. It was both, but primarily the Japanese towards the Chinese as this kind of cultural aversion, and for a Chinese man to marry a Japanese bride in the capital city, no less. Then when I speak of that to Chinese people in particular, they would be viewed. They know that they're viewed by the Japanese as like inferior, as kind of like a colored race. So the fact that a Chinese man could do that is, like I said, that they give you an example of this. Because if you take a look at the Japanese art, and you always see these kabuki are the Japanese old scroll painting, these people look white. I mean, they don't even look human white. They look albino white. Everybody's made up.
Pancake makeup.
Yeah, they have the white makeup, and this is because the Japanese view themselves as white, and the other Asians view them as white as well. So when my mother was in basically the how would you call it? The hospice for a period of time, though she was basically rehabilitating there at periods where I was so exhausted I could no longer care for her without help, and I had to take a break. And so she was installed in these care provision centers after surgeries or major injuries, such as a fall or something, where we had to make certain that everything inside of her was working as well as it could. So she was at the, I forget the name of the place, but it's right, it's within walking distance. It's near St. Francis Hospital right here in San Francisco. So she was there at that particular rehabilitation center, the recovery center. And when she was there, and there were other Chinese families on the floor, and they would approach me and say, well, your mother's Japanese, right? And I said, yes, how could you tell? Because the rest of them were Chinese on that wing, where they kept them all together so they could have the Chinese-speaking personnel speak with them. But one of the reasons I put her there for a period of months at a time was because they were one of the few places in the world that had Japanese speech therapists, Japanese-speaking speech therapists, who were also ethnically Japanese. But in terms of the Chinese, they would tell me, oh, I can tell your mother's Japanese because she looks so white. She's so white, and even though she looks Asian, she's so white. They said she couldn't possibly be anything other than Japanese, and so that was interesting. And so I would let them know, well, she's half Chinese, but I wasn't about to go into the vampire background with them because I didn't want them to, stay away from my mother. I wanted them to help her, and when I wasn't there, so I didn't want to frighten them off. But
what I would also mention, share before I leave here, is that Qigong, when it was brought to Japan, it was because it was Chinese, it wouldn't be acceptable. So the guy called it Aikido.
Yes.
Aikido with the key is the chi, and the do is the Tao.
Right. Yes. And so remind people how young Aikido is as a martial art in Japan. This is not something that was from thousands of years ago. This is not a Japanese martial art that developed with the samurai. The Aikido is
less than 100 years old.
Thank you. It's comparatively speaking just brand new. It's like yesterday in Japan. And so, yes, thank you. Very important. And
it's one of my Qigong fellow students, Stan, he's black, and he's got a beautiful Japanese wife and a beautiful hybrid young son who I haven't seen in years. But he studied in Tokyo. He speaks Japanese. He worked in Tokyo. I forget what he was doing, and he used to practice Aikido there. And then one day, his mom back in Manhattan, my teacher always used to say she looked like Lena Horne. She was a very beautiful woman.
Interesting.
But she was one of my partners for a while, and one of the exercises I was doing. But she kind of taught her son a few things, and he started coming to class. And so he had a background in Aikido, and of course he learned a lot more in the Qigong. But he still has a background in it, which is really great and valuable. Yes. And it's a very interesting ethnic connection there with that man. He's very, very knowledgeable. But that's about the only connection I have to Aikido. But I did see there's a video of the master of Aikido throwing people around the dojo. He's taking every one of his students, he's throwing them left, right, center, back, forwards. And every damn time these students come up to him to engage him, and they stick out their elbow. They're attacking him with their elbow, which is like a super no-no. So he grabs him by the hand of the elbow and he flips him. If I went up to him, that ain't gonna happen. He might still beat me, but he ain't gonna be throwing me around like that.
Right.
I'm just gonna completely. Of course, he's passed on now. But I'm just saying, it's like, what I'd sit there if I was teaching these guys. I said, don't go flying out with your elbow. Don't hit me by sticking out your elbow. Right. And I see this in martial arts stuff all the time when people are doing demonstrations. It's like, here, stick me, throw me. That's what they're saying. Throw me. Here, see, here's my arm. Throw me. And they do. And they don't do it intentionally.
Right.
They do it because the teacher is not teaching them how to properly engage.
Right.
Instead, it turns into the teacher showing off.
Yes. And,
I mean, still, I would suspect that the teacher is very good, but he's not teaching the students to be better.
right. Right. And
This is a problem. This is a problem, and they become complete sycophants of the teacher.
yes, it becomes a personality cult. And that's sad. By the way, the term for such hybrid children of blacks and Asians is Blasian. It's literally black Asian. Blasian is
Never
the term.
heard it. Never heard it.
Yeah, that's a Blasian is the term that's used for them. And
You might find this interesting. When my daughter was young, she wanted to go to Chinatown in New York City.
uh-huh,
I said, well, sure, I'll take you to Chinatown. You know, it's like an adventure.
uh-huh.
So, of course, Chinatown in New York City is nowhere near as picturesque as San Francisco.
Oh, it's very cramped. It's expanding, but it's very cramped. Yeah, but go on.
Well, but the funny thing was, it's not as impressive. Although my wife would tell you San Francisco's not impressive because, you know,
Oh, it's so filthy. It's
not clean enough for her.
Oh God, I don't blame her. Oh, believe me, yeah, but
But I'm used to it. I mean, you know, I'm used to San Francisco. So anyway, I took my daughter in there, and the first thing that amazed me when I got off on the subway, I said, God, this place it had grown so much since I'd last been there.
yeah,
Chinatown and Manhattan had grown. But we're just walking around, seeing the sights. We're not really doing anything. She just wanted to see Chinatown and see a bunch of Chinese people and a bunch of Chinese signs. She seemed pretty happy with that. But I remember seeing this black gentleman, and he was speaking, I don't know what he was speaking, but it wasn't English. He was speaking, I guess it was Chinese, and just he was a workman loading something, and I just look at that, and we were just fascinated. Like, what wall did he come off of?
yeah,
Because, you know, he stood out like a sore thumb. He obviously had some deep ethnic ties to the Chinese.
Right.
But it was just like, it was real. And that happened with me at the doctor one time. Everybody at the doctor I go to is Indian or Pakistani, one or the other. I'm the only white person, almost always when I go in. I'm the only white person. And one time I saw this white guy come in, I said, God, finally, there's another white person. It was just, you know. And then he starts speaking Hindi. It's like, you know.
Oh, it's fucking funny. Well, definitely. Thank you so much. You're always wonderful, and fortunately, you and I together always have an endless amount of stories to share. And as I tell people, there's one advantage to having had a life that was experienced as an endless sea of horrors is that I'm never short of a story to tell. I'm not quite sure how Peter Moon feels he got a hold of so many experiences. It's pretty much, it's not that your life was a horror story, so...
not at all. 68 years I'll be next week, so that's, you know, if you have lived 68 years. When I was young, I used to seek out old people and try and listen to what they had to share.
Yeah.
Just because they were old. I said, well, what was it like? 10, 20 years. I used to talk to them. I didn't get too much out of them, but you get some. You just want to see what's going on here. Because you know they're going to fade out in 10 years. So
Yes.
I'd like to get stories or to hear from them. But certainly, and the older I get, the more perspective life is, and I think the more joyful it is.
Yes.
And may it be the same for you. It really should only get better from here on out.
Thank you.
I will thank you for the information. It's very helpful to, shore up the chapter I'm working on now. The MacArthur chapter's done. The Golden Lily chapter's done. Now I'm working on sort of some potpourri, talking about the airfield and, sort of recapitulating that because it's already been discussed and before we go into the Roswell incident.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Almost done.
Yes. Oh, fabulous. And God bless you. Don't neglect to, take your time with it. But whenever you finish, go ahead and send me the manuscript again. That way I can see it in its totality as it is so far. And aside from all of that...
yeah, you're going to have to give me about, at some point, a couple of days and 12 hours so we can read through it together.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll make certain of that, of course. And I'll definitely go through it alone first, whatever you send to me. And you spoke of the crypto market, by the way. Its value, it's topped $1 trillion United States dollars as Bitcoin has breached $37,000. So they're saying the whole crypto market has topped $1 trillion US dollars. Venezuela, by the way, very sadly, because of all the sanctions and because of their communist infrastructure, which is totally just corrupt and incompetent, they're saying that the paper money is going to disappear because it's all worthless anyway. So they're going to go virtual almost of necessity. Sweden did it just the opposite. Sweden was prosperous enough where they decided they were going to go completely electronic and eliminate paper currency. Venezuela is doing it for totally the opposite reasons because
has Sweden done that effectively?
I think they say they have, but I don't know if it really has. I think they claim that's their stances. They claim they have.
That means everybody has a cell phone?
That's what I would assume. That would mean every Swedish citizen had a cell phone or something.
It is socialism over there, so maybe that's possible.
Yeah.
As I say, I would doubt it too. But cryptocurrency could actually wipe out the so-called debt, which it doesn't really matter anyway. They could wipe it out and just say it's all paper generation.
Well, they could do what the Bolsheviks did. I mean, America could do that at some point. Of course, it would definitely do something to the world economy. It would definitely have impact, possibly collapse it. But America, like the Bolsheviks did when they took over from the Tsar, they could just repudiate the national debt. That's always...
As long as you can produce food, distribute it, and goods, accompanying goods, everything's fine.
I agree. That the idea of debt being all that important is rather just preposterous.
It's all as L. Ron Hubbard defined it as money is an idea backed by confidence.
Yeah, it's true.
It's an idea backed by confidence. As long as there's confidence, as long as there's an abundance of money, and back in the old days, there was a shortage of food, and that was one of the biggest problems in music. You really had to sweat to work a farm.
Yeah, it's true. And by the way, I was talking with George Knight because of his child and everything else that he's had recently, and we were talking about Brexit, of course. So you and I should cover that at some point together, because oh my God, you talk about this is where Britain's going to have a problem. It's not self-sustaining. It's definitely does not produce enough food for itself, and
a lot of people.
Yeah. So should be interesting to see how they contend with that challenge. But
they can all eat breadfruit. That's a joke.
I know. It's a joke on Marie Antoinette's cake.
No, Mutiny on the Bounty.
Okay. There we are. Yes.
That was a trip to get breadfruit for the slaves in the West Indies.
That's true. Yes, that's right. Well,
and that was my favorite scene in the 1962 version of Mutiny on the Bounty, which was not a very good movie, with Marlon Brando.
Right.
Where he's, I guess, they're throwing all the breadfruit out the back. Like Captain Bligh, they're throwing all the breadfruit off the ship.
You know what's funny? Before you go, just a few minutes here, because it is one of those things that's odd. If I am the child of my father, the sailor, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, the interesting thing is that when he was young, that was his favorite film because he was often compared to one of the actors. He looked like Franchot Tone, who, by the way,
Okay, yeah. That was the original one. That was a good movie.
yeah, and for those of you who don't know, of course, this is no surprise to Peter because, as Peter knows, half of Hollywood is gay, if not over half. But Franchot Tone, when somebody told me, "Has anyone ever told you?" This was somebody on Facebook, an older guy, and of course he was showing his age because no younger people even know who the hell that guy is. But he says, "Has anyone ever told you you're the spitting image of Franchot Tone?" And when I looked it up, it was so bizarre. It said the first thing I saw online was Franchot Tone, gay, like that was his occupation, like that was his job or something. It was really weird.
Look good in tights.
There you go, and but so many actors were. But then the other thing that
Clark Gable was too.
oh, they all were. I mean, ultimately, who was that guy? Rock Hudson. You might remember him. Oh my God, he died of
I
it.
mean, it's very common for actors. Cary Grant.
Yeah,
It's very common, and it's also common with inordinately good-looking men, and good-looking men, of course, are usually actors.
yeah,
There are exceptions.
yeah,
Charles Lawton was an exception.
yeah,
He married the Bride of Frankenstein.
yeah.
Elsa Lanchester.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but it's like, Frank Tone was a good-looking guy, no question about it.
The fact that you even remember him impresses me. But the point that I'm making is that the interesting thing is then someone like V, when she's working on my hair, after I brought up, of course, my mother and Adolf Hitler, and she was like, the first thing she said when she found out I had gone public with this, because I remember one of my sponsors who had given me about $100 a month for years. I'll have to look up her name again, but a wonderful woman with an Italian name. She completely severed with me on that. It was like she felt, oh, you're disreputable now. She felt that, and I knew this would happen with some people. It was just inevitable. And then with V, she was like telling me, oh, you really ought to run this by somebody before you say something like that. And yet at the same time, when she's working on my hair, she's always adamant about not letting the locks fall over my forehead, emo style, because she says, oh God, can't do that because then you look just like Adolf Hitler. And this was well before I had even said anything like that. So there's always these people who say, yeah, you look like Hitler. And yet at other times then they'll say that, oh, well, gosh, if you are related to Marlene Dietrich, I can see it because it kind of reflects in your face in certain
I will tell you what it is. If I've noticed this with people and their pets,
yeah,
that sometimes the pets will take on the visual characteristics of their master.
Yeah.
So if you're around your father as much as you were,
yes,
you could take on his characteristics and still not be of his blood.
Perfect.
On the other hand, if because he had Germanic blood, there might be some, and with all the coincidences in your life, he could be collaterally related to the Fuhrer.
Yes, after all, yes, there you have that. After all, my mother was introduced to him by Otto Dietrich, his press agent, so to speak, and as well as Sepp Dietrich, the man who, but less Sepp than it was Otto mostly. She met Sepp, but for people who don't know, Josef Dietrich was the man who ran Adolf Hitler's bodyguard, which became the elite motorized unit that was
you
at
said
that.
Joseph, but you mean Otto.
Well, Josef was with Hitler all the... I'm sorry?
Oh, this is another one. You mentioned Otto and Sepp.
Yeah, Otto and Sepp. They're two different Dietrichs, but it was mostly Otto Dietrich, who was Hitler's... he was the biggest media man in the Third Reich outside of Joseph Goebbels. And so he was known as Hitler's press agent in a sense. And so he was the one who introduced my mother to Adolf Hitler directly. So, but I say, Joseph Hitler was around at that time too. She did meet him, but it wasn't...
Joseph Hitler?
Yeah, Joseph Dietrich. If I said Joseph Hitler,
Joseph
I made a
Dietrich.
mistake.
Right.
Yeah, Joseph Dietrich. And either one of these men could have been indirectly related to my father quite readily, I'm sure. So it's easy to... That would be an easy call. But in terms of Josef Dietrich, for people can look him up. He was the man in charge of Adolf Hitler's bodyguard. So, Hitler certainly had a good relationship with both those men. They were both part of his inner circle, both of those Dietrichs. And
well, the bottom line is with you, you had a convergence of Germany and Japan.
Yes, and China,
that
which
was it. And,
yeah,
and your mother.
yeah, and China, which is important because Adolf Hitler considered China very much an ally, and that's often forgotten by Americans. Is of course Germany being in China and saving thousands of Chinese during the Japanese rape of Nanjing, and so that's when Adolf Hitler was he sent the 1-ton flag, a flag so large it literally weighed a ton, that they spread out over the rooftops of a large part of Shanghai with the Hakenkreuz, the swastika, so that the Japanese knew immediately not to bomb that part of the city. That's what became a safe haven for many hospital beds and billets that were set up underneath its coverage. So
that's a great story.
yes. Well, God bless you. We love you dearly. Share our love with Paula and tell her happy anniversary for me.
Okay, I will, and thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you. Blessed night. And so now I'm going to bring on Jameson Reese for a matter of minutes, as long as... so, Jameson, did you collect any stories for tonight? I'm just curious, so that you could...
No, I was just... Well, I have a few things that I could probably go over, but what's more interesting is what's going on with the Capitol, because what I wanted to say was many of the things that Brendan said earlier, I completely agreed with. Completely. What's exciting about this is the fact that, my parents grew up in an age where everyone respected authority, so authority had the last say in everything. So what excites me about this times is that it's the opposite. And to be perfectly clear, honestly, I don't favor one side over the other, because, the Democrats, Republicans they both enabled what's going on to occur. So they've shown that they've been incompetent on both sides. So I see this as an opportunity. I would propose that both the Democratic and Republican Party be both replaced by what I would call the Democratic-Republican conglomerate, which would the Democratic Republic conglomerate, because we are a Democratic Republic. That would make a hell of a lot more sense. And so, I get the feeling that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than we're being known publicly. I get the feeling that both sides are infiltrated by people in the government, and that they are sort of egging this on indirectly as a means of sort of overthrowing not only, the Trump regime, but also the status quo of what would replace Trump. So we're seeing a complete transformation of everything.
Okay. I'm sorry, go on.
What I also found interesting was the fact that you said, the twins were like these, this two-headed monster, and what comes to mind is Thaumael from the Kliphoth, which is the contending forces, which is ruled by Satan and Moloch. So it's going to be so that I find very fascinating. The idea of both Trump and Biden being like those two forces. Actually, I find it blatantly hilarious.
I know what Brendan was saying about we're going to have two presidents for a period of time. And I agree with him in this sense, in that Trump will simply refuse to go away, and he will be recognized as, quote-unquote, the legitimate president by a bunch of, a white trash sewer of shit.
I don't mean official
understood.
leadership, but what I mean is that he has a cult following.
Yes.
So in a sense, it's going to be his cult versus the cult of people who want democracy to stay the same. Honestly, personally, I have a vested interest in everything falling apart.
No,
but I'm not going to go there.
Thank you.
For out of respect for yourself and your listeners, you don't scare the shit out of people, But Yeah, I just find all this interesting. I think there's a possibility that it's what's more concerning is the fact that there's someone who was that high ranking in the Air Force in a kind of demonstration like that to begin with.
Thank you.
Because that in and of itself should speak volumes about
Thank
the
you.
people
What the
who
fuck is
we're
that?
relying on to protect us.
Yeah.
And this goes to show you how fucked we are.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no other way to put it. That's technically she could be considered a part of the country's leadership in a very real sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, our country's leadership is completely. We don't have a leader. I don't think we've really had a leadership. I think that died with Bush in 9/11. That, I think, was the fucking. I think that was a nail in the coffin of American
Yeah.
democracy.
I mean, I can see that. Well, it's
I'm fairly certain of it because after that, it was like, it was like, okay, so a cabinet can do whatever the fuck they want, and there's no one within the government itself that's going to stop them. Of course, Obama would be the exception because he's black. Everyone's going to stop a black man in power. I mean, that's just
that's right.
Space.
Yeah,
But outside of that, I would more or less consider him an interim president or a sort of in between phase because for that reason, I guess they wanted to put him there just to sort of set the stage for the next madness to come, which was Trump.
Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, I think you're giving him way too much credit. I honestly think that nobody thinks that far ahead who's in power in America. There's really no extended conspiracies in the way that people think there are. Because,
I agree with
yeah.
you there. I would
you.
say that it's not, I don't think it's the, you see, I don't think it's the leadership in power who are making the decisions. I think it's a bunch of fucking trolls online who are leading everything.
Right
That's
now,
a major
yeah.
fucking country. I mean, so, they never made decisions to begin with. All they ever did was decide, how much money they're going to fuck everyone over from. So they weren't really doing anything anyway. The real people leading the country is whoever's controlling the internet. This is where the country is run. The country's not run by these assholes in office, who, to be perfectly blunt, I'm going to say that, well, no, I'm not going to say that because I don't need to have myself marked as a target. So I'll just say that incompetence has its limits.
Well, let's put it this way: what the people on the internet are running are the mob. That the mob is not Rome. the mob is simply the mob. It's not the people. If you were to imply that the mob is what's running America, that would.
Oh no.
I know you're not. I know you're
what
not.
I'm implying is whoever runs the mob has the capacity of running. Well, technically, I would say that it's the ideas themselves rather that are running America. Because, we have two ideas fighting. They're not even concrete existences. We have the idea of the Constitution, democracy, versus the idea of, they stole the election. It's a bunch of fucking, and when you look at it, they're stupid ideas. So you have a bunch of silly thought forms running the country. You have a country run by thought forms. That's fucking hilarious.
Well, it's terrifying. It's terrifying.
Well, what's terrifying oftentimes is hilarious.
Yes, it's
there
disgusting.
Is a sort of humor in it.
Yeah, there's humor in it, as there's humor in disgust. It's one of those things that is disgusting, and it's but honestly, I can see the humor in it, but the reality is it's not funny at all, and it's got to stop. I mean, it's just.
Well, I suppose I've come to be able to laugh at and see great humor in things that are very dark and tragic because the two aren't that very far apart, and usually there's a sort of irony behind it that is almost artistic It's like there's such a brilliance in the design that I can't help but marvel at it, no matter how horrific it really is.
Hmm. No, definitely. I hear you. You've
But it
heard
could
what I've
also
laughed
be,
at.
you know, it also could be that as I get older, I become even more cynical than I was, which.
Well, that's hard to imagine. It's I would hope not, but definitely, appreciate your input. Certainly appreciate your buying me time. I'll have you hold the stage a little bit while I refresh myself and take us to the bottom of the hour. It's 9:22. I'm sure you can hold stage till at least 9:30 p.m. Right? Yes. And I mean, it's what time is it where you're at in New York?
It's we got 12:22 here.
Yes, so it'd be till 12:30 a.m. in the morning. I'll leave you on stage, and I'll go
8
mute.
minutes. Yeah, I can hold it for 8 minutes.
Great.
All
Yeah.
right.
At least. So it'd probably take me 10 minutes or so. Just give me some time, and so I'm sure you can handle it. Don't go hog wild on the audience, and yes.
Oh no. I respect the sensibility here.
Thank you.
So I'll be all right. You know?
But yes, I have every confidence you will. Thank you, and I'll be back. I'll go mute now. Thank you.
All right, folks. It seems like almost everything seems to be right now focused on the U.S. I could try to look for some more international news, but it seems like I get the feeling that this is going to, honestly, I get the feeling that this is going to snowball out into other countries as well, because people are going to see things. There is something, here we go. All right, so Indian Army patrols border with rival Pakistan. Jammu, India. From sandbagged Indian Army bunkers dug deep into the Pir Panjal Mountains in the Himalayas, villages on the Pakistan-controlled side of Kashmir appeared precariously close on the other side of the line of control that has for the past 73 years divided the region between two nuclear-armed rivals. Tens of thousands of soldiers from India and Pakistan are positioned along the two sides. The apparent calm is often broken by the boom of blazing guns, with each side accusing the other of initiating the firing. The terrain is tough, and the life of civilians living in the area is even tougher, with them often caught in the line of fire. Yeah, that's always the case. Over the last years, troops from the two sides have traded fire almost daily along the frontier, leaving dozens of civilians and soldiers dead. Why don't they just set off the nukes already? Anyway, no, I take that back, folks. I am not pro-nuclear war. I'm just being sarcastic. AP journalists were recently allowed to cover Indian Army counterinsurgency drills in Poonch and Rajouri districts along the line of control. The training focused on tactical exercises, battle drills, firing practice, counterinsurgency operations, and acclimatization of soldiers to the harsh weather conditions. In the winter, when the mountain passes and the high reaches are blocked by snow, Indian troops move into bunkers and carry out long-range patrols to maintain a tight vigil along the frontier. In some places in Rahari, local militia called village defense committees have been formed to aid the Indian Army in keeping a close watch. The two sides have fought two wars over the territory. India accuses Pakistan of arming and training insurgents to fight for Indian-controlled Kashmir's independence or unification with Pakistan. Pakistan denies the charge and says it only offers diplomatic and moral support to the rebels. Relations have been further strained since last August, when predominantly Hindu India revoked the Muslim-majority region's semi-autonomous status and divided it into federally governed territories of Jammu, Kashmir, and Ladakh, touching off anger on both sides of the frontier. Well, that's probably something that's been heating up forever, so I suspect that might go on posturing forever, but who knows? Of course, we have all the stuff going on with the Capitol, which I suspect... here's an interesting one. This happened yesterday. The Justice Department and the federal court system disclosed on Wednesday that they were among dozens of U.S. government agencies and private businesses compromised by a massive months-long cyber espionage campaign that the U.S. officials have linked to elite Russian hackers. They have elite Russian hackers, and we have no elite hackers who can counterattack? Seriously, what the fuck do we pay these people for? The extent of the damage was unclear. The department said that 3% of its Microsoft Office 365 email accounts were potentially affected, but did not say to whom those accounts belonged. There is no indications that classified systems were affected, the agency said. Office 365 isn't just email, but a collaborative computing environment, which means that shared documents were surely accessed, said Dmitry Apurovich, former chief technical officer of cybersecurity from CrowdStrike. Okay, they have a guy with a Russian last name who's a chief technical officer of cybersecurity. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, folks. This just gets even funnier. Separately, the Administrative Office of U.S. Courts informed federal judicial bodies across the nation that the court's nationwide case management system was breached. That potentially gave the hackers access to sealed court documents whose contents are highly sensitive. The Justice Department said that on December 24th, it detected previously unknown malicious activity linked to the broader intrusions of federal agencies revealed earlier that month, according to a statement from spokesman Mark Raimondi. Separately, the court office said on its website an apparent compromise of the U.S. judiciary's case management and electronic case file system was under investigation. The Department of Homeland Security was scouring the system, it said, and cited a particular risk to sealed court filings, whose disclosure could jeopardize a lot more than active criminal investigations. The potential reach is vast. The actual reach is probably significant, said a federal court official who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to disclose the information. The official confirmed that the scope of the compromise was national, but it was not clear how widespread. The sealed court files, if indeed breached, could hold information about national security, trade secrets, and wiretap transcripts, along with financial data from bankruptcy cases and the names of confidential informants in criminal cases, the official added. All that stuff sounds actually quite irrelevant when I think about it. It's not like they're accessing people's social security numbers or shit. On Tuesday, federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies formally implicated Russia in the intrusions, calling them part of a suspected intelligence gathering operation. President Donald Trump had previously questioned that consensus, suggesting without foundation that China could be to blame. How about both of them? Because they seem to be working in tandem. The hacking campaign was extraordinary in scale, with the intruders stalking through government agencies, including the Treasury and Commerce Departments, defense contractors, and telecommunications companies for months by the time the breach was discovered. Honestly, with all the amount of information that we put out on social media, you think it really even... I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter at all, but I'm just saying, telecommunications. But then again, telecommunications would also cover communications between, military forces and stuff like that. So that is kind of a big deal. Experts say that gave the foreign agents ample time to collect data that could be highly damaging to the U.S. national security, although the scope of the breaches and exactly what information that was sought was unknown. An estimated 18,000 organizations were seeded with malicious code that piggybacked on popular network management software from an Austin, Texas company called SolarWinds. But only a subset are believed to have been compromised. Tuesday's statement said that fewer than 10 federal government agencies have so far been identified as been hacked. Johns Hopkins cyber espionage expert Thomas Ritt said that 3% figure of email accounts accessed at Justice may not sound like a lot, but that doesn't mean that the hackers didn't get the interesting stuff. Cybersecurity experts responding to the hack say highly skilled cyber spies of the caliber behind SolarWinds hack are apt to keep their footprints as small as possible to avoid detection, targeting only high-value email and documents. Reid wondered how sure the Justice Department could be about the extent of its compromise. And how could they be sure about that? That's a very good question. How good is their own visibility given that U.S. government agencies totally missed the breach in the first place, he said. Are they really on top of the problem? Are we really seeing the tip of the iceberg? I get the feeling that the extent of the damage is probably deeper than what they're putting out, and that they're trying to cover their asses by making themselves out to seem more competent than they really are. But that's just my personal opinion. The breach was discovered by FireEye, a prominent cybersecurity company on its network. It then identified and notified other victims. Experts expect the severity of the hack and the number of victims identified to increase over time. History tells us if you have a large breach, not just in one organization, but across an entire government, an entire sector, it will take a long time to identify who the victims are and how badly they are compromised, said Ritt. Microsoft declined to comment on, of course they did, declined to comment on long the intruders were reading emails in the Justice Department's Office 365 environment, which is typically cloud-based service hosted by the software provider. Well, that goes to show us that cloud isn't a secure thing to rely on. Okay, let's see what else we have as far as wait a minute. There is something I can talk about that I found extremely odd. Well, people who are covering entertainment, I think Derek Talley would know a lot about this, but supposedly, what's his name? Rapper Dr. Dre was hospitalized for like a brain aneurysm. I guess he had like a bleed on the brain, and so he seems to be recovering from that. Now, what's funny about that was 7 years ago, I swear, on everything I have experienced, however accurate that is, considering what I go through, that he died of a heart attack. But I swear, I feel like I'm the only one who remembers that. I swear that they said that he was dead and all this other stuff. So it's kind of strange how he's alive. So what's so funny about this is I'm actually having my own Mandela effect moment. So apparently my brain is all screwed up, which is not a surprise at all. All right. So yeah, it seems like a lot of. Let's see what else we can do. Oh, here we go. Kenosha, Wisconsin, in which activists seek laws after officer cleared in Blake's shooting. A Wisconsin prosecutor's decision not to bring charges against the officer who shot Jacob Blake in the back came as a little surprise to some activists for racial justice, who predict laws must change before police are truly held accountable for using force against men.
Did I not say that they were preparing for a riot because they had every intention this guy was going to walk? I mean,
yep, you said it. You called it. I mean, I kind of got the feeling that was going to happen. That aspect of America is never going to change.
Well, it will. No, it will. It will, because simply, there's going to be less whites and there's going to be more people like you and I, and it will
honestly wouldn't count on it, because I get the feeling that they're going to start trying to kill as many of us off as possible.
Well, that's what's going on with COVID. I mean, but nevertheless, it's.
I'm not talking about just with COVID either.
Oh, I understand. I understand. It's
yeah. We haven't seen. I mean, we haven't seen the brunt of. We haven't seen the brunt of our racial, political, social situation yet. The best is yet to come. Remember, 2021 has just started.
Well, Daniel Arola says right here that, by the way, he was pointing out Heather Heyer as the sacrifice victim, and of course he got me totally confused because he wrote Heather Hunter is an adult entertainer. When he said that, that's why I said Heather Hunter, was because he, just so everybody knows, I mean, sometimes it's like, whenever you tell somebody, think this and not that, it's like, that's the classic way to get somebody to obviously think the wrong thing, say the wrong thing. So, I blame Daniel Arola for that. But anyhow, Daniel Arola points out the DC cops didn't use riot shields. I'll point that out, that they were not even geared up. But one of the things he said was that they're probably going to make that woman, Babbitt, into a martyr if the Trump supporters claim her as one of them. This would be like one of those excuses for they killed a white woman, and they'll try and say some Antifa guy did it, shot her in the back or something. Apparently she was shot in the neck by the police for no good reason. Judging by...
she was shot for good reason. She was shot because they knew what the outcome would be. They at least planned that much ahead. They can't plan ahead months, but they could plan ahead a few days. How to fuck things up and destroy shit, because that's what America does.
Right.
Best.
Right. Dennis Marshall says media made sure they had cameras pointed on this poor woman lying on the floor dying with horrendous amounts of blood pouring out of her mouth. So if that's the case, I can't understand how she... Peter Moon was under the impression she said she was all right just before she died. I can't see how that could happen.
If you're shot in the neck, I don't think and you're bleeding out like that much.
How could you talk? Yeah, how could you even indicate that even if you were not registering, say your brain was so separated from the reality of your body, you weren't registering what was going on. How would you communicate that? That's interesting. He probably got that idea by reading something, I'm assuming. But I'm just wondering why they were spreading that. And, but by the way, that I've got someone asking me. They're saying this, I think respectfully. They're asking me if I felt sorry for the escort because she's blind. Look, she's a big girl, and she was doing this voluntarily, and she felt sorry for me because I'm half deaf. So there you go. She couldn't imagine living without the ability to hear with the acute hearing that she has. So there you have that. Oh my God.
Interesting. It's like I can't imagine living with the ability to love human beings.
Well, you can imagine having sex with them. Now, Daniel Arola says Trump has no capacity.
I can't imagine that anymore.
There you go with that. That's the robo. Oh, by the way, did you hear what I said the other night? I was trying to talk about robo tripping and the fact that Trayvon Martin, was might have been robo tripping. That's what that idiot Edward Opperman was accusing him of, and I was like saying, "Well, that doesn't make you a threat to anybody." So I don't know if you heard me. When you hear the tape that you fell asleep on, when you review the episode, then you'll be able to hear what I said on that. Anyhow,
yeah, I heard George, you and George Knight talking, and it was kind of funny because I'm like half in a dream state and I'm half awake, and I'm like, oh, and so I'm like dreaming about you. I'm dreaming about like you guys talking on the computer screen. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, I'm like, wait, what the fuck is going on? This is just really weird, And what's even more what's more funny is if we're gonna go into interesting dreams. Mm-hmm. Okay, I had this interesting dream this morning where I'm in some kind of facility, and the way the facility is laid out is really strange because all the walls are like diagonal to each other instead of like, it's like 90 degrees, but it's like, it's just weird. Okay. It's like everything's angled funny. And so I'm like going through this facility, and there's like men and women all over the place, and I don't know what the hell they're doing. Some are on computers, some are just talking to each other, some are sitting around, and I'm looking for a fucking bathroom. And I'm like, okay, I gotta find a bathroom. I really gotta go because in real life I really had to go. In the dream I'm looking for the bathroom, and then I'm like walking past these women pushing somebody on like a stretcher or something, and I'm like, wait a minute. why isn't anybody wearing any mask? I'm going to get COVID here. So I dig in my pocket in the dream, and I put on like this mask that's like all broken. I'm like, fuck, the mask is broken. But you know what? I got to wear it anyway because I don't want to get COVID. And then people start looking at me funny. I'm like, why the fuck are they looking at me funny? I'm like, don't these asses... And I'm thinking to myself in the dream, don't they fucking think... Aren't they thinking that they might get COVID?
Yeah. I mean, that's cool. I mean,
why the fuck
yeah.
is he wearing a mask?
So
then it dawns on me when I wake up. Of course they're not wearing a mask. The fucking dream.
Yes. There we are. That's neat. I mean, you know, I think that's.
It was a pretty lucid dream because I have like lucid dreams all the time.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm there. I have lucid dreams all the time too. It's definitely you know, you and I can relate in that regard. Anyhow, so please go on. I'll be counting on you to buy me some more time. I'm just looking around a little bit to see if there's anything else, like you were doing. Go see if there's anything else, you know, aside from
aside from just America's dysfunction.
Yes,
which is just another day in the neighborhood.
Well, in a sense, yeah. In a sense, no. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's like when Peter Moon was saying, "Oh, the communist Chinese are mobilizing for war." I mean, you know, I said it's like, you know, business as usual for them, right? I mean, basically.
They've been, and the same thing with the story I read about India and Pakistan. It's like, yeah, they've been pretty much at this forever. And,
Thank you.
And, you know, I kind of joked, why don't they just nuke each other and get it over with?
Yeah,
and of course. Right. I have something very funny. This is a good one. All right. 5G. This is popular mechanics. 5G truthers bought Faraday cages to protect their routers. They're mad they worked. Okay.
Weird.
Let's say you hate 5G and genuinely believe it causes cancer or spreads COVID-19, despite there being no evidence to support these wild conspiracies. To shield 5G's mirrored evils, then you put your Wi-Fi router in a metallic box that blocks about 90% of the signal. There. Now you're instantly protected from these treacherous waves of radiation. This may sound like a made-up scenario, but 5G truthers really have bought these devices in droves. There's just one small problem with their foolproof plan. The kinds of containers that truly do block all electromagnetic radiation are called Faraday cages, and they're not the same thing as the so-called router guards that look like glorified mesh file organizers. If they were real Faraday cages, none of your Wi-Fi signal would come through. Oh man, this is great. So there are scores of sketchy companies waiting to cash in on customers who believe in 5G-related conspiracy theories, including the brands RouterGuard and EMF Essentials. These scams aren't necessarily new, but the Amazon product listings have gone viral after a December 2nd tweet pointed out the irony of the whole ordeal. In general, you should be wary of any product that promises to block harmful radiation. There are legitimate products that will do so, like a X-ray machine in medical imaging environments, or Faraday suits for situations where technicians may be working on dangerous power lines. I know because I got one of those X-ray hats, just in case a nuke went off. And I have yet to buy the apron to protect my organs and balls. And it would be nice to have something to protect the hands and feet. You know, why don't they just create an entire, like, knight armor, medieval knight armor, that's like, sort of, like, lined with, like, mesh and lead so that you can be completely radiation proof.
Well, that'd be neat.
Oh,
yes.
Well, that would be neat because then I could walk through Manhattan and really have people point and laugh at me. Because, you know, wearing a mask isn't funny enough.
Well, they'd probably think it was neat. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if people have the capacity to...
Douglas, at this day and age, I don't know if they even register that I even exist when I walk down the street. So I I don't take it personally when people like point and laugh, because for all I think, they could be seeing a purple unicorn in front of them, because they might be having hallucinations from having COVID fucking causing encephalitis of their brain, for all I know.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a lot of weirdness going on with people that they are oblivious. That they're lost in their own little worlds, but who are we to judge them? Not that I'm saying you shouldn't. I mean, I judge people all the time, and I find most of them quite wanting. So there we have
well,
that.
The thing is, me having such a kind heart, instead of just judging one person, I'm like, yeah, I'd be discriminating if I judged that guy. So why don't I just judge the entire human race instead? Because it's the kinder thing to do.
So I could almost understand that as well. I honestly, I'm falling into depression looking around the internet here, looking for something other than America. You know, none of the news anywhere is particularly good or uplifting.
Depression. Well, for me, looking at this actually brings happiness to me instead of depression. It has the opposite effect on me. It's depressing when things are normal and bland and dull, but that's because I suspect I might have an imbalance in my brain that's chemical, where if things get boring and understimulating, I get really depressed. And that's probably why I have to go to the city every day of the week.
Because the city always provides stimulus. It
Exactly.
never fails to do that. So, aside from that, what did I noticed that Selena said she didn't see any homeless when she was there. What do you think do you think the police cleared them out, or it was just so cold they all went under?
The police do that all the time. They try to get them off the street at night, especially if it's really cold out. Of course, I was in a city No, actually, I didn't go anywhere New Year's because I was puking my guts out, and
is that what? Tell us. Are you willing to share anything about that emergency you had?
Oh yes, perfectly. Okay, so I had gabapentin, which I'm prescribed. I had clonidine that morning, which I'm prescribed, and I also had what do you call it? Oh shit, what's the other one? Hydroxidine. Visceral. It's the same thing. I had Visceral, and I'm like, well, why am I taking all this in the morning? I'm going to feel tired. So I decided, I'll just take a lot of dextromethorphan pills. So I took like 60 pills. I took like 2 energy drinks, and by the second energy drink, my stomach was like, I've had enough. And so before I can even get out the house, because I'm dressed and ready to go, I just all of a sudden can't hold it back, and I just...
Ooh.
Yeah. Luckily, I had a bag to puke it up in, but my mom was like, how many did you take? You're on that shit again, aren't you? And it's like, oh, shit. And, while I'm thinking about ways to defend myself, I realized that, holy shit, I'm really high. I mean, I'm higher than I usually am. And so, I'm so stoned that I'm just sitting there like, I'm listening to my parents lecture me about how much of a piece of shit I am, which is really not a surprise because I never really I never really considered myself not a piece of shit. But then again, then again, to counter that, they said, that's the problem. And I'm like, okay, so which is it? I'm a piece of shit? I'm not a piece of shit? What the fuck? Well, anyway, while I'm being told, if you want to kill yourself, you can just go outside and you can do it on the street. Don't die here. And I'm like, okay, I'll go out and kill myself. And then I realized, oh shit, my body's overheating because everything felt really, really hot, but too hot. So I realized that with the mixture I made, I created a situation for myself where you're not supposed to mix SSRIs with dextromethorphan because it causes what's called malignant hyperthermia. Now, for you folks who are not familiar with malignant hyperthermia, what happens is your body heats up to temperatures that are really dangerously high. This is no different than what people who use a lot of ecstasy experience. In fact, it's the exact same thing that happens to ecstasy users. It's why they tell people to continually hydrate, and you're not supposed to do a lot of activity if you're hyperthermic. I'm so hyperthermic that it winds up that I have to go in the shower to cool off. So I go into the shower. I have at least the wisdom to do that while I'm just completely, I mean, I was so stoned that I just broke down crying when my parents were like telling me all this stuff. And I'm like, why the fuck am I crying? And I'm like, oh, I know why I'm crying, because I have serotonin syndrome. Yes, serotonin syndrome is what happens when you mix SSRIs with certain drugs that are not supposed to be mixed with SSRIs. And Lexapro is an SSRI. So I go into the shower, I turn on the freezing cold water, and it feels like it's warm. And I'm like, this water isn't cold at all. But then I realized that, well, if I was to step into that shower the way I am now, I'd probably die of hypothermia instantly within a few minutes. So that's how cold that water was.
Holy shit.
And that's how cold it was outside.
Jesus.
So not only did I take a cold shower with cold water, but I had the window wide open, and it's like 30-something degrees outside. And I feel like I'm on fire.
Awful.
So, yeah. So I finally, managed to cool down a little bit to a point where I decided to just stay upstairs on the 3rd floor and just, sit at my computer and crack the window and open as many windows as I could just to freeze myself down. And it took a few hours, but I managed to come down because I decided, I had an option of going to the emergency room, and I was like, nah, I'd rather just die. I'll just die here. Fuck that shit.
I can
I was really at that level of, like, I guess, depression where I just didn't give a fuck if I died home. Even though, my folks are like, you're not going to die here. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to die here. I'm like, you fuckers, I'm going to die here, you motherfuckers. I'll show you. This is what you get for bringing me into this fucking world. I'll die here. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I have some fucking issues, folks. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to sit here and preach about how shitty the world is when I'm one of the pieces of shit in the world who makes the world shittier. So I mean, the honest truth is, at least I'm trying to seek help. And, I'm speaking to my therapist, and, we're talking about getting I have a housing voucher from the New York City Housing Authority. So, hopefully wherever they place me isn't going to be too run down and ghetto to the point where I have to dodge bullets every day, because I get the feeling that a guy like me who stands out and doesn't like to conform would probably be the first one killed. So we'll see what happens with that. Of course, then there's the fact that, okay, if I'm out on my own, how the fuck am I going to produce the show? So I got to try to find some kind of middle ground here.
Thank you.
So I'm off the shit, and I'm just trying to ride things out as they are. Well, when I say off the shit, I'm not excluding caffeine drinks, which I am still indulging in, because sometimes the jitters are uncomfortable, but there's a secret to the jitters. If you get the jitters, walk really, really fast as you can, and you will feel so fucking good. You just gotta put on some nice music, and tune everyone out. I have noise canceling headphones but the problem is, wearing a mask and having like the big old fuzzy hat because it's freezing cold, I still hear people popping shit. But I keep thinking, but you see, I realize there's hope. There's hope that those motherfuckers will die of COVID before me. And so that keeps me positive.
Well, we have that. At least there's some expectations in the world. By the way, I don't even know who the hell this Dr. Dre guy is. Was he an actual MD, or was this guy just...
No, he's a rapper who calls himself Dr. Dre. He's the guy who made those, you remember those Beats headphones everybody's obsessed in?
Beats? Not Bose, B-O-S-E. This is some other type of thing.
No. Yeah, they're not Bose. They're called Beats. Beats by Dre.
Okay.
It's like these big headphones with people in the hood and shit. I mean, they're good headphones, but they're not like noise canceling. I personally love Bose.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. That's
and audio, and I like Audio Technica because I'm basically someone who, if I'm going to listen to music, I'm going to listen to something that makes techno feel good because that's pretty much all I listen to.
Mhm.
The human voice I find repulsive unless it's screaming in this death metal growl like, yes, yeah, I'm gonna die. And I'm like, no, that's cool. I like that.
Well, there you go. That's yes, not surprised
There's
there
my
either.
taste of music. Explain.
What made the encounter with Lamb positive as opposed to negative? I could make a joke of this, of course, and say that he gave great sex or something, but I'm just not
Well,
going.
actually, I found that the entity itself that I encountered, unlike what I think Crowley might have encountered, the entity I encountered was female, and
Okay.
it projected itself with this pink light, and I didn't know why I knew it was female. But what I knew is when I saw it, after that, I remember being out of my body, and I remember being whisked away into space somewhere.
Okay.
And I was listening to music at the time, and the funny thing is, for an out-of-body experience, what made it so odd was the fact that I could still hear my music, like, kind of far away.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, almost like I was moving through space so fast, but it felt so good to be able to travel at such speeds and to see almost like something. And no, it's not like it's not like what you see when you look up at night and you see those seas of stars, because everything's just so far away. So you see like a star here, a star there, but it's mostly just black. But it's just I don't know what made it so blissful, but it seemed to stimulate a lot of dopamine in my brain.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And-
Go.
Yeah, and it was after that I would encounter the Joe. Because it was after that blissful introduction that I would be initiated by something. I suppose that's what they were doing. They were initiating me.
Okay.
And so they would give me this ordeal that would last literally 7 fucking years of barely being able to sleep because of the torment.
Okay. I get it.
But I
Yeah.
can say, looking back, it was worth it.
Okay. And I'm going to bring Derek on because he's driving home, and he'll help us buy some time for myself.
Oh, sweet. So
Yes.
he'll be able to go into the Dr. Dre thing. Again, I swear the guy was dead. I when I saw that thing in the news yesterday, I think it was Facebook News. I was like, how the fuck is he alive? Did he just come back from the dead?
Oh my God.
So I'm having a Mandela effect experience. And I'm wondering if that means that I'm somehow mind-controlled and triggered by some agency in the government. Oh, no. Some dark cult has triggered Jameson. Watch out, folks.
Yeah,
I wish.
Has Derek come on with us? Let's see if he can. Is he?
I see 4 of 7 in call, but I don't see the actual icons.
Okay.
Hold up. Is there a way to change the view so I can see, like, the icons?
I have no idea. I
don't want to try to fuck with it because I don't want to bump
Yeah,
myself
don't
off the
screw with
call.
it. Don't screw with it. I've discovered that when I screw with something, it truly does just increase my technophobia, because it usually screws something up. Now we had Pac 1's head show up again all of a sudden. I don't know if he's back with us, but whoever's with us, do say hello. Otherwise, it feels like there's creepy lurkers hanging around.
Oh, actually, we should be used to that, though. Because
Yes,
we
of
get
course.
creepy lurkers all the time.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's it's not even a joke that it's not even self-indulgence
Yeah, it's
that I'm wiretapped. I in terms of people listening in, that they always are. Oh, there's never a private moment, and I could go into depth at this when I speak of gang stalkers at some point later. But right now, who wants to talk about that, especially on Christmas Eve day for my religion as officially recognized? Not that I practice it with any great diligence or even I mean, you may as well call me lapsed for all intents and purposes. I never step inside of a church. I mean, not that I'm avoiding it because I'll burst into flames.
I would say with a man with your mind, if you, I get the feeling that if you stepped inside of church, inside a church, you'd wind up turning out like me. So don't do it.
Well, I mean, I've been in churches before, but it's just I don't. I'm just not not a regular attendee by any means. I mean, it's. But I hear what you're saying.
Churches, when I was a kid and I used to go into churches, I would spend more time looking at the women than I would spend listening to what the hell they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, oh my God, that chick has nice legs, because even though I was a little kid, I was really attracted to the female body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In fact,
same here.
some of the first things I used to draw was I'd find a dirty magazine lying around or something, and I'd be like, I gotta draw this. So I'd be drawing my crude drawing of a female's body when I'm 10 or 11 or something, and my parents would find the drawing and they'd confiscate it.
That's so sad. So sorry to hear that.
Confiscate it. I'm trying to learn anatomy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's really sad. I'm sorry they did that.
I think that's
Jesus, what the fuck is that? Oh God, that's Derek Tully. Derek, you scary as hell. What the fuck is that? It's Jesus, Derek. Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
damn, you scary, dude.
What's
I mean,
up, David?
yeah.
Good stuff. Oh man, it sounded like someone was flushing a toilet for a moment.
Yo, what the fuck was that? I mean, are you safe?
Probably my car engine. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was probably the car engine.
Okay, that's what it was. Anyhow, so Derek, tell us about your workday. How's your workday been? How's your week going? Catch us up on everything.
Well, going pretty good. Today was a local day. Today's one of them days to where I didn't get a whole lot of miles, but I got a whole lot of hours. So I was just, I went to the steel mill in Kentucky, came back and reloaded, and I did about 3 hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
So I just put a move on it today. So
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow I got me a road run going to Union City, but today was one of them local days. And they both pay pretty good, so I can't complain. But I like the road runs better because it's less work. You fill up and then you go do one tank that's about 200 something miles away. Then you come back and you're done. Today's one of them days to where I was in and out of my truck all day. Loading, unloading, back to load, and doing some more unloading. So, it's like having 2 totally different jobs. The local day and the road run days is literally like having 2 different jobs. Sometimes I don't know from day to day which one I'm going to have, but today's one of them days that I actually worked.
Okay. Yeah. And thank you for sharing that with us. So, aside from your day to day, how about maybe you could tell us a bit about 2 things I'm curious about: your impression of what's happened in the Capitol, and your impression of what exactly happened with Dr. Dre, because I don't even know this individual.
Well, I'll address the Dr. Dre one first, even though I didn't read the article. I imagine with all the stresses with his wife and his wife wanting like $24 million a month or something like that.
What?
His wife is fucking outrageous.
Holy shit!
With demanding of him.
Hey, I'm sorry, I have to ask this. I'm just curious. Is his wife white or black?
I bet that gave him an aneurysm. She's literally bleeding him dry.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Is his wife white or black? Do you know?
Say what?
Is his wife white or black? I'm just curious.
She looks like she's mixed.
Oh, okay.
She looks like mulatto. Yeah.
Okay, so but whatever
yeah,
she is, she's a bitch. Yeah.
Perfectly fine. He's the producer of NWA. I've been following Dr. Dre for years, so I would know if there was any kind of thing of him having a heart attack. This is the first related news story that I've ever heard of from Dr. Dre. But his brother.
Wait! Are you serious? This is the first story with him having a health complication?
Yeah, I believe him. Yeah, it's
okay.
just,
Yeah. I'm definitely having a freaking Mandela moment then. Damn.
Yeah, anyhow, so go on, Derek. This is so tragic. I mean, obviously, this man was stressed to death. You're telling us this is horrible.
But yeah. That's That's what I'm seeing just from the outside looking in. Because his wife is gonna, if she gets what she wants, it's gonna go down in history as like one of the most expensive divorces in history. And now she's also said that she signed a prenup, but she says she signed it under duress, which under duress. When I think of under duress, I'm thinking about a cop beating somebody in the head with a phone book saying, "You better sign this confession." I don't think about it as, "Sure, I'll marry you."
Right. Right. Oh my God.
But as far as what's going on in the Capitol, I seen something about it on Facebook, but I had to keep it moving, and I didn't. And it wasn't until you guys came on that I said, okay, maybe Douglas is going to talk about this, and I'm going to see what's happening. So I learned from you that a lady died. Listening to you and Peter talk about it, I'm getting most of my news about it from you, from the Douglas Dietrich show. So I'm still not in the loop of what totally happened over there, but so a lady got shot, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
The neck.
Yeah, it's not just any lady. So to repeat the details for yourself, the lady we're talking about is this kind of mannish, athletic-looking white woman who, the photograph that we have of her is apparently one that she was proud of, wearing this goddamn stupid Make America Great Again hat. She's got her MAGA hat on, and she's like got her thumbs up, and she's obviously a Trump cultist, and she is from the San Diego area, and she's a 14-year veteran who served 4 tours with the United States Air Force and was a high-level security official throughout her time in service. It's basically already, this is strange. Everything about it is strange. As Peter Moon pointed out, and since he pointed it out, I followed it up with my own reinforcement of his observation. He says, gosh, she would be attractive if she just emphasized her femininity. And I said, look, it's obvious she never got out of the military. In her mind, she's still sublimating, suppressing all her femininity, because that's what she did in her profession. So she would be accepted professionally. She came across as basically an imitation man. And so she probably underwent, since she's obviously never left that mindset, the way she presents herself, she probably underwent some MK Ultra shit, which would explain why she's pro-Trump. And at some point they just triggered the action where she, ran inside of that Capitol building area where she was shot. But apparently she was shot in the neck, and it was bleeding out with copious amounts of blood from her mouth, which is strange because the first thing that Peter had heard from someplace or read from someplace was that, a woman was shot and she said she was all right before she died. But once he found out who she was, even he acknowledged, that's really strange. Now I know that you were at 29 Palms, so you might be familiar somewhat with the regional geography of San Diego.
I was at Camp Pendleton. I wasn't at 29 Palms.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so you were at you were at Camp Pendleton, so you must be fairly familiar with some of the local geography. So I'll try and look up exactly where it was that. So she was an Ocean Beach resident. So and the
Ocean Beach or Oceanside?
Ocean Beach. Yeah. San Diego.
Okay. 'Cause I used to go to Oceanside all the time. I can't think where Ocean Beach is unless,
San Diego shit.
Oceanside is on the beach, so it's probably the same area.
Yeah, gotta be. Yeah, and so there we have that, and altogether an odd situation. So I take it both of you gentlemen would agree with me. She's probably an MK Ultra product and was sacrificed as a pawn so they could make a martyr of her.
It's also possible that.
You know what else? You know what I get the picture of is remember when they took over the Michigan Capitol? and all those guys was yelling in the guards' face, and the guards wouldn't shoot none of them, and they were just yelling and spitting in their face and pulling out their rifles and stuff.
Yeah.
That made everybody bold.
Yeah.
You know, if you could do this in the Michigan Capitol, you know, shoot, they figured they can go to the United States Capitol with the same results. Capitol Police ain't playing that shit.
Yeah, well, they did at first. They let them through. They let them through the gates. That's, I'll go a bit into this when I do my analysis, but the Capitol Police, here's the problem. What happened today was a product of racist policing that was just literally expediting these protesters because many of the police are on the side of Trump. They were basically facilitating a coup d'etat attempt. It's beyond discussing. It's a disgrace to policing, period. But then again, much of policing has been a disgrace to policing in many ways. This is definitely something that was triggered by Trump, and the police are essentially acting on his behalf, and then they brought this about. As for this woman, with her position in security, she has to know what she was doing would invite her getting shot. She had to be under some form of snap mind control for her to do what she did, and then somebody steps in and shoots her in the throat. I mean, it must have been close range, or it was almost accidental. Very few people can aim that well, and who would want to aim for somebody's throat in a situation like that? It's bizarre to me.
Well, a throat would be an absolute kill shot.
Yeah.
But usually they're trained to shoot two in the chest, one in the head.
Yes, thank you.
If you're military, it's two in the chest, one in the head, because I remember that from training all the time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
My question is this: what are the details of her? Well, what kind of security clearance did she have specifically? Was it top secret, secret?
Oh, that much I don't know. That much I don't know.
I mean,
but it must have been if she was a 14-year veteran, she must have had a higher security clearance than normal. If she was a security specialist from the,
So my question is it possible that she might have been one of those people who, being emboldened by the Trump crowd in the conspiracy world, decided, let me just blab about some of these secrets on Reddit or some shit?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
That might actually warrant her getting killed.
Her husband was saying how she was a great Trump supporter, so one imagines she was slumming on the internet. You know what I mean? Slumming in all those areas on the internet where people become Trump supporters.
Now, I can tell you...
Would you let your wife go take the Capitol?
No! I mean, my God, the guy, her husband apparently is still in San Diego. So what kind of shit is that? I mean, yeah, it's like.
Whoa, time out though. The key word is wife, because if now if he was if she was his girlfriend, he wouldn't let her do it. But wife, it's like it's love hate.
Oh, so he probably got a good insurance policy on her then, huh?
Exactly.
Would the insurance even pay off on some shit like that? That's almost considered like a suicide. Hell.
Actually, you know what? He would probably collect. Because,
She'd have the OSGLI life insurance from being a veteran.
Yeah. So he'll collect. Yeah, and so he just won the lottery, sort of. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not he's no millionaire, probably, depending on how they kept up with the insurance, but still. He might have anyhow, so there you go with that. The whole thing is just sleazy as fuck. By the way, how long does it take you to get home from where you're at, Derek? I'm just curious. Like, when will you be home? How long from now?
I'm 22 miles. My job is 22 miles from my house. So right now, since I've been talking to you, I've traveled 17 miles. So I only got about 5 more miles to go.
Right. Well, the good news is, the Democrats now control the Senate, and so honestly, we're blessed. Cross ourselves and knock on wood. There is a God.
I'm still skeptical about that. Honestly, I honestly want. I'm not going to feel comfortable unless I'm the one who who has my guy or girl or whoever, if I'm the one advising the person in office personally, then I will feel good.
Well,
Yeah,
the only politician you can trust is the one that you purchase.
there you go.
That's my point.
And you have to, in order to have power over that politician, you have to have the ability to reward your friends and punish your enemies.
Not necessarily.
George
You could also
George H.W. Bush put Jimmy Carter in the White House when he was in the CIA. So, the whole Democrat-Republican thing, in that case, it was interchangeable because George H.W. Bush wanted Jimmy Carter in there. They were both, the fact that they were both naval intelligence officers kind of superseded the whole donkey and elephant thing. But then Jimmy Carter started to be a wild card, and so they had to pull him out of there. They had to show him that they could punish him, and that's when Henry Kissinger was sent in to get the Shah and set that whole thing up with the hostages and shit.
I'm not denying.
I don't know about that.
I'm not.
What I heard,
Yeah.
wasn't he just a really bad president?
It's how would I say it? I mean,
that's part of this punishment. The propaganda machine is worked against them. I mean, they wanted to show him as being. They can show the worst president as being a good president, and they can show a good president as being the worst. Just as long as you're depending on how you play with the powers that be.
Yeah. I mean, kind of. It's hard to imagine anyone being able to make Trump look good. I mean, they were only able to see to half the population, or less than half, basically the white male population in general. It's like he can do no wrong. It's no matter what he does. To them, he's God, the deliverer, the great white hope. But to everyone else, it's impossible to make him look good. It's just he looks like an evil idiot, no matter what. But there you have that.
So they spin it to make him look like an alpha male. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't mince his words. He just comes flat out. He's blunt. Yeah. So you gotta. If you want to make him look good, you gotta really work at that angle.
Yeah, well, they don't need to do that for the white males who are his followers. They all believe that anyway. Like I said, it's still very much an advantage that we have the Democrats win the Senate. That's very important, and so it's impossible to think otherwise, really, when you take a look at the situation. Now, and then, of course, I don't know if you heard me just bring this up earlier with Jameson, that they let that police officer go who shot Jacob Blake. And I had said that, that they
I
were
posted that on my Facebook page.
Yeah. Well, were you awake when I said that they've got to be preparing to let this guy go because they were preparing for riots? So that automatically told you they were going to let this.
Right. Yeah. I heard you say that. I was fueling my truck at the time. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Disgusting. And so the fix truly is in, and this is all just so wrong. And it's the last thing we need right now. So it definitely has to stop. It's untenable. The situation is untenable. But it definitely, as soon as you get home, let us know, because maybe you can help hold the stage a bit with, sourcing some of your stories that you've posted and whatnot. But other than that, what did you hear about the Capitol? You didn't know a woman had been killed, but you must have heard about these idiots waving Confederate flags going into the Capitol and storming it.
I hope I didn't hear about that, but I heard something that Peter Moon said about a letter that Mike Pence had written.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to make of that. It was like, I think that might be reading too much into the situation. Honestly, it was just the fact that Pence was asked by Trump to basically overturn the results of the election, which Pence was finally he's on this tightrope that he's been walking forever, where Pence has just been sucking Trump's ass, and he has nose so far up Trump's ass, it's a wonder he didn't suffocate every time Trump broke wind. And so finally Trump asked him to cross the line, which is just basically, toss out the legal vote and say you recognize me as president. And, Pence was... This probably prompted Pence to write something like was probably the equivalent of a suicide note. Our man Peter was saying how crazy it was for him to let that become public. Well, that's probably was his intent, because it was like he wanted everyone to know. It was basically his way of saying, I'm not going to go through with this. So he just basically, I'm presuming, recognized the legal vote. We can look that up now as to did Pence recognize, Biden. Pence recognize Biden today. Let's see what they say. Pence opens joint session, will not try to block President-elect Biden's electors. Trump falsely claims that Vice President Pence can deny. This is what was going on 13 hours ago. By the way, that's only 13 hours old. Trump falsely claims that Vice President Pence can deny Biden the presidency. So 51 minutes ago, Congress moves closes in on affirming Biden's win. By the way, this reminds me, that's horrible English. Congress moves closes in on affirming Biden's win. What the fuck kind of English is that? I mean, that doesn't even make sense as a sentence, but I get their meaning. It was on, holy shit, it was, oh God, I wrote it down. It was just awful. I saw something from BBC this morning while I turned on my cell phone, and I could not believe what I was reading. And it was like, if you guys hold the stage, I'll go get the piece of paper I wrote down the title on, because it was just like, if I could find that article again, I'd be astonished, because I'd be surprised if it wasn't scrubbed from the internet. I had never read anything like it. It was talking about Julian Assange, and it was like written in Haitian Creole. It was like, this is BBC, and it was like somebody who spoke Haitian Creole wrote this. It was all pidgin English. It didn't even... It was like I thought it was a joke. But
nice.
Yeah, it was just, the English was execrable. I mean, execrable. This wouldn't be accepted in grade school. And it was just, and it was the whole thing. It wasn't just like occasional misspellings. It was like the whole thing was written as if it were, you know how Yoda talks? It was like, Yoda,
Yes.
Yoda, say, yeah, it's like that. The whole thing in transcript. It was like that. And I said, it's just, I've never seen anything like it, but this is journalism. Peter Moon complains that journalism is not what it used to be. I mean, this took it way beyond that. It's just, but honestly, the English language is deteriorating, and the people who speak it, they can't even speak anymore. This is something that really pisses me off when you talk about Eurotrash, and people might think, how's Dietrich so arrogant as to refer to someone like Pavel Edward as Eurotrash. I mean, beyond what Pavel Edward was in terms of what he was trying to do with ripping off all my materials and copywriting my name. Think about this. I was born in a foreign nation. I was born in Taiwan, and I speak English without an accent. How is it that motherfucker, Pavel Edward, spends as long in the United States as I did, and he still has a fucking accent, and he's white? And people let him get away with that because he's white. If I spoke with a heavy accent, I couldn't get anywhere. I mean, nobody would listen to me. So this is, talk about white privilege. This is what really pisses me off about, so many people. But, all right, let me go scare up that sheet of paper I wrote that on. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute and let you guys handle the stage for a bit, unless Derek is parking in his home or something like that. Where is he?
I'm in the house now.
Oh, he's in the
I
house
made-
now. Oh, good. Tend to your business and do what you have to do to refresh yourself. I'm sure Mr. Reese and yourself can work this out on stage where you both handle it.
Yeah.
I'll be right
All
back in
right,
about 5 minutes.
Jameson, I'm going to follow your lead.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just looking at like international stuff on the AP. Let's see. I mean, other than that, you know, to be honest, I'm more or less enjoying these times because it seems like, you know, there's a lot happening at once and it's exciting, you know.
You know what? The shame is news radio and news in general, even the papers and what you see on TV, it's so bad. It's more op-ed pieces. There's no straight news anymore. I mean, in Chicago, we had news stations that were just straight news, no commentary, just straight news. You know what I'm saying? But now everything's got to lean either to the left or to the right, and you know, it's all garbage. You can't listen to it. So, like during 9/11, I was listening to history in the making, and you know, right now we're living in times where there's history in the making, but there's no reputable source that you can go to for just straight news. You know, everybody's got to put their spin on whose fault it is.
Everyone's got a slant, and that's the thing. Everyone's got like, I think it's a deliberate desire to herd people into one thing or another, because if you're someone who doesn't give a fuck, or you're someone who's like, I'm not going to buy it from you, I'm not going to buy it from you either, then I guess they figure that's sort of a threat because you're outside the box. And, you know, you can't, if you're engineering a society from a social engineering perspective, you have to make sure people identify with something that you have control of. Now, if you have people who are just like, I don't give a fuck about politics, I don't give a crap about what's happening here or there, then you have people that you can't easily control. So, and if you have people you can't control, then you have what is a social dilemma. Then again, it depends, you know, and it depends on how many people that is as well. So, you just got to make sure to trigger people's emotions, and you have to give them a sort of emotional investment in taking a side. Because if they don't have an emotional investment in taking a side, then you have to give them a rational investment. And if you don't have an emotional or rational investment to have them taking a side, then you can't have a society, because a society, by nature of its function, has to have control over.
Wow, is this Jameson I'm listening to? Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jameson, you've greatly improved in your presentation and, you know, a lot of what you come up with. So I just thought I'd throw you that out there. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Oh, thanks. All right, let's see. We have.
I can't believe it's still up there. Okay, I found it. It is still up there. I cannot believe they didn't scrub this from the internet. So this is the title of the article, which I do recommend everyone review this as an example of how not to write anything. It's BBC News, and it's Julian Assange, see why UK judge stop WikiLeaks founder deportation to US. That's the title. See why Julian Assange, see why Julian Assange, the two dots, Julian Assange, see why UK judge stop WikiLeaks founder deportation to US. And I can't believe this. It actually says Pidgin. This is actually BBC News in Pidgin. Who the fuck reads Pidgin English? It's like anyhow. I mean, just try to read that. One UK judge done block the deportation of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States. U.S. authorities, they accuse him of hacking into U.S. military database and publishing secret information where they defile. However, the judge refused the request to extradite go America as them they concerned say Assange get mental health issue and fit go kill himself for America. And fit go... Wait, who speaks pidgin? I mean, who the fuck is... It's like, waiting the judge talk. It's... I'm lawyer Ed Fitzgerald tell the court say I'm go provide evidence to show say I'm client no go run. I'm client no go. Are you seeing this? I mean, did you open up the story? I mean, it's like
I have one from it says Julian Assange UK judge blocks extradition of.
No, not the same one. Oh, let me give you the link. I'll put the link inside of the.
You gotta give me the link because I'm looking at the one I'm looking at doesn't seem to be written that as badly as what you're saying.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link in both Derek Talley's and yours. Let me. Here we are, and then once you guys see that, I mean, hell, take a look at that. So the link's in your messenger box on Facebook, and what I'll do is I'll give Derek Talley the photograph of the poor chick who got shot, and
oh shit. Well, maybe this is because this is from another country.
Well, which country do they speak like that? I mean, why don't they use their own language? What the fuck would that be? I mean, like, who the fuck says, oh, let's not use our own language, let's talk like we're foreigners in English film? I mean, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I noticed instead of the, they put D-I-D.
Yeah. It's like, this is like, it's like somebody from the Klan said, let's dumb down the black community by writing things the way we say the slaves used to speak. And this way people will somehow think that's cool and start to talk like that, and then they'll all sound like cotton picking niggers and shit. I mean, I mean, seriously, this is like some kind of social engineering experiment. What's that?
They don't even tell you who wrote the article. They just tell you, like,
Thank
Reuters.
you.
This is...
Thank you. Yeah.
What the fuck?
This is BBC, British Broadcasting Company.
This has to be something else, because it says... Because I'm looking at the stories down here, and it looks like it's in, like, Ghana or Nigeria, because they have, like, these articles. Because when I look at the other article from the BBC that has the same title, like, they spell the correctly. So it's like someone made a fake website. It's like a school kid rewrote something.
Yeah.
It's like a school kid rewrote it, because when I'm looking at the official BBC site, I don't see the stuff down there that, you know, have links to, like, an African nation or whatnot. So this might be something like, I don't know, maybe there's a different dialect of English spoken in... I have no explanation for it. What I can say is, if that's a future journalism, we're fucked.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the British Caribbean islands. There are British Caribbean islands where they might speak pidgin English. You know who that would... Barbados, for instance, where... What is the name of the chick who played in Battleship? She's the kind of the rocker, the black chick, kind of...
I never watched Battleship.
Yeah, let me take a look at Battleship movie actress.
Are you talking about Patra?
Who?
Patra?
Patra. We'll find out. Rihanna. Let's talk about Rihanna.
Decades.
By the way, what's going on with it?
That movie was horrible.
I love that film. I mean, as a film, but it's just there's something going on with Derek Talley's quality of audio. So make certain you speak directly into your phone so we can hear you. Because I presume you're talking on your phone, right, Derek?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Make certain. Yeah. Anyhow, the
I
Rihanna.
just understand how they make the aliens so bloodshit dumb. I mean, if the aliens wipe the humans out, I would love the movie.
Yeah, I know.
Because that would be
we all know
realistic.
that. We all know that. No, with the how would I put it? I only appreciate it because it is it's done well in other respects, and it really.
Okay, it's the military, the like accuracy?
Oh, no. I'm not saying that. It's hardly accurate. Oh, my God. I would just say it's done well in some other respect, just as a film, just as an entertainment film.
I just like looking at Rohana, but that's about it.
Yeah, well, she's nice, too. Yeah, she was fine. And she did well. She did well in the film. And Rihanna comes from Barbados. And so that would be where I would presume they might speak pidgin English. But the idea of the British catering to that, like we could ask who speaks pidgin English, on online, and see what they say. Who speaks pidgin English? Because that's normally okay. It's not even supposed to be a recognized language. So the idea of somebody who speaks pidgin English, a hybrid of English and local languages, it traces its roots to the Atlantic slave trade. In the 17th century, more than 75 million people are believed to speak pidgin across Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea. So Prince.
Yeah, so that makes sense, because on the bottom it has like the advertisements for like other articles that are based from Nigeria and Ghana. So okay. I figured that was the case.
So it says Prince Charles speaks pidgin English, and at an event in Lagos, and everybody started laughing. I mean, this is Prince Charles. This guy's going to be the King of England, and does he think that he's somehow dignifying himself? He said, "God don butter my bread. God don," but this is the king, future King of England. "God don butter my bread." Butter, like Butta. Really? It's like,
that's hilarious.
Come on, why? I mean, why is he doing this? It's like, he was so dignified in the past, the audiences laugh. No shit. I mean, it's like, anyhow, that's sad. Just fucking sad. The general feeling is that people thought it was a good thing, respectful, but also funny. Speaking pidgin with a British accent. Oh God.
What's sad is that this reminds me of that movie where, the guy goes to the future and everyone's like, well, I think he went to an alternate Earth and whatnot, and everyone was dumber than him, and he was already...
Yeah, Idiocracy. Idiocracy is the name of that film, and it was supposed to have a sequel in which the pimp wakes up from his cryogenic chamber and goes after the woman who's the actress who stars in the film.
That was Scarface.
Okay.
Scarface, my guy, Scarface was the pimp in that movie.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he caught COVID, but he's still alive.
Holy shit! How's he functioning? Is he okay? Like, or did the COVID? Is he still?
Last I heard, he had some type of kidney damage,
Oh man, yeah, it does that. It causes inflammation in all the organ systems, and he's lucky it didn't get to his brain though, because the encephalitis, like when it swells, because some people, like I think maybe 30% of people, it's a smaller number than that, I think, that get like the encephalitis where it swells the freaking brain in your head and causes people to be like really dazed and messed up. It's not something it's not something anyone should take chances with catching.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, some people might think, and the thing is, like, look, I say let everyone do their own. If some people don't mind being, at the mercy of the medical system for the rest of their life, hey, go for it.
There is a kind of Darwinian.
Yeah, what's with all these people who say, well, we're all going to catch it anyway. I don't even.
There are some people who believe that it's a fear thing. If you believe you're going to get it, you're going to get it. If you don't believe you're going to get it, you're not going to get it. So, it's like that idea that, everyone has their own designer reality. There's no consensus reality anymore.
That's true. Yes, we need to...
That's a dangerous point to get. What I can see... Oh, yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to bring up. Mm-hmm. What I can't see happening as a result of what's going on right now in Washington, D.C., is a massive crackdown on the internet.
Why? I mean, I think that should happen anyway, but I mean, why would that stem from this particular,
No, I just get the feeling that the Democrats are going to say, like, we cannot let shit, and whoever's left in the Republican, if there's even a Republican Party left after all of this, which I predict is not going to exist, but, it might still exist. Who knows? There are people.
Well, it's basically a cult now, so it's a cult, so it will continue to exist in the sense that Falun Gong still exists after communist China cracked down on it and managed to thrive. So I guess I better start monologue so I can address these issues, but I do want to warn people, of course, that I'll start instead with a little bit about Epiphany, because I believe that we need to spend some time on that. It is a religious holiday. But before I go there, I probably want some more time to just see if there's anything else I can find aside horrible articles in pidgin English and about the world around me. In the meantime, I'll count on these two gentlemen to take us to the top of the hour, till 11 p.m. In California, and which will be about 1 a.m. in the morning where Derek's at. You working tomorrow, Derek?
That would be 2 a.m.
Yes,
where
yes,
I'm
I am. I'm working tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So we don't
I
want to
work
keep.
Monday through Friday,
Okay.
the truck driving job, and then on Saturday mornings I work at the pool.
That's right. Oh, were you able to hear the balance of my episode from last time when when I was talking where I was talking about
Why Derek jogs in the pool instead of jogging on the street? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I
So
heard your little comedy act.
yes. So you did hear that. Yes.
It's a hell of a lot safer to jog in a pool than it is to jog in the streets these days.
Yes.
Especially if you have the whole pool to yourself, because, if you jog in the streets, there's a possibility you can expose yourself to COVID-19 unnecessarily. Or
But, when I get off at this time, because there's times where I work until like 4 o'clock in the morning. So when I get off at this time, I usually head straight to the pool, and I'm there by myself. It's locked up. I unlock it. They got cameras now, but I'll go in there and do my, if I could just like run in place for 2 hours, I do my high intensity interval training in the pool to where first I'll warm up by just jogging in place, and then I'll sprint as fast as I can in place for 1 minute. Then I'll do a regular jog, and then sprint for 1 minute, then a regular jog, and I'll do that 10 times, which takes 20 minutes, and then I'll do some more exercises. But it's a task staying in shape as a truck driver, especially with my schedule. But now, since I can go to the pool at night, I really ain't got no excuse. So I'm gonna hit the bed early today. I'm gonna probably hit the pool before I go to work tomorrow.
Understood. But by the way, because you were public about this and you were bringing up how during Christmas time you had some people being cruel to you, and you spoke about that last time you came back from work when you were speaking to myself, and has your situation improved? I hope in terms of at least your.
Not really. I'm just doing a lot of reminiscing. I don't know. Maybe God's punishing me. Maybe He's trying to move me along to make some moves to just move out. But yes, my situation is still hostile.
And how would you compare it to Dr. Dre? With Dr. Dre's tormentor, is it that bad? Like Dr. Dre level?
You know what? The thing is, that's probably why my situation is getting a little bit more fierce, because that's what they want from me. They want me to faint and have an aneurysm and die of loneliness. I've been sentenced to a life of loneliness, from my wife, who just completely abandoned me. So, I just find other things to occupy my time, and I enjoy the sun, the moon, the stars. I go out and enjoy the fresh air and enjoy the time by myself, and the fact that I'm not suffering, publicly suffering at least, is pissing some people off. Like, what is it going to take to kill this motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? He didn't die of cancer, so he's still fucking breathing. Let's just fucking be as cruel as we can to him so he can just fucking die. and I'm just enjoying my life. Is right now my form of revenge.
Mhm. Thank you, thank you. Well, that's beautiful, and that's living well is the best revenge. That's always something to bear in mind. Of course, that's almost impossible to really maintain. It's really asking someone to be superhuman to simply say living well is the best revenge, because of course we all think of getting back, slashing back.
I say just getting revenge is the best revenge, because getting revenge is living
But you
well.
know what? This is how they set me up, Jamison. I put this comment on my Facebook page. I said the way I get treated on holidays is cruel. That's what I said. I didn't mention any names. So then my wife's friend emails me. He says, I'm not one to get into other people's business. Well, that's a lie, because that's what she specializes in. Getting.
Well, that's what she's doing right then and there. What she's doing is,
you know what I'm saying? But then, she told me off on Facebook, and I said, you know what? The way I get treated is wrong. And then she wrote me like this 3 long paragraphs about, everything my wife has said, anything that we went through, even my financial situation, everything is, she just went down the list of everything that was wrong with me. I mean, even stuff from 24 years ago, you know what I'm saying? And just, as if it was yesterday. And I didn't respond. I said, you know what? These women are in their 40s, you know what I'm saying? And they're acting like immature teenagers. So,
yes.
You know what I did? I just didn't do nothing. I didn't say nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't respond. But because I didn't respond, my wife brought this bitch home to ambush me in my kitchen.
Ooh.
So I'm laying down in my bed. I'm going to bed earlier because it is kind of depressing. You know what I'm saying? I get up. This is on a Saturday. I remember because I had actually bought some those cheese sticks. To share with the girl who I work with at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And
Erica.
I had some in the kitchen, so I went to go heat some of them up. And as soon as I went in the kitchen, I heard these footsteps coming down the stairs. And like they were just waiting. Like, wait till that motherfucker comes out. You know what I'm saying?
God.
It's like when I put up that they've been waiting for 2 years for me to say something on Facebook so they can come. Because like a year ago, my wife would always put these little sarcastic things up on her Facebook page for me to respond to, and I would never respond to it. But all I said was, the way I get treated on holidays is cruel. That's it. And that's all it took. I said, okay, get him. And the way this girl kept trying to humiliate me and fight me, and I said, you know what? This bitch is trying to get you to get into a domestic dispute,
Right.
So that you have so that you lose your CDL, so that you lose your hazmat, endorsement. You know what I'm saying? Because even if I don't lose my hazmat endorsement, I just got my passport, and I told the plant up in Vancouver, Washington, I said, next time you guys call me back, if you guys need me to go up into Canada, I'll be able to go up into Canada because I'm going to redo my passport and everything. And if you've got a domestic dispute on your record,
You can't do
Canada
that.
won't let you in,
That's
even
right.
if you do got your passport.
Right.
So I got to keep it clean. I don't hit women. I don't even want that on my resume. You know what I'm saying? I don't even. I don't want that pulled up. You hit a woman? Yeah. Well, see, what happened was, anything you say after that, you're a woman beater. So it's,
Yes.
you know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
I'm with Jameson on that revenge. The best revenge is revenge, but it's got to be something good.
Well,
It's
I
gotta
wouldn't get revenge on them violently. Well,
Right.
No, of
Thank
course
you.
not.
Thank you for showing restraint. I mean, there's obviously we want to keep ourselves within the rule of law.
Yes.
But at least in public. but it's just, I'm so sorry you're going through this. But just out of curiosity, it's like, what? I guess you and I will talk about that privately, because I was thinking, of course, I feel you have the Veterans Administration to take advantage of to get counseling so that you can relieve stress in this regard. But it might be hard to set up an appointment in terms of your schedule. But I was wondering, is it how about counseling? What does your job feel about that? Would they feel that somehow makes one less safe for driving hazardous materials? Or
No, we have a human resource, for that. So, I got my, but I probably would rather go to the VA so that, to keep yourself private for my job. But I probably do need to talk to a counselor. I've never talked to a counselor. That's something that's really not big in the Black community. Now, my wife, she goes and sees a counselor, but she seems to have no concern for my son, who also needs to see a counselor. And I'm just going to save up for cash for that because, I had to, he's going to turn 24 this year, so I had to take him off my insurance. And so he just, he's withdrawn, seems a lot of withdrawn, and I want to make sure he gets counseling before he gets out of his own. So I'm going to make sure my son gets counseling before I do. With me, I got ways of handling stuff. I'll become an introvert to a certain extent, and I listen to my music, and I got my podcasts and everything that I got things that I really engross myself into to keep myself busy, to keep from thinking about it. But living in a hostile situation now, I'm paranoid when I walk out of from my room to my kitchen, who's gonna fucking
ambush you.
Down, fucking bullshit.
You can't.
This is a murderous situation. It ain't gonna last too much longer, like how it is. So I need to. I'm thinking less about counseling and more about how I'm going to extract myself up out of the situation. Because one thing she said, because this whole year I was on disability for 8 months, and then of course when I had to, because I'm helping to pay the bills. Me and my wife split the bills. So when I had to go off of my job onto disability, I had to skip a paycheck for like 2 weeks till they start paying. Then you're aware of the situation, so I went off of disability on to getting paid again, which I had to go like 2 weeks without pay. Then after working a week and a half, finding out that I have to go off my job, and then scheming a way to get back on disability, and then going to check, and then going back to work and skipping a paycheck right there. So she brought it up. You need her. She don't need you. You need her. You ain't even paying your part of the bills, and you behind. But who the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I have to get myself financially back on my feet, which isn't hard with my job because I just got to live frugal for a little while. But I make decent money, but I need to get out of here.
Right.
I need an apartment. I need to, something. I wish I could buy a house, but I'm kind of, instead of renting, because my friends that are paying mortgages are paying a whole lot less for mortgage than what I'm paying for rent.
What about the Veterans Administration can help you get a veterans loan, right, for a house?
Yeah. So what? And I'll talk to you about that too in private.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's my option, because with the Veterans Administration it's zero down. So but when I do that, I may, depending on where I want to live and how much it costs, I may want to put something down anyway so that my monthly payment could be lower. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I could live better if my monthly payments are lower.
Yes. Obviously, but the one thing that I want you to do is to seek counseling so you can show your son that it's the masculine thing to do. The real masculine thing to do is to seek help with stress, because otherwise the Dr. Dre option is the only other option. Really, men just suck this shit up. Yeah, and they die literally of this kind of brain aneurysm. I mean, I believe it when you say that Dr. Dre was stressed to death by what he's going through. That's so easy to believe. And this is what happens. People die of a broken heart. They die of a broken brain on the basis of these. A stroke is basically a brain attack it's the cerebral equivalent of a heart attack, a myocardial infarction, and people do die of broken hearts. This has been medically proven, and people do die of a brain that's been overstressed. He was probably afraid as a public figure to ask for help. He probably thought that if it were found out he was asking for help, that it would somehow reflect poorly on him as a man. And this is just awful. I mean, it's just this is something that no, you need to seek help and be an example for your son in that regard, because of his depression is the impression that I get that he's suffering from, and so that's something I say as someone who gets counseling myself. This is like, by the way, I was getting all kinds of shit from V with her bullshit too. That was just, I mean, it's funny on reflection, but it's all, yeah, I understand what you're talking about with this kind of bullshit, this kind of nagging, ragging bullshit that can just drive somebody down. But aside from all of that, I'm glad that you're confronting this in the sense that you understand that the solution is to change your environment, and that ultimately, from the situation you're in, that's all I can think of as well. Aside from that, don't want to invade too much of your private life, but I'm glad that we got that out there. I think it's important. I think it's so. How is your sleeping quality? Are you sleeping well?
Yeah, surprisingly, yes. And I think that's due to just me continuing to work out and work some cardio into my days, my long days, you know. So, I have a personal trainer video that I keep watching, and he's always putting emphasis on good sleep and what, you know, and you believe it or not, lifting heavy weights 3 times a week will help you get good sleep throughout the week. Lifting heavy weights.
Right.
So, yeah, if a weightlifter stops lifting weights, he's also going to notice within a week that his sleep is going to kind of get interrupted.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, yeah, your body responds good when you lift weights. So I need to throw that into there too. But and that's what I have. And when I do my sprints, like when I do that high intensity interval training, that's when I think of all the bad shit happening, but then I'm running it out. You know,
right. Yes.
Running it out. So
toxins. You're purging toxins. You're purging emotional toxins is at that time. And that's so important. And what about? I'm very glad that you're getting quality sleep. What about your dreams? Do you recall any of them, or?
Man, my dreams have been outrageous. I've been having some weird dreams that's giving me like a weird feel, but it's always, my dreams point to me of, I better get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because see, before that lady ran downstairs and tried to, she stood in the doorway of my kitchen to where if I walked past her and if I was to even bump up against her, that would have been assault. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, that's right. That is true. By the way,
I had a dream about that before that happened to me. I had a dream that happened, but of course in the dream I walked past her and she said it was assault, and then the next thing you know, the police come and and all that. But so that's why I just remained calm. But then after she left, it's kind of like I felt defeated. I didn't know, I knew it was going to happen before it happened, but once it happened, I wasn't prepared on what I was going to say, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't defend myself like I wanted to, because then after it's all over, man, I should have fucking said this, and then I should have fucking said that. But you know what? I did the right thing when I didn't respond to the stupidity on Facebook.
Right.
So how would you feel if somebody said some dumb shit to you on Facebook, and you said, you know what? I'm not going to respond, and you know what I'm saying? These people are fucking immature. I'm not going to respond. And then next thing you know, the motherfucker pops up in your kitchen.
Right. Ooh.
You didn't answer my post.
That's incredible. Well, that shows you how much they were invested in that. That's pathological that they would be that invested in trying to draw you out by that post. So, oh my God. Whoa. So there we have that, and so it's now about 11 to 12, 1 a.m. in the morning where you're at, right?
Yeah, 101.
Okay, are you going to go to sleep now, or can you stay up for another hour? How do you feel? You should go to sleep now, right? I guess that's fine by me. But
Well, I'll hold it as long as you need me to. Then I'll go to sleep.
oh well, I don't really need, but I'm trying to buy some extra time while I just kind of get myself together. I still, like I was describing earlier, I really, honestly, I'm really just angry at coming back into this world. It's kind of like. I'm in the land of the lotus eaters, on the estate. Take a look at where I was at. Just look at the image in the thumbnail of live stream tonight. I mean, who the fuck would want to leave that? I can't believe somebody's writing this. Somebody says, you should be ashamed to sleep with a blind woman. I mean, what the fuck? Why should I be ashamed to sleep with a blind woman? It's not like, really? How is that? Did you feel like I'm somehow taking advantage of this individual? I mean, holy fuck. It's like, this is like, that is offensive to people who are blind. That's offensive to people who are blind because you're implying that this lady has no control over her own life. So, honestly, I'm not going to dignify that any further, but, it's a total misunderstanding of it's trying to imply that a person who is blind is somehow disabled as opposed to empowered. This woman is empowered in her life. She's in control of her own life, and that is why she does what she does of her own free will. Which is provide escort services with the help of her lover, who acts as, in many ways, her guide, at least to the point before we're left alone. But there we have that. So, aside from that distraction, it's definitely coming back to this world outside of what my son provides me through these holidays and the like, that I try to get back into the drudgery of the horror of our universe. But in terms of what I was trying to emphasize with this woman in the Air Force, for instance, and the fact she probably was mind controlled and probably did what she did in a moment where she was triggered to act beyond her own control. There's someone who, in a very real sense, is to be pitied. That is a tragedy of someone, if my assumption is correct, and I can't see otherwise, because somebody who's been in security in the military for 14 years, both of these gentlemen have been peripherally, at least, involved with the military, and Derek, served pretty much a full term. Does it strike either one of you men as even probable that somebody could be in security in the military for 14 years and not realize the dangers of what they were doing in attacking the capital of their nation?
Yes.
Like I said, that Michigan, the people who took over that Michigan capital, emboldened her. That's what I'm thinking. She's looking at these Michigan crew that went in there and stood in the guard's face and pointed their weapons at the guards and yelling and spitting in the guard's face, and like I said, that emboldened people like shit.
It will,
all that and not get shot. Let's take it to the Capitol.
I hear you, but Jameson, what do you think of this? Wait, Jameson. First off, this brings us back to the difference in genders. I can see men being emboldened by that. Your average...
men are that stupid.
Thank you. Your average woman would not look at that, and your average woman throughout the evolutionary history of human development has seen men go out and fight saber-toothed tigers. Then your average woman would look at that and not say, I can do that.
Right, but look at this couple. He stayed at home watching Lifetime.
Yeah, that was weird.
Honey, you stay here and watch Lifetime. I'm gonna go take the White House and get the rifles and take the White House.
Yeah, that might.
Have a good day at work.
She does look pretty mannish. So maybe something is wrong there biochemically, where she was injecting too much testosterone.
I'm going to jump beyond gender and just say that when I was in the Air Force, the people I met who were smart were absolutely brilliant. And I will say that the people I met who were dumb, you would not believe that such stupid fucking people exist. You hear me complain about the dumb people I see on my day-to-day travels in New York. They don't compare to the level of stupid I saw when people
in the military,
Air Force, were stupid. And I can only speak for the Air Force, being that I was,
which was her branch. That was her branch.
So we don't know, because I could see some of those people, as dumb as they were, if they were to move up in the ranks, they would still be butt-shit dumb.
Yeah.
So we don't. So we really don't know. And I'm going to say, my view on gender is a little different, because I know that historically speaking, we have found evidence that women and men both hunted alongside each other when they hunted in hunter-gathering societies. Something we did not find out until just recently. So I'm going to say that I'm going to reason that women are a lot more capable than men have a tendency to give them credit for. What we may take for granted as far as their physique and physical prowess, I'm sure they have ways of making up for it, because they probably have more lower body strength. Because I've seen a lot of guys who have chicken legs, and I'm sure if a chick were to just kick him in the legs, that guy would be crippled for life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to scrap with him. You wouldn't want to get hit by guys like that. But man, toothpick legs and everything, man. So I'm just saying. I gotta be fair.
Okay. Yes. Well, there we have that. Thank you. No, I'm not denigrating what you're saying at all. I hear you. So, aside from that, what else is going on in the world? Is anyone seeing anything that bears bringing attention to? Because I'm not going to be.
I just posted stories to my Facebook page. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, by all means.
I got some natural disasters. Let's see. These are just pretty much YouTube videos, because I get the updates all the time, and I just love watching the Earth win against people. Mm-hmm. Because the Earth is the only thing I really truly have any love for.
I get it. I get it. I understand.
But yeah, it seems like there was extreme flooding in. Oh my gosh, I gotta really scroll down.
Well, I understand China's been going through a lot of flooding, but I figure you would remember it if it were China that you were referencing.
Oh, China! I'm sure they seem to keep. Yeah, I would remember if it was China. It was just, one was a South American country, and the other was Indonesia, which is prone to flooding, as they said in the video, which doesn't diminish the impact that flooding has. So I don't know why they even decided to put that. Oh, don't worry about them. They're just Indonesians.
Seriously. I got an update to a story that me and you talked about before.
Okay.
And the headline reads, "Officer who wrongfully detained black man eating at the mall with his family cleared, but will be reprimanded for not wearing a mask." You remember that story?
Yeah.
Yeah, they pulled the man out and got all up in his face and arrested him, and it was the wrong man, but the dude ended up catching COVID because he had all these infected cops up in his face. So the cop's not going to get in trouble for wrongfully pulling the wrong man out and roughing him up in front of his wife and child. He's going to get reprimanded for not wearing a mask. A Virginia sergeant who wrongfully detained a black man at a mall last month has been cleared of wrongdoing. On Tuesday, January 5th, Virginia Beach Police Department Chief Paul Injike briefed the city council about the internal investigation into December 19th detainment of Jamar Mackey, who was handcuffed by an officer who believed he was involved in a larceny case. So they investigated themselves.
Larceny.
They
You
found
mean
themselves
larceny,
not-
right? Larceny case, right?
Yeah.
Larceny, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go.
Mackey was eating with his family at the Lynn Haven Mall food court when an officer identified as Sergeant Coffin approached him and put him in handcuffs. He was then escorted from the building by police until it was confirmed that he was not the suspect officers were seeking. Indigate said on Tuesday that he believes the outcome of the incident would not be any different if the suspect was white. Officers had been given a special description of a subject who had reportedly stolen a purse and credit cards. The individual has dreadlocks, was wearing all black, and was with a child. Much like Mackey, a friend of the woman whose purse was stolen identified Mackey as the suspect moments before the sergeant approached him. Another individual had been charged in connection with the crime. So they actually found the real person who did it. I bet you they don't look nothing alike either. The investigation into the incident was focused on three factors. What information was relayed to the officer and led to the detainment of Mackey. Well, I'll give just, to play devil's advocate here. I mean, if a woman points to you and says, that's him, I mean, at that point, what is the officer supposed to do? Okay. Or whether the initial approach was justified or whether the use of handcuffs was justified, a review of a surveillance footage of the incident and witness statements led to the decision that the detention was within policy. Indigate cited the Fourth Amendment, which allows Terry stop and permits officers to stop someone suspected of committing a crime. The chief said the sergeant had reasonable suspicion to detain Mackey. So we're getting a little bit more of the story. You had somebody who actually pointed to him and said, yep, that's him. But then after reviewing all the tapes and everything, they seen that wasn't him and ended up catching the right person. So, I mean, in that incident, I would put myself in the shoes of the cop. If somebody finger points and says, if somebody was robbed and then somebody else was sitting down eating and somebody came and said, that's him right there, that's him. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Yes.
I can't put myself in any of those positions. All I can say is that this happens so often that I literally feel numb to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hate the mall because I was with my friend Victor one time. We went to the mall and we hadn't been there in a long time. This is in Colorado Springs now. And this mall security comes up, just walks straight up to Victor and said, I kicked you out. What are you doing back here? And it's like, I haven't even been here. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been to this mall. I kicked you out yesterday. What are you doing back? Get out of, you leave these premises now or I'll arrest you for trespassing. He goes, arrest me for trespassing. He goes, next thing you know, it's a big commotion. You know what I'm saying? He probably looked like somebody who he kicked out or whatnot. These mall security guys, some of them are off-duty police officers. That's what I'm saying. That's one good thing about Amazon. I'll just shop there.
Yeah. Malls are a thing of the past anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
I agree there. It's not even worth going to places for the experience. And
well, before the internet, that's where you met girls.
Yes.
Before the internet,
Really?
that's where you go get. Yeah, before the internet, that's where you went to go get phone numbers.
But you don't even meet girls on the internet anymore. So, I mean, where are guys meeting girls now?
Right, but I'm saying back then there was no Match.com or Adult Friend Finder for that matter, and it was just straight up. You had to go get.
Well, you had to go. Those sites actually work?
No, I'm telling you, but it was like in the 80s, and early 90s. I'm old school. Yeah, before there was any internet, you had you had to go out and get. You had to look for that look in the eye. You know what I'm saying? speak to all the.
Wait, you have to explain this to me. What look are we talking about?
There's a certain look, you know what I'm saying? And so when you're going to the mall and you're looking for a girl, and then you speak to the girls, if they roll their eyes and turn their heads the other way or put their nose up in the air, they're there to shop. It's like, you know, they get that 100 times a day. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I understand that. You know, some people don't take it too good. Like, all right, fuck you, you fucked up, you fucking stuck up bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa. We don't gotta get insulting because you get turned down. I mean.
Yeah. Then you gotta do that. But then
I find that repulsive.
There's that look where you say, hey, sweetie, what's up? You know what I'm saying? What's up, cutie? Hey, little mama. You know what I'm saying? And then there's that look. Once you got that look, from that
what
point,
is that look? You haven't described it to me. I can't imagine this in my mind. It's like, yeah, I see the look that people have when they're in pornography. That's the look I know to get
I'm
money.
not talking about pornography. That comes later.
Yeah, well, then I don't know. I don't know. Look,
there's a certain look to where she looks at you like you are a piece of Kentucky Fried Chicken.
How does someone?
Like you are a big giant wing with some mild sauce smothered all over you. She's looking at you like she don't say nothing, but she's looking at you like there goes. I mean, in her mind, she could be saying, "There goes my next sucker right there." You know what I'm saying? But she's got that look in her eye, like you're a big giant ice cream fucking cone. And
why have I always interpreted that as cannibalism?
That's well, there you have that. Thank you. That's by the way, they made a comedy of Mall Cops. That was Mall Cops 1 and 2, I believe. I don't believe there's been a third one, at least not yet. But definitely, mall cops have a reputation, and but yeah, malls are a thing of the past. I mean, nobody can afford them anymore to pay the overhead because you're not making enough money in them because, the Amazon's got it covered, and most people are just going to stay home anyway. So it's the death blow is the COVID-19, really. So
I mean, the only reason to really go to a mall is to use the bathroom and get the hell out of there.
Well, I remember they used to have some wonderful places in malls, pet stores and stuff like that. That'd be really interesting, and other shops. I mean, boutique stores and the like. It's so sad to see elements like that disappear because it's just not the same thing online. Of course, it used to be. Very exciting to go to a mall, well, obviously not.
As a kid, because you always knew your parents were going to buy you some shit, or you always had to find a way to coax them into buying you shit.
Right. Well,
now in the mall, everything besides selling, they have to do a service, like change the battery that's in your watch. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if you got a watch and you need a new battery, or I was walking down the mall once and they had a dentist chair and everything. Come get your teeth cleaned, or come get your teeth whitened.
Oh.
It's in the middle of the mall. I did it. I sat in the chair, and then they put this ultraviolet light on my teeth, or they put something on my teeth and I had to chew down on this rubber thing and make like a mold of my teeth. And then they put this chemical in there. Then they shine the light in my teeth, and they said, "Just sit here for 15 minutes, and then the light will work with the chemicals, and you rinse out your mouth, and your teeth will be cleaner." So that was like one of the last time. That was in Indiana.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. V did that on me once. She had that and the blue light shining on me, and I didn't really notice any difference. Did you? There's the optical illusion.
I didn't notice no difference.
Thank you. Thank you.
But the girl was pretty. You know what I'm saying? That's what gets you in. So that's
there we are. Yes.
That's $35 gone.
I'm sorry, but I see a pretty girl, and I'm thinking that maybe there's someone around the corner with a knife who's going to jab me in the back as soon as I say something.
I know, that's why I don't pull over for pretty girls. You know what I'm saying? They be walking all up down the highway in Tennessee. Tennessee is the one place where people just walk up and down the fucking highway. They're just taking a stroll, especially when it's nice and hot outside. And you don't see no car nowhere. You know how you see people just like walking down the street, walking down the sidewalk, and just through the neighborhood and stuff, and you know you don't know them, but you may wave. Or well, you drive down I-24 or I-40 or anywhere in Tennessee, you'll just see people just taking a nice evening stroll, just walking along the highway. Like, where the fuck's he going? Where the hell did he come from? I don't even see no car.
Well, I can tell you what I wouldn't do. I would not wave at someone walking around my neighborhood who I never saw before. Sorry. Maybe this is just a New York thing, but I no. If I never seen you before, if I seen you before, if I know you, I'm not gonna wave at you. Oh man, that's hilarious. Well, I guess it's a difference between the North and South, really.
Oh, how so? I mean,
in the South, everybody waves at everybody.
Okay.
In the South, everybody, it is a difference between the North and the South because,
That's
you know,
probably why.
then, you know what else is the difference is, down here, with their Southern hospitality, the ladies call you sweetie and honey and all that stuff. You don't go up north saying that because they'll think you're his girlfriend. Like, we had a guy named Chief, and he's from the South, but he's up there in Chicago, and our dispatch is in New York at the company that being that we take a different truck every day, he had to call dispatch and tell them that his truck wasn't in yet, but he asked for permission to take another truck. And she goes, yeah, sure, go ahead and take that truck. It's all yours. And he said, thanks, sweetie, I really appreciate it. She goes, all right, have a good day. So this was on a Friday. On Monday, Chief gets called into the office, and Greg is mad. I mean, that's the boss. He's like, Chief, in the office now. Come on, like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? What happened?
yeah, it's not bad.
Chief goes in the office, and Greg says, Chief, what is Heather's name? Chief said, what? He goes, what is Heather's name? He said, Heather. That's right. It's Heather. It's not sweetie. It's not honey. It's not baby. It's fucking Heather. And he said, I'm from the South. You know I'm from the South. That's just how I talk. He said, well, the dispatch is from New York, so you can't talk like that.
Oh, so sad. Oh, that's just so sad. That's just awful. Thank you for sharing that, though. It's yes. That's like. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what I can say is I don't think I'd be comfortable in the South. I don't like the idea of closeness. I kind of like the cold distance. And I think people up here are a bit too close with each other anyway.
Yeah, but see that down south we're spread out pretty good. I mean, I live in a neighborhood where the houses.
No. That's not the closeness I'm talking about. I'm talking about as far as the greetings are concerned and the sort of personal interactions. Like I don't even like waving to people or saying what's up to people. I rather it would be more. It would feel more natural if people just walked by each other and didn't acknowledge each other. So the idea of being down south where everyone's like constantly communicating with each other, that would make me very uncomfortable. I wouldn't like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see your point, but it doesn't bother me. I guess that's kind of like what I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? My roots are from down south, but I lived all over, so I can adapt and overcome to any situation. But Chicago, most of the people in Chicago is from Mississippi anyway, so it's kind of like Chicago is like an up north, down south city.
Well, we only have 5 hours left before I have to end the transmission. I'd best let Derek go to bed. Love you dearly. And of course, blessed be thy dreams. And hopefully they are pleasant without any stresses. I'm glad that they're vivid and lucid. That's always important, and it's healthy. And so I'll take it from here, and I'll go into the solicitation to take us to the top of the hour and take it from there. I want to say hello to Joe Phoenix, who is in the chat room. He says, good evening, everyone, and positive energy. Much love, Douglas and friends. Stay resilient, stay safe, and stay informed. God bless you, Joe Phoenix. That was wonderful. What? That's professional. That's professional grade opening delivery. And thank you. Yes. Aside from that, I'm sorry. I'm still laughing at the question of somebody telling me I should be ashamed of myself. I mean, oh my God, really? That's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand where people are coming from half the time. But so with that, is there anything that both of you gentlemen? Well, I guess we should have Derek say goodnight. And so Derek, do that, or tell everybody good morning, such as the case may be. It's actually morning.
All right. Good night, Jamison. Good night, Douglas and Adi.
Yes.
All right.
Good night. And so now again, a lot converging today. And our man Jameson will kind of say goodnight, but I'm hoping he'll stay awake throughout the transmission, and we'll see if he can do that.
We'll stay awake as long as we can.
Yes, and I thank you for doing that, of course, and bless you. So, again, everybody, this is Epiphany-Cum Byzantine Orthodox Christmas Eve Day, and it is Le Sainted Joan d'Arc natal day, her birthday. And it was, of course, Peter Paula anniversary on the electoral certification day that resulted in riots, or rather a coup d'etat attempt. Now, in terms of what we're doing tonight, we're boldly facing our electoral certification whilst I'm co-hosting the Gregorian calendrical Epiphany, more properly, Epiphany, and that's literally revelation. Cum Byzantine Orthodox Julian calendrical Christmas Eve Day into Christmas Day by now, since it's going to be after midnight soon enough. And here on the Pacific Coast, which means for most of you it's already Byzantine Orthodox Christmas Day via the Julian calendar. And of course, we all of this is coming out of the crypt on Russian Hill, from whence I transmit. And of course, this natal day is the birth date of Le Saint Jonathan d'Arc, la fille du ciel et de la patronne d'Orleans, the sainted Joannathon of Arc, the daughter of heaven and the patroness of Orleans, which should be the proper capital of France instead of Paris. And she was born on this date today, because it's not yet midnight. And she was martyred, of course, on January, February, March, April, May 30th. And that was 1431 that she died. She was born in 1412. So, and she was cleared of heretical charges in 1456 and beatified in 1909 and canonized in 1920. So we honor her, and that would take an entire transmission to do her justice. I'm not quite sure I could actually do her justice tonight. So we just want everyone to know that she was born on this day. That's probably the most important thing to emphasize. Aside from that, we have a situation that is, of course, quite alarming, and it's how would I say it? It's just like there's no way to do that justice either. So one of the things I'll try and do is start off with the spirituality, and then go into the what's going on today. Maybe I should start with what's going on today and then go into the spirituality. It's a tough choice, but I guess the thing that we will do in either case is the solicitation. And I hate the solicitation because It just takes time and energy, and but oh my God, it's necessary, and we do need to do that because, of course, we want to basically receive enough fiscal support to continue my doing what I am doing, and you can see that what I'm doing is almost impossible without the help from these wonderful gentlemen who are doing so much to maintain myself on bandwidth, and of course I couldn't do it without any of you. So your fiscal support is indispensable, utterly necessary for me to make it through each and every week and each and every month. So in terms of analysis, the reason I have to decide it is because when my brain goes into one type of edification, such as religion, which is essentially what Epiphany is about, faith, at least. I'll use the term faith instead of religion because obviously I'm not your average preacher, so to speak. But when it comes to analysis, my brain goes into a different area of thinking. It goes into a different type of function. So, all right. Let me just start with the solicitation, the part that, let's get the painful over with. It's a struggle to get to this point, and Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, John_War at hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. Because of his own initiative, he took it upon himself to download the majority of what I published on YouTube into his personal hard drive, and therefore served as the bridge between the Akashic Records and our material Malkuthian plane of existence in terms of our data matrix, and helped me to resurrect my legacy online, which I speak to you in context of through his own efforts, and thereby he rendered himself, in a certain sense, my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, which explaineth the meaning of my biological father's name, and thereby you can understand upon review thereof the name what made the man. So once enlightened via those two sources, through DouglasDietrich.com, make it certain to, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage those others you enlighten, to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Of course, emphasize unto all, as you must remember yourself, that when sponsoring myself or supporting myself via contributions, to always indicate myself, if you're using PayPal, as friend or relation. You cannot choose between the two. It's the same category, friend or relation. Indicate myself as such to prevent PayPal from taking their pound of flesh, because otherwise they take a bloody cut that discombobulates whatever even-numbered amount of money you were sending, or odd number if it's something like $25. So, people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Mesa Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card, sans any middleman taking out their pound of flesh. So do take advantage of the red button on DouglasDietrich.com, and that will take you to where you can make a donation using credit or debit card without having to acknowledge myself as friend or relation, which I can understand some of you might find distasteful. For the rest of you, we are an extended electronic family, and of course we'd be friends, or you wouldn't be trying to support myself with your contributions. So we have that new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to DouglasDietrich.com and click that yellow donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine only and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately after Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plants on the 7,000 isles of the Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will the membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Megit Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, and his web mistress, Lena Shea. Be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrichs, or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And of course, he's currently in production is his third work, entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, or Flügelrads, and various other things about the technology. German wartime technology would be if it were a conventional Austrian book, which is, of course, the press that publishes much on military history. That I actually find distasteful now that they've given up on history and started basically catering to the lowest common denominator with zombie shit from World War II, saying that the Germans were Nazis. Speaking of Osprey, the publication OSPREY, which is a British publication, which I thought of while talking about our friendly Briton across the Atlantic, both John Warrington and George Knight, and of course, who's the lovely lady that I was thinking of. At any rate, we do have friends in England. Moving right along, he has produced 2 videos, How the United States Won World War II and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, and both be factually substantiated per my own expositions. Otherwise, of course, you can find his stuff by looking up his various anime. Well, I'll have to find their titles that you could look up in English. The problem is I know them only in Japanese. So he's got currently in production a new video, which is not anime but photographic, entitled The Third Reich's Hanabu and Flügelrad Technology. It's actually subtitled that. The real title is The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile. So people have that to look forward to. You should see it trailered on his YouTube timeline. Take a look. Indeed, the last Dietrich, the son of Dietrichs, or son of the dragons, pronounced, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions on YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, incomparable, how shall I say it, sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, as well as youtube.com/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. And of course, I would say forget not that you've subscribed, because you'll only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 p.m. Douglas Dietrich. I think I started to fall asleep there for a second while reading this solicitation, which I don't even blame myself for. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in every Wednesday and Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And finally, most importantly above all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com, and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archive, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And shout outs to Nathan A. Brooks, who was in jail about a year gone before finally emerging into the light of day. And again, that was Jacob Darkness for a short period of time in which we were all worried to death about him. He was in jail. Now, a prayer request as well for Maria Michaela Grigorich, and she's her favorite Italiana from Trieste, very similar to what Peter Moon said about men that he knew coming from there. And with that, I want you to know why. And Nathan Brooks, of course, as I said, he was in the county jail, but then returned to his family because they needed a father. Well, so many other reasons, but they really needed that. And then the prayer request is for Maria Michaela Grigorich in Toronto, Canada, in which she is kind of suffering from a sort of, headachy trauma, I believe. So my best wishes to her. And with that, of course, we can go forward to Epiphany. Now, Epiphany is celebrated 12 days after Christmas on the 6th of January, or January 19th, for Orthodox church goers who have our Christmas today, what will be today in a matter of minutes here in the Pacific, and that would be our Christmas Day this month. Per the Eastern Rites liturgical calendar, it is the time when Christians remember the wise man, also sometimes called the Three Kings, who visited Jesus. Now, Epiphany is also when some churches remember they are, they're basically the personality cult extended of when Jesus was baptized, when he was about 30 and started to teach people about God. Epiphany means revelation, and both the visit of the wise men and his baptism are important times when Jesus was revealed to be very important. So that brings us to experiencing an epiphany, those spiritual aha moments that change your lives. the spiritual eurekas. Now, epiphany isn't an everyday Christian word like sin or salvation. It comes from a Greek word for manifestation or appearance. And for so many Christians, epiphany prefers to detail a notification of the divine number of pleases Jesus and is marked by a feast day, January 6th, which is very generous of the Pope. Now, for many Christians, Epiphany refers to the manifestation of the divine nature of Jesus and is marked by a feast day on the 6th of every January. What exactly is an Epiphany in and of itself, apart from so-called Christian celebrations? Well, the word Epiphany cometh from the Greek word EPIPHANY, Epiphany, which means reveal. There are three names or usages of the word. The first is the name of a Christmas feast, Epiphany, which occurs in early January. Capitalized, the word Epiphany refers to a Christian feast day today, observed primarily in the Eastern churches, the Balkans, Eastern Europe, Asia Minor, the Middle East, and Northeastern Africa. It occurs on the 6th of January and commemorates the visit of the Magi to the Christ child and the revelation of God the Son as a holy being. Now, the exact day depends upon the location and culture of the church celebrating Epiphany, but most of the time it occurs on January 6th, which is also referred to as the 12th night of Christmas. So, the Epiphany feast celebrates the revelation of God incarnate as man and the visit of the Magi to the infant Jesus, catching him when he was a year older than when he started. Now, second definition of Epiphany is an appearance or manifestation, especially of a divine being. Theophanies and Christophanies are types of epiphanies. Theophany is a manifestation of God in the Bible that is tangible to the human senses. And in its most restrictive sense, it is a visible appearance of God in the Old Testament period, often, but not always, in human form. Aside from all that, Epiphany is also used to describe any divine revelation. However, theophanies, the visible appearances of God, and Christophanies, the visible appearance of the pre-incarnate Christ. Many times in the Old Testament, biblical characters were visited by, quote-unquote, an angel of the Lord, to which some scholars believe to have been a pre-incarnate Christ, making all these appearances these Christophanies, or generic 16, well, just look at Genesis 16, verses 7 through 14, Genesis 22, verses 11 through 18, or Judges 5 to 23, and Kings 19 to 35. It is believed that these appearances foreshadowed the coming of Jesus Christ in human form as God with us in Matthew 1:23. Other notable epiphanies include the call of Paul the Apostle on the road to Damascus, Acts 9 through 19, and the appearance of Jesus Christ to the Apostle John on the island of Patmos in Revelation 9 through 20. Now, some Bible commentators believe this, that whenever someone received a visit from the angel of the Lord, this was in fact the pre-incarnate Christ. These appearances can be seen in Genesis chapter 16, verses 7 through 14, Genesis 22, verses 11 through 17, and of course Judges, the 5th book of Judges would have you 5:23, a ratio of 5 to 23. And in terms of the 2 kings, and 1935 and other passages, while there are no indisputable companies, Christophanies and Old Testament, no indisputable Christophanies in the Old Testament within it, every theophany wherein God taketh on human form and foreshadows the incarnation, when God took the form of a man to live among us as Emmanuel, which transliterates as God with us. And that would be in Matthew chapter 1, verse 2. But the word epiphany has another popular meaning, a sudden flash. Now, that would be another flash, a sudden flash of understanding or insight. So, a third definition of epiphany is usually a sudden manifestation or perception of the essential nature or meaning of something, or an intuitive grasp of reality through something, such as an event, usually simple and striking. And it is also defined as an illuminating discovery, realization, or disclosure of a revealing scene or moment. To generally define the word epiphany and how it is most commonly used today is, quote unquote, a sudden manifestation of perception of the essential nature or meaning of something, or an intuitive grasp of reality through a simple or striking event. In illuminating discovery, realization, or disclosure, revealing actual scene or the moment. The root word reveal is still inherent in this definition. And exemplar gratiae, ABC News co-anchor Bob Woodruff said he was experiencing an epiphany when he realized he could be in the middle of big world events and get paid for it. And since then, psychologists and authors and others using the concept of sudden insight in describing human behavior keep in mind the religious heritage of the word, what spiritual epiphanies have believers that had changed their lives. Well, God often uses such moments of illumination to bring people to the knowledge of himself. This illumination, or epiphany, would be one of the central aspects of Christianity, for without God's intervention, none of us would see the truth. So, it's clearly stated in Ephesians 2:89, which says, "For by God you have been saved through faith, and this is not your own doing, it is the gift of God, not a result of works, so that no one may boast." For the Christian, the ultimate epiphany is the realization of our need for Christ as Savior and Lord. Many people come to Christ as a result of a traumatic event such as an accident or serious illness. They have an epiphany about the tenuousness of life and the reality of eternity. Others have a quiet epiphany in which the Spirit speaks in a small, still voice, wooing them to the Savior. However it all happens, all Christians have some sort of epiphany about the reality of God, sin, heaven, hell, eternity, and the work of Christ on the coast of our behalf. We responded to the epiphany by repenting of sin and accepting Christ as Savior. We do not find God because of our upbringing, our opportunities, or our intelligence or education. We find Him because He chooses to enlighten us, to reveal Himself, or yourself, to be gender neutral here, to us, to give us epiphany, and to open the eyes of our hearts. And that would be Ephesians 1 through 18. And a website, LutherSepiaphany.com, asserts that Martin Luther King Jr., right wherever, had an epiphany. Or actually, I'm thinking of Martin Luther, the original German. The just shall live by faith. His new understanding turned him from a monk into a reformer. And for Zara Heflin of Decatur, as in Decatur, Illinois, a sudden insight came whilst attending a church play. Heflin said she didn't grow up going to church, and when she attended with friends as a youth, she felt different, as if something was wrong with her. And at that day, at the drama, the preacher said if people were ashamed of Christ on earth, then he would be ashamed of them at the gates of heaven. That's when Heflin said to herself, I realized there was nothing I could do to be worthy, but he wanted me anyway. So she began writing poems after her conversion, and has posted some at poetry.com. And in the poem she wrote entitled The Answer, she wrote 5 lines that impressed myself. Lord, though my eyes I thought were open, only now do I truly see that all my life you were the answer. You were just waiting for me. And Heflin said her mother-in-law's life-changing conversion was a great influence. Janice Heflin of Athens said she was saved while at a church service with a sister-in-law. She said she also found deliverance from alcoholism and has been sober almost 6 years. Of her own experience, she said it wasn't like a neon sign. You just know in your heart, you know. So, is epiphany a vision? I mean, do you actually see something in that flash of insight? Oh, Jameson's back. Cool. God knows I need someone to bounce off of. And, now, not all spiritual epiphanies have to do with conversion. The Reverend Antoine Green, who's the pastor of New Life Baptist Church in Athens, said that God sent him insight about his future in what he describes as a vision, in which Green said he saw in his mind's eye a pulpit and a congregation in Athens. And he said people he knew and didn't know were in the crowd, and the worship was non-traditional. Now, at the time, he was associate minister at his home church, Sweet Home Missionary Baptist in Athens, but his career, however, was as a reporter and anchor at WBRC in Birmingham. And one day, in Long's Electronics in Birmingham, after his vision, a stranger came up and said he had a word from God, saying, that vision God's given you, shown you, now's the time. And he was speechless. So, he said, Green said other things the man said, and subsequent events left no doubt God was leading. So he and 7 others started New Life, which is a church, in the year 2000 of the Common Era. Green saying the church has about 150 people in its own building. And although he'd imitated a preacher as a 3-year-old and had spoken at many churches, Green said it took God's intervention for him to leave a good-paying career to minister full-time and start a church. Himself attesting that Well, to quote his T, call it strange, I don't know, or call it an epiphany. I believe it was a real revelation of the Holy Spirit. So, this is potentially God breaking through. As with Carol Ann Vaughan, the directoress of the Christian Women's Leadership Center at Samford University in Birmingham, who wrote in a devotional about Epiphany that God still breaks through in everyday life. And she said an epiphany might be like that of the travelers to Emmaus, described in the Gospel of John, who suddenly recognized Jesus in their midst. Or the experience might be like that of Paul, whom scriptures say was knocked down in an encounter with Jesus. Or per her own testament, we may be like the Magi, actively seeking and finding answers to mysterious clues on a long journey, one step at a time. Now, some churches celebrate Epiphany to celebrate and remember both the visit of the wise men and Jesus' baptism simultaneously. So they multitask it or multi-purpose it. Epiphany is mainly celebrated by Roman Catholics and Byzantine Orthodox Christians as myself. It's a big and important festival in Spain, where it's also known as the Festival of the Three Magic Kings, or the Fiesta de los Tres Reyes Magos, and is when Spanish and some other Catholic children receive their presents, as they are delivered by the Three Kings instead of Santa Claus. So it's kind of like Christmas twice. Of course, they had a big empire based on all the gold they stole from the New World that enabled them to afford this kind of ceremony for several centuries. They're a lot poorer now, but still maintain the tradition. And I presume the gifts are a lot more economical these days. Now, that brings us to Epiphany and the enduring mystery of the Holy Spirit, because, well, let's just try and relate the context where we inherit this date from as a mark on our calendar. In the time of King Herod, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem. Of course, they're without number in the Bible because there were 12, not 3. That became symbolic for reasons I'll brush past later. But these wise men from the east came to Jerusalem asking, where is the child who has been born King of the Jews? And that is in Matthew, book 2, chapter 2, verses 1 through 2. And from the moment of creation and throughout the history of humanity, there lies the intangible God thread eternally emanating its light through every fiber of our being. And it is that Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, that ignites our life and sustains our souls. And it is that same Spirit that permeates our hearts during the Christmas season. Now, the Feast of the Epiphany is upon us, traditionally celebrated on the 6th of January. And this is the feast of the visitation of the wise men from the east to see the newborn Jesus. In the Anglican tradition of England, this event, which is described only in the Gospel of Matthew, is considered the first manifestation of the Lord Jesus to the Gentiles, a timeless reverberation of what was to become the trademark of the Jesus movement, so central to the Christian life. Christ's salvation is meant to spread without borders, and this event is an early echo of Jesus' timeless Grand Commission to his apostles to go forth and make us disciples of all nations, as stated in Matthew chapter 28, verse 19. Now, both of these occasions, Jesus' birth and his Grand Commission, may seem chronologically distant in the life of Jesus, but once we scratch under the surface and we find a connecting thread that will help us understand the spirit of Epiphany, or should we say, the Holy Spirit in Epiphany. So let us ponder the meaning of the Epiphany itself. And every one of us has had one or more aha moments in our lives. Those rare bursts of sudden insight that infuse us with a sense of mental clarity and moral certainty. And such is the meaning of the word epiphany, from the Greek epiphanein, as in epiphenomena, which means to reveal. Those aha moments represent a deeper dimension to the meaning of epiphany, waiting to be explored. Now, the online Merriam-Webster dictionary offers us a few insightful definitions of epiphany, including an appearance or manifestation, especially of a divine being, and an illuminating discovery, realization, or disclosure. And we could say that these epiphanies color certain key themes surrounding Jesus' own life. For example, have you ever found yourself tracking certain elusive motifs or concepts in Scripture? And so it is with the Holy Spirit, a palpable mystery that deeply permeates the story of the Epiphany, much like a supernova. And there, ahead of them, went the star that they had seen at its rising, until it stopped over the place where the child was. That's Matthew chapter 2, verse 9. Now, my invitation to you is to reimagine the idea of the Epiphany as a major burst of the light of the Spirit of God through Jesus Christ, long anticipated by prophets, loudly proclaimed by John the Baptist, and made present in the moment of Jesus' birth and later in his baptism. And this spiritual supernova is the spirit of the Epiphany manifested to shepherds, with the largest earthly congregation of angels ever noted in Scripture, and with the largest celestial luminary manifested to the gentile world, guiding the visitation by the wise men from the east. So, to think of the Epiphany is to realize that the life of Jesus Christ, from the moment of his birth to the moment of his grand commission to his apostles, spelled out the uncontainable nature of God's love for humanity. Therefore, Epiphany is a word that invokes two closely related concepts, sharing our Christian joy and spreading that joy through evangelism. And Christ's Epiphany was, and continues to be, far-reaching and uncontainable. It was the Big Bang of our faith, an all-pervading presence made manifest as a tangible reality at the time of his birth. When they saw that the star had stopped, they were overwhelmed with joy. That's Matthew chapter 2, verse 10. The wise men's overwhelming joy that is at the heart of the Epiphany story is God's joy. It is Jesus' joy, and it is our joy. So let's take stock. This is the same joy that God proclaimed in the Hebrew Bible about the moment of creation, when the morning stars sang together and all the heavenly beings shouted for joy. That's Job chapter 38, verse 7. And this is the same joy that Jesus Christ promised to his disciples and to us all, with the words that be writ as, I have said these things to you, so that my joy may be in you, and that your joy may be complete. And I'm trying to remember exactly what chapter and verse that was. So bear with me as I try to even remember the book that source is from. That's John, chapter 15, verse 11. Gosh, it's amazing I remember what I do. Now, the light and the joy of God's love is a truth that is uncontainable, a truth that shines in the eyes of the believer because it is our birthright as children of God. Therefore, we are called to be the human vehicles of this good news. And as Christians, we rely on the revealed Word of God as written in the Old and the New Testament. And our hope is in the moral teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, who promised us complete joy. And as humans, we cling to the hope of a bright future. where peace and Christian fellowship prevail, and where suffering becometh a thing of the past. Now, God's love, Jesus' light, and the Holy Spirit's presence, these are the eternal gifts of the Epiphany. Then, opening their treasure chests, they offered him gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. That's the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verse 11. Now, the living example of worshiping God was Jesus to the human race, as well as of the symbolic meaning of the gifts of the Magi, gold, the royal metal, which signified that Jesus is king, frankincense, the symbol of prayer, which signified that Jesus is the Son of God, and myrrh, which is used to anoint the dead, which signified that Jesus has to die for the salvation of the human race. Now, gold is charity, and in Christian theology, charity, the Latin term being caritas, is by Thomas Aquinas' what Thomas Aquinas understood as the friendship of man for God, which unites us to God. He holds it as the most excellent of the virtues. Charity is said to be the ultimate perfection of the human spirit, because it is said to both glorify and reflect the nature of God, hence the term the golden rule, or the phrase thereof. Frankincense is the perfume of our prayers. Our prayers are the personal offerings of worship and excited expressions of praise. And myrrh is our sufferings that we bring to the cross. Suffering is somewhat mysterious. It has as its chief purpose the formation of Christ-like character. Trials simply give us the capacity to cooperate with the process. They allow us the process to work and allow us ourselves to express inner peace and joy in the midst of these trials. In order to handle suffering with inner joy and tranquility, we must be able to look ahead to God's purposes and reasons for suffering. So in terms of Epiphany in the 2021st year of our Lord, your primary question most immediately is probably going to be, when should I take the Christmas tree down? And what are the traditions behind this 12th night thing? Well, New Year's Day marks the end of the Christmas period. Remnants of the holiday festivities still remain. The surplus of food will be used to make its meals until it cometh to its natural end. But when to take down your Christmas tree and decorations continues to be an ongoing debate. Is Tuesday, the 5th of January, or Wednesday, the 6th of January, the best day to tackle this task? And what happens if you leave them up for longer? Are you really struck down with bad luck for the rest of the year, as the superstition so goeth? Well, one thing's for sure. Everyone does it differently, and everyone has their own ideas. Which brings us back to Epiphany itself. Now, in England, across the great pond of the Atlantic, tradition has it that Christmas decorations stay up until Twelfth Night. And this is where the confusion lies. Twelfth Night is a festival in some branches of Christianity which marks the beginning of Epiphany. A count of exactly 12 days from the 25th of December arrives at the 5th of January. And according to the Church of England, that day, yesterday, was 12th night. The day of Epiphany, when the Mage Kings came out of Asia, is the day after this date today, until 20 minutes ago here on the Pacific coast of North America. Well, that would be, Epiphany. And the 6th of January. Now, not everyone agrees, of course, and many other Christian groups count the 12 days of Christmas as starting the day after Christmas Day, making today's date, or yesterday's date, 20 minutes ago, the 6th of January, the 12th night. And countries which also follow the January 6th tradition include Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic, or Czechia. So, which date is correct? Well, both of them are, of course, although in the United Kingdom, Tuesday, the 5th of January, this year would be the date most people would stick with across the Atlantic. And if you forget, most people think that it's bad luck to leave your decorations up after the 5th. Some people think it's also wrong to take them down too early as well. And in ancient times, people believed that tree spirits lived in the holly and the ivy, and after festive season they would be released outside, but if they were let go before Christmas ended, there could be problems with the harvest as a result. And if you missed the 12th night entirely, well, according to one superstition, Christmas decorations not taken down by 12th night should be left up until Candlemas Day, which would be February 2nd, the second day in February, and then taken down. Other people say the best remedy is to leave them up until 12th night the following year. Now, whatever date you choose, it is worth noting that the rules have changed over history. February 2nd, in fact, actually used to be the date when Christians took their decorations down. As noted in a poem by Robert Herrick, who lived from 1591 to 1674. And his poem entitled Ceremony upon Candlemas Eve. And Candlemas, by the way, is spelled with only one S. In other words, C-A-N-D-L-E, candle, mas, M-A-S, Candlemas. Now, his poem's most utterable line, or its most memorable line, is, "Down with the rosemary, and so down with the bays and mistletoe, down with the holly, ivy all, wherewith ye dressed the Christmas hall." Now, in these more modern times, however, most of us stick to 12th night as the correct date. Now, up until the 19th century, in terms of epiphanic history, the Epiphany was more important than Christmas Day. And it was used to celebrate both the Magi Kings, the wise men's visit to Jesus, shortly after his birth, not too shortly thereafter because he was old enough to walk and talk and laugh, and also Jesus' baptism by John the Baptist simultaneously in celebration. It honored both in the same holy day. And in the West, Christians began celebrating the Epiphany in the 4th century, associating it with the visit of the Magi Kings out of Asia to Bethlehem, the invasion of Israel by the Chinese. Now, according to the Gospel of Matthew, these wise men, who later on were isolated or reduced to 3 in number just by popular demand, were popularly named Melchior, Caspar, and Balthazar, and they were deemed to be following the star of Bethlehem across the desert to meet the baby Jesus, who was actually a child at that point that they saw him, offering their gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And these gifts, of course, were symbolic of the importance of Jesus' birth, the gold representing his royal standing, and frankincense his divine birth, and myrrh his mortality. The word epiphany, of course, coming from the Greek, meaning manifestation, celebrating the revelation of God in his Son as human in Jesus Christ. The 6 Sundays, which follow Epiphany, are known as the time of manifestation. And the last Sunday of the Epiphany, the last of those 6 weeks, is celebrated as Transfiguration Sunday. Festivities for the ancient Christian feast day. They vary around the world, from swimming in icy waters to exchanging presents, fireworks, and even parades. And in many countries, the day is a public holiday. In the Spanish-speaking world, Epiphany is known as Dia de los Reyes, the Three Kings Day. And in Mexico, crowds gather to taste the Rosa de Reyes, the king's bread. In other countries, a Jesus figurine is hidden in the bread, which was gone into in some depth of detail by, oh God, what is her name? I'm trying to remember that young lady I had on several times in the past. Her brother was in jail for a period of time, and came out and, was on my show a few times as well. Oh my God, how could I forget her name? That poor dear. I must have her on again sometime soon, because I feel guilty about not having her on in a long time. And God knows, she was always uplifting the best that she could be. Of course, I've had to talk with her before bringing her on. Jameson Reese doesn't recall, to be honest, and oh my God, I feel so bad. Holy shit. The problem is, when we switched to the Sora AOI timeline, I know she was with us for a while following that, and then I stopped seeing her. I hope she's okay. Oh God, I'll have to talk to somebody to help me remember that, and I'll have to look through some old illustrations I did for her and everything else. But anyhow, thank you, our man Jameson, for trying to remember. At least I know he's listening. Well, as recently as the 1950s, Twelfth Night in Britain was a night for wassailing, which I've explained in a recent transmission around the Yuletide. And wassailers, like carol singers, they go us from house to house singing and wishing their neighbors good health. Though I explained it really became kind of a form of trick-or-treating, in which you kind of basically pressured the wealthy in the better neighborhoods to provide you with treats at the threat of vandalism. And eventually it became pretty much a prelude to the franchise of films known as the Purge series, at which time Christmas became outlawed. And, the Drury Lane Theatre in London has had a tradition since 1795 of providing a Twelfth Night cake. The will of Robert Baddeley made a bequest of £100 to provide his cake and punch every year for the company in residence at the theatre on January 6th, and that tradition still continues. In terms of some facts about the Epiphany that I promised I would go over, the reason the 12 kings of China became reduced to the number 3 was so that Christians could think of the 3 kings, Melchior, Caspar, and Balthazar, representing Europa, Arabia, and Africa, respectively. So this was kind of a way to present the Orient, Europe, and Africa as essentially, it rendered a universality into a kind of trinity. And it became further reduced or simplified, in a sense universalized, by evolving or devolving into children in general interpreting these 3 caricatures as representing the Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid races. Really, that's what it came down to. There's the White King, the Yellow King, who's Asian, as opposed to Oriental or Arabic, and the black guy, the Black King, who's obviously, Negroid. And so it was how would I say it? It was trying to universalize what otherwise was considered a dangerous idea by the Western Church and even the Byzantine Orthodox Church of the Near East. They did not want to enable people to understand that their Christian religion was, in essence, an Orientalism out of Asia, like Mithraism, that almost came to dominate the Roman Empire. Mithra was strong, and it was the warrior religion of the Roman legions. So when the Christians conquered Rome, then they began to basically strip Christianity of its Orientalism. And the fact that Christ was coronated by an army invading out of China was just something the Europeans could not abide. So for reasons of a proto-nationalism, a sense of the closest concept we had to Europe being Christendom, they instead used the Mage Kings as a representation of universality and the ultimate objective of the universal Christianizing of the world. The very word Catholic means universal, as in the Catholic Church simply means the universal church, as in the church. That, and with the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Church as well, they decided on this universality through simplification and reductionism. And it has not served anyone well. The reality must be retrieved. Now, hundreds of years ago, roast lamb was traditionally served at Epiphany in honor of Christ and the Three Kings' visit, out of respect to the shepherds. Whomever finds the small statue of a baby Jesus hidden inside their slice of the rosca de reyes throws a party on Candlemas in February. Now, I wish I knew the girl who was talking about this. I've got to, look her up again. I'm disgusted with myself for not remembering, but it was... God, I've been through a lot. Now, in some European countries, children leave their shoes out the night before to be filled with gifts, while others leave straw for the Three Kings' horses. According to the Greek Orthodox Church's traditions... Oh, James is asking me how many years it's been since the girl I'm trying to remember. It was before you started listening to me, probably, most certainly. Oh my God, Michelle Carmela Saldana. Michelle Carmela Saldana was her name. Good God, a shout out unto she. If anyone listening knows her or can communicate with her, send her my love and tell her to contact Sora Ayoy via private message. Let's see if she's still alive. Oh my God. Let's take a look at the timeline, see if I can look her up on the search bar. Michelle Carmela Saldana. Yes, she's a friend of the Sora Ayoy timeline. Oh God, don't let me find her dead. 9 hours she posted something. She's alive. She posted Bob Ross, the Happy Painter. Full documentary. She must be going through a blue period to post Bob Ross. Bob Ross is a scary looking fucker. He's like he's like a white guy with a fucking fro, which is just disconcerting. I mean, black guys have a hard time maintaining a natch. When a white guy's maintaining it, it's just like, that's like the effort it takes to... He paints like a fucking god, though. That's what Jason Reese says. Yes, there you go. He's and Michelle's looking good. Okay, thank God. And she of course has the little flag of Taiwan up there. God bless her heart, because she was born in Taiwan. Oh my God, she's got one of my illustrations up there as one of her photographs, and she scared the hell out of me when she painted her face blue for fucking Halloween, and she scared the hell out of me because I thought that that's what her face actually looked like. This was 2019, the year before yesteryear by now. I thought that she had some horrible incident in which she went cyatonic blue, like the time that my lungs collapsed and I didn't have oxygen for a fucking day, and I was like deathly blue. I mean, like blue, like cyatonic blue. Well, hard to describe. Anyhow, he says, the year I've no recollection of Jason Reese. Yes. Oh, I don't blame you. Oh my God. Anyhow, moving right along. So she knew all about that kind of tradition. Now, according to Greek Orthodox churchly traditions, a priest will bless the waters by throwing a cross into it as worshippers try to retrieve it. This is done in rivers where people's livelihood depends on their sustenance, like fishing from the river. Obviously, you wouldn't throw that in a well because everybody diving into that would wind up dying and pollute the water, and you couldn't retrieve water from it anymore. Now, in Bulgaria, the Bulgarian Orthodox priests throw a cross in the sea, and the men dive in, competing to get to it first. I don't even know how people can even hope to retrieve a crucifix from the sea, and I think there's probably many a year in which it's not retrieved. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'd be surprised by that it's retrieved every year. I don't know how these guys would do it. In Venice, a traditional regatta that started as a joke in the late 1970s has, Jameson says they should use shrooms and ergo. Yeah, well, there you go. Ergot? How do you pronounce that anyway? At any rate, I know that it's kind of an April Fool's in Venice, the city thereof, because they incorporated this kind of regatta that started as a joke in the 1970s when everything was sickening. They've since integrated that into the celebrations of Epiphany Day. In Praha, the capital of the Czech Republic, there is a traditional Three Kings swim to commemorate Epiphany Day at the Vltava River. And in New York, El Museo del Barrio has celebrated and promoted the Three Kings' Day tradition with an annual parade for more than 30 years. Thousands take part in that procession, featuring camels and colorful puppets and floats. The New Yorkers at least will tolerate four-legged, larger mammals. They don't even allow horses to participate in parades in San Francisco because nobody wants to clean up the horse shit left in their trail. At least the New Yorkers have people willing to do that. Now, of course, the day's activities in New York City involve singing holiday carols called Aguinaldos. Again, this is in the barrio, so it's not like all of New York City is in on this. It's just too big a place anyway. Now, in terms of the symbolism of Epiphany, Epiphany's symbolism and its history and parallels in the Christian liturgical calendar bear some reiteration. Once upon a time, the primary churches of God in the West understood that Scripture was to be read, well, kind of like Star Wars. As George Lucas memorably described the prequel trilogy, they rhyme! Every stanza, it kind of rhymes with the last one. Well, it was understood that links of symbolism and allegory tied together the Old Testament and the New, and that almost every word of every text bore rich symbolic fruit beyond its bare literal meaning. And such was the exegetical method of the great fathers of the church. Not that any of you would know it from most sermons you would hear today. In fact, so impoverished has the modern church-going experience become that even the basic symbolic meaning of such a major feast as the Epiphany of the Lord is probably absent from the minds of even regular, or once regular, modern or postmodern Christians. This is probably not helped by countless crib scenes at Christmas services which display the Magi as already present when Christ is delivered from out of Mary's womb into this ugly world, this vale of tears. Their arrival at Epiphany, of course, is the Lord's first appearance to the Gentiles, the first sign that the mission of the church is to be to all the nations, not merely to the Jews. And Jameson is expressing this is why he drifted from the faith, couldn't take any of it literally. Understood. And yet, even such a great event as this is not the sole focus of the Feast of Epiphany. Who among today's churchgoers could even tell you that Epiphany traditionally also commemorates Christ's baptism by John, the primary meaning of the feast in the Eastern churches of Byzantium, to which I myself belong, and furthermore, his first miracle at the wedding of Cana. For these two are great occasions in the Scriptures, where the glorious divinity of Christ shone forth to all. The ancient Christian tradition generally held that it was fitting for all the significant events in the life of the Lord to fall on the same dates. For instance, the Annunciation and Passion were traditionally thought to have both occurred on the 25th of March. And though in the modern or postmodern calendar, this date is typically reserved for Lady Day, honoring the Annunciation, every now and again the two coincide, since Easter is a mobile feast. It's movable on the calendar. As a lady named Eleanor Parker outlined in this wonderful little column I reviewed before tonight, medieval writers took this cyclical harmony of sacred time further back into the Old Testament, holding that Abraham's aborted sacrifice of Isaac, his son, itself a prefiguration of the sacrifice of Christ, God sacrificing his own son instead of being such an asshole that he demands another man to do so, also occurred on the 25th of March. When my late sister became a Jehovah's Witness, she stopped celebrating her birthday. But if I remember correctly, her birthday was the 25th of March. And as she noted, now that I recall, it is no coincidence either that J.R.R. Tolkien's epic places the destruction of One Ring on this date, March 25th. Not this date today or tonight, but just thinking upon the cyclical thread of divinity and the simulacra thereof through literature that takes its inspiration therefrom. Now, modern liturgical reforms have regrettably weakened the Christian sense of the beautiful cyclical harmony of sacred time. Now, this is, of course, because they were trying to fix the dates just to make it easier for people to honor them on the calendar. It's the kind of artificiality that you get with Kwanzaa, which is on a fixed date, which more organically would be like the Asian Lunar New Year festival out of Africa, and actually move based on a more organic calendar. Now, in terms of the Roman numeral, XII, that denotes a quantity consisting of 12 items or units, the dozen, the 12, the cardinal number being or denoting a numerical quantity but not ordered. It's the cardinal number of the cardinal numbers. And if you use that Roman numeral XII in the sense of the streets, it denotes the number of members within the group. The leader is rumored to be involved in 90% of above-board criminal activities. It's kind of like, well, that's the background I come from in the tongs, so I'm signifying this. But Pius XII, Pope Pius XII, in one of his many very bad ideas, removed the celebration of the baptism of the Lord to the Sunday after Epiphany, greatly weakening the importance of what once was, and rightly should be, one of the greatest feasts in the Church's calendar. Remember, as I said, Epiphany itself was considered far more important from Christmas until literally the century before last. Now, even still, the symbolism of Epiphany itself does not end with the commemoration of these different yet related events in the life of the Christ. The gifts of the Magi, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, are themselves so richly symbolic, the gold heralding the kingship of Christ, the frankincense his high priesthood, and the myrrh his death and burial. As St. Gregory the Great so aptly put it, and to quote his teeth, at length and verbatim, "There are some heretics who believest him to be God, but confess not his kingly dominion over all things. These offer unto him frankincense, but refuse him gold. There are some others who admit that he be king, but deny that he be God. These present unto he gold, but will not give him frankincense. There are some other heretics who profess that Christ is both God and king, but not that he took a dying nature. These offer him gold and frankincense, but not myrrh for the manhood." In our own day, how many believers happily acquiesce with the rule of avowedly godless secular states, and so deny the Christ is gold? Gold, a great treasure in and of itself, representing also the wisdom of God, as Gregory the Great did teach. Frankincense, oft burned in churches in honor of God, represents prayer and the life of prayer that Christ did live, and myrrh, the honor of the death of martyrdom. Therefore, the gifts of the Magi signify not just the different types of honor due to God, but also indicate the sort of life of holiness the believer should aspire to. Even in such an apparently minor detail as the return of the wise men to their own empire of China by a different route, having been warned in a dream by an angel not to return to Arad, did the fathers find great symbolic importance. This return by another path to China represents, as the sainted Gregory the Great did narrate, the life of the believer, who once he has encountered the Christ, cannot continue as before, but must now live very differently, walking no longer on the road of pride and worldliness. Therefore, the Chinese army beat an expedient retreat sans conflict of ambush back to China after consecrating the king of our world and the world beyond. Of course, I could continue. Much symbolism can be found in the star that guides the Magi to Christ, which I've covered very extensively in past transmissions and may have to return to in the future, or in the Eucharistic imagery underpinning the miracle at Cana, where Christ miraculously provided wine to those assembled, prefiguring how later he shall miraculously provide his own blood under the species of wine. or in the nature of Christ's baptism by John. Remember, as I've explained before, the Magi were the forebearers of my own late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, who of course descended from those sons of Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, the Caucasian who went to baptize the Chinese in Christendom before there was a Christ. And in terms of breaking news, we have it now that the Biden win has been certified. The Electoral College vote is final. This is a reminder that I must return to that worldly narrative. But first, in terms of the nature of Christ's consecration, never forget that the Mage Kings were magical because they were above and beyond human understanding. They had maintained the monasticism of the presagers of the Shaolin, in the sense that these were not ascetic monks to the point where they were celibate. They reproduced to maintain the line of Mage Kings, and they were considered magical because they could do so much more than humans, because they were not baseline human. They were the vampires from whom my mother was descended, and in turn, so I myself. Christ saved them, in meaning vampire kind, as he saved humankind, because the original path of the Old Testament and the cruel, psychotic God of the Jews who drove his own children through the deserts. He did say in Leviticus chapter 17, verses 10 through 11, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls. The vampires were considered damned simply by being what we are. Christ's appearance in this world redeemed us and saved us all, going back to our beginnings throughout time from damnation, because Christ himself offered his blood under the species of wine. And in that sense, all of you as baseline humans partake in the imbibing of blood when you participate in the rituals of Christianity that were held by the church for thousands of years, rendering you as vampiric as my mother's species and myself. In that sense, we're all saved, predator and prey alike, because we're all part of the same cosmic cycle of life. And our souls are recognized as washed in the blood of the Lamb. Perhaps more importantly, however, I shall simply end with a plea not to let our imaginations become impoverished. Thereby you can recognize that Christ was coronated not just by Chinese who gave birth to an Asian faith that orientalized all the West, resulting, of course, in its repudiation by men who sought to re-Europeanize the continent, such as the National Socialists of my biological father Hitler and the Reich, who realized that the Asian religion had made Europe weak in many ways, and sought a return to paganism, which we see flourish in the world today, which, of course, the Mage Kings were told by Christ himself as the star child in the form of his star, that would be fine and welcome because Christ is in all such godly religions that respect the natural world. In that sense, we're entering a new age of Christianity, even if on the face of it, it is post-Christian, uniting the purposes of my biological father Adolf Hitler with the tradition of Christianity itself. So, in that sense, when you realize that those who coronated the Christ were not merely Chinese, but also vampires, then you realize that the salvation of Christ extends to more than the salvation of mere humans and mere man. So, let our imaginations not become as impoverished so that we can grasp these concepts. And should our imaginations become impoverished, then with that shriveling of the imaginal comes a desiccation of the faith. We should always be alive at Epiphany and throughout the liturgical year to the richness of the layers of meanings with which the Holy Spirit has endowed Scripture. Our neglect of allegory is a modernist error, a folly that cuts us off from the riches of the Church's intellectual heritage, and is a cause of much neglect of and contempt towards the Bible itself. This Epiphany tide, this time of Epiphany, even if the day itself has passed, remember, we've got 6 Sundays yet to come before it truly ends. Let us live a faith of eyes that are willing to see. So if you would ask, should Christians celebrate it in the sense of an American evangelical, where everything is bleached white in every sense of the fucking word? Epiphany must be recognized as an ancient church festival celebrating the Mage King's visit to the Christ child when he was a young lad, as outlined most specifically in the book of Matthew chapter 2 verses 1 through 12, kept and marked on our calendrical annals of Christendom as the 6th of January. Of course, mistakenly, Epiphany is called Three Kings Day, more accurately, 12th Day. The latter name because January 6th is 12 days after Christmas, the eve of Epiphany being called 12th Night, which we're in the midst of as I speak. Celebrate it mainly in my own Orthodox faith of the Near East, of Eastern Europe, the Catholic faith, the Anglican faith of England, and other liturgical churches. The word Epiphany itself meaning manifestation, but more accurately, revelation. Thus, the holiday celebrating the manifestation of Christ to the Gentiles, represented by the vampire Chinese Mage Kings. And, of course, one needs to reference Simeon's prophecy in the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 32, for some hint as to the Magi and their nature. For some, Epiphany also commemorates the baptism of Jesus. The book of Luke, chapter 3, verses 21 through 22, is what would come to mind for reference, and Christ's turning of the water into wine in the book of John. That would be chapter 2, verses 1 through 11. All manifestations of Christ's divinity to the world, Now, many traditions surrounding the Epiphany celebrations vary from culture to culture, and these customs include the star singers, the children dressed as kings and holding up a large star, singing carols from house to house, collecting money for charity, and the plundering and the burning of Christmas trees, instead of merely laying them out on the streets, waiting to be recycled. In the French Catholic culture, Epiphany marks the beginning of Mardi Gras, as the king cakes are baked and served. Now, the other traditions include prayers, some offered to Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar. In other words, the personifications of the ethno-spirits, the spirits of the Caucasoid world, the Mongoloid world, and the Negroid world. The racial realms that came to be the caricaturish personification of the Magi into a universalized simplification, reductionism. The blessing of holy water, the burning of blessed herbs, and the offering of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. When an American bleached from all the churchly traditions of the old world asks if they should celebrate Epiphany, let it be known unto any white Protestant that there is certainly nothing wrong with celebrating the different events of Christ's life. I would say that to a black Baptist as well, which is simply the black version of a white Protestant. And any Christian is free to observe whatever day he wants, so long as he does so to the Lord. As stated in the Bible itself, the book of Romans, chapter 14, verses 4 through 6. So by God, there is nothing pagan or superstitious that should deter any white evangelical or black Baptist from honoring the coronation of their king. Having said that, of course, Christians have all right to be careful to avoid the superstitions and empty rituals, or rituals they find empty, which have sprung up around many holidays, including Epiphany. This, of course, is provoked by the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verses 13 through 14. Your average Christian evangelical or black Baptist, for example, would find that sprinkling holy water and burning blessed herbs would be naught but superstitious practices unto them. And some customs would seem to directly conflict with Scripture according to their simplified or reductionist interpretations, their fundamentalism per biblical script. Now, an example of that would be asking the Magi to bless one's house. That would, to a white evangelical or a black Baptist, conflict with the Bible's apparently clear teaching, if you're fundamentalist about it, that a Christian prays only to God himself. Eliminating, of course, the very concept of a saint. Now, they would come to this conclusion per Psalms, the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 15, or the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verses 6, 9, the first book of Timothy, chapter 2, verse 5. Now, whatever holidays these bleached out or whitewashed Christians ever choose to observe, the Lord should always be glorified in them. However the calendars be marked, the Bible remains their only rule for faith and practice. To me, this is impoverished, and it's a cultureless path they follow, and one which I find bleak and narrow, and honestly, one that leads to nowhere. Without all of the wealth of culture that comes to us from the old world, from which out of this faith arises, what is there to believe in? At any rate, we are in the time of coronavirus, and I must at least dedicate a few minutes to developments thereabouts. Going to take a short look at the live stream. See, no one said anything since Joe Phoenix. Going to do a little bit of a refreshing of this page and see if it does refresh. And I'm happy to see the number of people we've got watching. Very good. I'm maintaining numbers. I'm surprised I did so throughout my sermon. Oh, but I guess I should be happy. And as for the let's take a little refreshment here, and just taking a look at around the web a little bit, see what's out there. And now I'll return to the United States has hit a new daily high coronavirus death toll, or did so yesterday, with 3,775 new deaths reported across the country. And this fresh tragedy came as United States governors have taken new steps to get vaccines administered faster, including mobilizing the National Guard members and training more volunteers to vaccinate people. Now, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, Ireland, or more specifically Southern Ireland, and the Czech Republic and other countries are also seeing cases, hospitalizations, and deaths spike. Meantime, the World Health Organization has issued a rare rebuke after a team of its scientists were prevented from entering communist China to study the origins of the novel coronavirus. I believe it was actually my man Jameson Reese who informed me of that. Wasn't that you, Jameson, who told me that the World Health Organization tried to get to the origin point of the Wuhan virus, and basically all the roads were blocked? They found out that every kind of barricade was set up almost casually to prevent them from reaching their destination. That was the case, was it not? God, I wonder if he collapsed again. Well, at any rate, now might as well turn towards Jacob Blake. The police officer who shot and seriously, critically injured Jacob Blake, permanently paralyzed him for life in Kenosha, Wisconsin, in August, will not face charges, as announced by the county district attorney Michael Gravely yesterday. Rustin Shesky, a fish-belly white officer, shot Black Blake, the 29-year-old African-American, 7 times from behind whilst responding to a domestic incident. He said he used deadly force because he thought Blake was trying to kidnap a child in the back seat of a vehicle. Of course, Blake's family understandably says they'd be disappointed in the decision, but felt it was coming when they heard Wisconsin was bringing in the National Guard to respond to possible unrest following the announcement. So they followed my logic. And now, Blake's family and supporters are vowing to take their case to Washington, District of Columbia. And I cannot blame them. Okay, we've got a notification here. And, okay. Nothing there in particular. Let me take a look at All right, now I'll get deep into, the ugliness of our material world. Something I've been trying to avoid, and now, just have to get to. We've got how many hours left? Let me see now. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 3.5 hours. So I hope I can handle this and do it some justice in the period of time we have left, which isn't all that much, comparatively speaking. Honestly, let me get my sweatshirt on because, of course, the temperature drops precipitously. Do me a favor and say something in the chat room. I always appreciate that. It's interesting when I go into monologue how chat essentially stops. I like to think, or I flatter myself, that that's because everybody's so entranced by everything I have to say. But God knows, I mean, we're maintaining numbers of viewers, but they tend to cease participating after a while. Maybe because it gets really late at night and they all just kind of go into kind of a torpor. I'm not sure. But do me a favor, people, and start interacting in chat. I, for one, would deeply appreciate it. And aside from that, let's finish getting this sweatshirt on. Oh my God. I wish I were back with the lady that I'm pictured with. All right. Let's get back into this veil of tears. Now, let me breathe. Out of the sublime, where I almost, of course, fell asleep myself when I initially started on the subject, because, of course, that's just what sometimes happens with my biorhythms. Doing this work in such a way that it's kind of an unusual sleep pattern. Normally I sleep throughout the day, and will certainly do so tomorrow. But, okay, the task at hand, analysis, which is what you need to be a productive information consumer. The outgoing president is fighting not for his legacy, but to unconstitutionally and criminally hold on to a position that he has already lost. Let that be the foundation stone of the entire structure of everything I will say from this point forward. The outgoing president is fighting not for his legacy, but to unconstitutionally and criminally hold on to a position that he has already lost. An explosion was bound to happen after 4 years of incitement, conspiracy mongering, lying, and pitting Americans against one another. And it happened today, yesterday by this point in Washington, when an enraged mob sacked the capital of these United States for the first time since the British, vis-a-vis their Canadians in Dominion, circa 1814, the 1814th year in our Lord. The violent invasion of which I speak saw lawmakers cowering under their seats, police guns drawn in the House of Representatives, and MAGA mutineers roaming the Senate, and interrupted the ceremonial process confirming Joseph Biden's electoral victory. In other words, the sitting president of these United States incited thugs to attack the citadel of his nation's democracy and block the will of the people themselves delivered in a free election. And the rest of the world looked on in horror. The question now is whether yesterday's outrage will be a one-off eruption and eventually just an awful memory of a presidency that tore the country apart. One would like to imagine that most Trump cultists are not violent. But it be indisputable that millions of them believe his lie that the election was stolen, and fear their country is being taken away from them. So what I'll refer to as yesterday's, Wednesday's mobbing of the Capitol, could be just the crest of a wave of political fury that will long outlast Trump's term. There is also the question of what should happen to the unstable, vengeful president himself. What worse havoc could a wrathful Trump wreak in his remaining 13 days in office? Now, one source who has frequent contact with the president told CNN's Jim Acosta he's out of his mind. And some Democratic lawmakers have already called for a fast-track impeachment that would allow us Vice President Mike Pence to finish Trump's term. Even members of the president's own cabinet are exploring whether to invoke the 25th Amendment if they conclude that he is no longer fit to serve. Now, many in Washington have enabled Trump's criminal presidency this far. But even they have to answer the question, if openly inciting a coup d'etat attempt does not merit a president's removal from office, what does? Now, of course, I forgot. I've got to deliver the, my sponsors ad. Remember that amidst all this, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. Well, the Baron Ben, among other things, he specializes in quite a bit, but in this case he specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that title, The Unfinished Man, and, of course, review scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production. Again, that's theunfinishedman.com, but other cases, such as The Strange Case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and The Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shook the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben Stenius yourself privately for your personal tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You know you're in the right place when you see the young white girl. Well, she's blonde, and most blondes are Caucasian. Then there are some who are not, and that's natural, sometimes caused by vitamin deficiency in Chinese, etc. But in this case, she's a natural, also in terms of her breast size, which isn't that big, but it's big enough, behind the green t-shirt that says Ace hardware. After which you can regale yourself by seeing our man Ben Estenius in his full race cars one-piece, kind of like a flight suit, but it's for sprint cars, roll in his sprint car across AstroTurf, which he recommends as the best for your lawn, because you never have to mow or water it ever again. And after that, you can check out that aerial drone footage, the highlight of the Man of the Soil channel, in which you see him bring the men in brown to work the greatest show on dirt. His words, not mine. And everybody's hiring him to recreate their yards, front, back, and all around their properties in times like these where everybody's stuck looking at their yards based on quarantine and figure they may as well improve their lot in life. And who can blame them? And that's why Ben Estenius is there for you to provide the greatest show on dirt. Again, subscribe to the Man of the Soil channel to keep up with what the men in brown can do for you. We're not talking UPS, we're talking skin color. Because you know them white men, they'll die of heat stroke and sunstroke within hours if they tried to work that shit. So, back to the task at hand in what time we have left. Oh, what a joy. Getting back into this world of pain and sorrow. Oh, God. How do I keep running into this shit? I mean, really, it's kind of like I'm left at a loss. You know, I don't know if I can cover all this or do it justice in the time we have remaining. All I can do is my best to put it into perspective for you. So, the world watched in disbelief as U.S. lawmakers hid or fled before rioting Trump supporters yesterday. By that I mean Wednesday. It's yesterday, but it's still today by my experience. And Josep Borrell, the High Representative of the European Union, voiced the general incredulity of the rest of humanity when he said, "This is not America." Now, several foreign diplomats posted in Washington were themselves at a loss for words. And one foreign diplomat, before a long pause, said, "This is just... We are such a great friend of this wonderful country, and to see that these protesters are getting more violent, it's just very, very sad to see." Now, that was related by CNN's Kylie Atwood, Nicole Gayute, and Jennifer Hansler. Charlie's Angels, as the reporting team is known. And from another foreign diplomat, they got the quote, "I hate to say this, but it looks like a third world scene." And from afar, world leaders were scathing. Norwegian Prime Ministeris Erna Solberg said, "A completely unacceptable attack on democracy." Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Ministeris, called the scenes utterly horrifying, with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg terming them shocking, and the United Kingdom's Prime Minister Boris Johnson, quite rightly, saying disgraceful. Go Bojo! For once you're not a clown. And Eiko Maas, United Germany's foreign minister, warned that the enemies of democracy will be happy to see these incredible pictures from Washington, D.C. Righteous words turn into violent acts. On the steps of the Reichstag, and now in the hashtag Capitol. So there you have that. Even the Germans taking a cheap shot at the Reich. in terms of what they see coming down across the Atlantic. This begs the question, of course, of how the Chinese Communist Empire reacts to the storming of the capital of the United States. Now, the pro-Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, shill commenters, are gleeful at the scenes of chaos in Washington yesterday, after President Donald Trump's own push to overturn the November 2020 election resulted, well, the results culminated in armed supporters breaching the U.S. Capitol. Now, many in communist China have made comparisons to so-called color revolutions in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, which Beijing paints as U.S.-backed attempts to topple hostile governments. The belief that the United States would collapse like the Soviet Union has circulated among members of the communist Chinese elite since the mid-2000s, especially after the 2008 financial crisis. Under communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, Chinese officials have been encouraged to study the Soviet collapse closely as an example of what mistakes Red China should avoid. The scenes in Washington, so reminiscent of the Russian parliamentary violence of the 1990s, will only encourage such convictions, as has the botched American response to the coronavirus pandemic. It's hard to say that they're entirely wrong, given the precarious state of American democracy, but the perception also likely to encourage riskier challenges to American global power and more aggression from Beijing. Now, meanwhile, many prominent anti-communist Chinese party figures in the Chinese diaspora, the overseas Chinese population, remain Trump backers, and under Xi Jinping, the destruction of China's online civil society means that relatively liberal, pro-American voices have completely disappeared, leaving space for conspiracists, grifters, and fanatics. The anti-CCP religious movement, Falun Gong, remains at the core of the new Trump cultic media through the Epoch Times newspaper, and whilst eclipsed by the physical assault on Congress, the attempts by Republican figures such as Senators Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley to challenge the election results and support Trump's delusions also do real damage to the American image. Both have been prominent opponents of the Communist Chinese Party, but it's now easy for Beijing supporters to point to their hypocrisy in undermining democracy at home whilst claiming to promote it abroad. This is the death knell of dissent in Hong Kong. Nearly every remaining prominent pro-democracy politician or protest leader in Hong Kong was arrested yesterday under Beijing's draconian national security law, a sweeping attack on any opposition to the Chinese government at all. The over 100 people, 53 to be precise, targeted include former legislative council members who resigned in solidarity earlier this year after the disqualification of fellow pro-democracy politicians, protest leaders and activists and unionists, and for the first time a non-Hong Kong citizen was arrested under the law, which critics have long warned could be used, or rather exploited, to target people global. In a particularly bleak development, the reason authorities provided for many of the arrests was their participation in the July 2020 primaries for the now delayed legislative council elections. In other words, even the notion of a political opposition in Hong Kong is now criminalized. The police also harassed Hong Kong pollsters who participated in the primaries, who have now destroyed the data, anticipating that voting in the primaries could be exploited as an excuse for future arrest. The Hong Kong authorities have been hammering the nails into the coffin of citizen civil rights for months, since the law's introduction in June of what is now yesteryear, 2020. But the scope of the arrests is an escalation that will have a chilling effect on dissent in the city-state. It's also a stark break with Beijing's promises to preserve Hong Kong's unique political situation until 2047. The expected next United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has already condemned these arrests, as have European leaders, but that's unlikely to deter Beijing. Rather, the crackdown indicates that further restrictions and mass arrests are likely, perhaps broadening out from leaders into the broader repression used in the mainland, including targeting the attorneys who defend those charged. Beijing is sending stark message to Joseph Biden with the mass arrest, the Hong Kong crackdown, China's unprecedented arrest of dozens of leading Hong Kong opposition figures illustrates the depth of Joe Biden's challenges with Beijing. By the time he becomes American president, there might not be much democracy left to save in the Asian financial hub. The Hong Kong police, Wednesday, rounded up more than 100 activists, former lawmakers, and academics, as well as an American rights attorney, in a series of morning raids across the former British colony involving more than 1,000 officers. All had helped organize an unofficial primary in July to nominate opposition candidates for a legislative election that was later postponed due to COVID-19. The crackdown was the largest to date in a single day under a Beijing-drafted national security law that carries sentences as long as life in prison, shocking even for a city where opposition figures have increasingly found themselves facing criminal charges for attending protests, holding banners, or getting into legislative chamber scuffles. Those arrested included former law professor Benny Tai, who helped organize the primary. The action showed how much Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping has tipped the balance of power back to the government after a historic wave of democracy protests gripped Hong Kong for months throughout yesteryear, a 2020th year on the annals of Christendom. Xi Jinping has marched ahead with efforts to quash the city-state's opposition, despite international condemnation and the Trump administration's efforts to sanction Chinese officials and roll back trade benefits for the Asian financial center. China's liaison office praised the arrests as a step to put Hong Kong back on the right track, the red track. And whilst Biden has pledged a more coordinated approach to preserve democracies around the world, it's difficult to see what he can do to reverse the trend in Hong Kong. The detention of John Clancy, a white American attorney who works for a prominent local law firm and served as a treasurer for an organizer of the primary, marks the first time a foreign citizen has been arrested under the security law. The arrest stands to further escalate tensions between Washington and Beijing. The police were expected to grant bail to those who were arrested, and that was reported by local cable TV on Thursday of Yester Septimania, this week last, sans giving any further details. Now, the CCTV, or the Communist Chinese Television, reported separately that John Clancy had been granted bail. It's like a hostage, and they want money. Now, opposition politician Fernando Chung has gone on record to say that the sweeping arrests this morning prove that the regime is unrelenting in its efforts to persecute the democratic activists. Himself adding that Hong Kong was taking advantage of the West being preoccupied with the coronavirus, and himself concluding that it's a clear signal to the new Biden administration that China will not let up in its efforts to eradicate all opposition in Hong Kong, and that it has determined to seize complete control. And these arrests came at a time when the two Western powers that have led the push back against China on Hong Kong are both reeling from internal political problems and surging COVID-19 caseloads. Washington has been gripped by Trump's efforts to contest the election results, whilst the United Kingdom was fixated on Brexit and trade negotiations with Europe and the imposition of new lockdown measures in the third lockdown of Bojo the Clown's misadministration. Investors have largely shrugged off dictator Xi's clampdown. Hong Kong's benchmark Hang Seng Index rose to an 11-month high yesterday, and the city's currency held near the strong end of its trading band against the dollar. Whilst recent surveys have shown American businesses in Hong Kong are concerned about the national security law, few major companies have announced plans to scale back operations in the financial hub. Biden's nominee for U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, signaled that the incoming president was watching, with a tweet condemning the assault on those bravely advocating for universal rights. The administration will stand with the people of Hong Kong and against Beijing's crackdown on democracy. Whereas the United Kingdom Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, who has previously accused the Communist Chinese Empire of breaching its treaty commitments to maintain Hong Kong's autonomy until at least 2047, called the latest arrests a grievous attack on rights and freedoms. Canada, which has some 300,000 passport holders in the city-state, also expressed concern, with Foreign Affairs Minister François-Philippe Champagne calling it another sad example of the erosion of the one country, two systems promise. The Communist Chinese Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Hua Chunying responded to a question about Blinken's comment by reasserting that no other countries have the right to make us wanton comments or interfere in Red China's affairs. Yesterday, Hong Kong Security Secretary John Lee defended these mass arrests as necessary to punish those who wanted to paralyze the government and plunge it into an abyss. He saying that more than 600,000 regular voters who participated in the primary would not be targeted. Yet. It's all about quashing dissent. Already much of Hong Kong's opposition has been ousted, disqualified from running, or is facing criminal charges. Activists have gone into exile in Europe and attempted to flee by boat as the fear of arrest does grow. A September legislative election in which Democrats once hoped to win an unprecedented majority has been postponed until later this year. It will likely be for the foreseeable future. In fact, yesterday's Wednesday arrests centered on an effort by the opposition to overcome Beijing's lock on power and their internal differences by holding a public primary to select a unified slate of candidates. They then planned to secure enough seats on the legislature to access a provision of city law that would have forced Chief Executrix Carrie Lam to step down after blocking her budget. Now, the Chinese crackdown isn't chilling Hong Kong's hot financial core. Victoria Wee, an associate professores at the University of Notre Dame, specializing in Hong Kong politics, went on record to say that if running for office and trying to win elections means subversion, it is clear that the national security law is aimed at the total subjugation of the Hong Kong people. There should be no exception or no expectation of election, she said, in any sense that we know it, if and when elections are held in the future at all. Now, Chinese authorities had at the time warned that the plans might run afoul of the new security law, comparing the effort to trying to foment a color revolution that the Chinese say we're having here. Still, the detention of an American attorney, well, per Thomas Kellogg, the executive director of the Georgetown Center for Asian Law, shows that expatriates are not immune to the risks posed by Communist China's national security law. His arrest has major implications for Hong Kong's standing as a leading global city. And where is Jack Ma? You know, that freak with the angular head that looks like Hammerhead from Marvel Comics. The Alibaba founder, Jack Ma, has been absent from the public view for 2 months. He hasn't been seen since the sudden halt of the initial public offering of Ant Financial, Alibaba's fintech spinoff, after Ma made the mistake of criticizing regulators in a speech. Some have claimed that Ma fled the country yestermencies last month, fled China, that is, but the more likely scenario is simply that he be lying low. Chinese billionaires always walk a fine line when it comes to the Chinese Communist Party, which fears any power broker other than itself. The charismatic and popular Jack Ma certainly gavest some CCP officials pause, but he has always expressed support for the Communist Party, including saying he would turn over his companies if the country so needed it. But the mood has clearly shifted against Jack Ma, not because of his error, but also because the CCP is taking a bigger role in managing private business. There are serious privacy and monopoly concerns about Ant Financial's abuse of data and attempts to evade banking regulation. But it's not the only target. China's entire tech and business sector is increasingly bending towards the Communist Party's will. That's what brings us to insurrection in the capital here across the Pacific. My January 6th nightmare come true amid a lame duck's deadly last hurrah. Today, Wednesday of this week, both yesterday and today, in this transition from midnight into Thursday of this week, well, what can I say of it? Well, let me take a breath again. Check the time we have remaining. Holy shit. 9 to 10, 10 to 11. We got 3 hours. I don't believe I can cover all this, but I'll do my best. Anyhow, in terms of, holy shit, what little time we have. I can't believe how little time we've got. And all I can say is that, let me think about an arc of narrative that can possibly do this justice. All right. Today, a group of my fellow Americans traveled to the nation's capital. They gathered in large numbers. They refused to wear masks, and they infected one another with COVID-19. That was my nightmare all along. And outside is much safer than inside, but in close enough quarters, transmission of the disease is still possible, and a new ultra-contagious strain is in circulation now. Now, the protesters caught the disease, whether in the course of travel or protest, and they're unknowingly carrying it back to their scattered towns, spreading it to their friends and family, and all their own will suffer mightily thereafter, whether from their own sickness or death, or the knowledge that by attending what they were warned would be a super spreader event, they contributed to the suffering and death of a parent or a spouse or a flight attendant or an ER doctor or the very ICU or intensive care unit nurse who inserted a breathing tube down their throat. The ER doctor, of course, would be the one they encounter in the emergency room. Now, President Donald Trump all but guaranteed such suffering for some of his most fervent supporters when, despite the existence of the new COVID-19 strain, he urged the MAGA masses to congregate in Washington to protest Joe Biden's victory. Tweeting Saturday, "Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. We'll be wild." Oh, wild, all right. The Washington Post reported then that the district has mobilized the National Guard and will have every city police officer on duty to handle protests of the November presidential election, which Mayor Muriel E. Bowser said many people, included people looking to instigate violence. Oh, wasn't that prescient? This wasn't a campaign rally that, whatever its risks, could change the fate of an election. Americans already braved a pandemic to cast their votes as democratic citizens. This was post-election venting that achieved no more than stoking a lame duck's ego at a terrible cost to many. Counter-protesters gathered too. They diligently donned masks and took more care with the lives of those around them than misguided anti-maskers who wrongly associate pandemic face coverings with tyranny. Still, my counter-protesters underestimated the risk that they were taking, partly because of public health authorities' imprudent endorsements of the Black Lives Matter mass protests throughout the summer last. One man could have prevented this nightmare of mine from coming true. Trump could have reduced the size of the crowd, if not totally prevented the protest, by urging everyone to keep away in light of news that Americans are already infected with the new COVID-19 variant, that it spreads far more easily, and that the exponential growth in cases it fuels could cause many more Americans to die before this pandemic be over. We'll do so. He could have pointed to the daily death counts in the thousands, the overwhelmed doctors, the full intensive care units, and told supporters, please stay home. He could have said, any mass gathering right now is going to put police officers and Secret Service agents at much greater risk of getting sick or dying. But Trump values the lives of others too little to have done so. He chose instead to feed his own ego at the price of American carnage. Certain elites could have mitigated the impending harm as well. Tucker Carlson and talk radio hosts could have told their audiences that traveling to mass gatherings in Washington carried significant risk of contracting and spreading COVID-19. For that matter, more Republican members of Congress could have told their constituents the truth about the 2020 election, that Biden won a clear victory, that no credible claims of voter fraud exist that would change that outcome, and that no assembly in Washington would alter the result in the Electoral College. Yuval Levine complained in the National Review that to knowingly pretend a lie is true is, simply put, to lie. Doing that carefully enough to let you claim you're only raising questions only makes it even clearer that you know you're lying. Lying to people is no way to speak for them or represent them. It is a way of showing contempt for them and of abusing them rather than being useful unto they. This is what too many Republican politicians have chosen to do in the wake of the election. After yesterday, midweek, but prior midnight, the death toll of those Republican Party cultist lies will rise. Rank and file Republican cultists will be the hardest hit. So we must impeach Trump yet again. Congress must act now, not just to remove Trump, but to ensure that no president ever risks behaving in this way again. The President of these United States summoned his supporters to Washington, D.C. yesterday and then stood in front of the White House and lied to them, insisting that he had won the election and that extraordinary measures were necessary to vindicate his win. They took his message to heart, marching up the National Mall towards Capitol Hill, breaking through barricades and police lines, Confederate battle flags dotting the crowd. The insurrectionists seized control of the United States Capitol, putting Congress to flight. 4 years agone, Donald Trump swore to faithfully execute the office of the President of these United States and to the best of his ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of these United States. He lost little time in breaking that oath, and on the 18th of December, in the 2019 year of our Lord, the House of Representatives reluctantly, oh my God, and belatedly performed their constitutional duty, impeaching the president for abusing his power and obstructing Congress. The Senate refused to similarly perform their own constitutional duty. Being Republican-dominated, they declined to take up the charges in earnest and failed to muster the requisite two-thirds majority for removal. Only one single Republican, Senator Mitt Romney, acknowledged the obvious truth of the charges, voting to remove the president from office. Trump has, yesterday, broken his oath in even more spectacular fashion. The seeds sown by Republican obeisance and congressional quiescence have now yielded their bitter harvest. With his incitement of a direct assault on the people's house, the president has forfeited his claim to finish his term. The House must again impeach him, and the Senate must vote to remove him. And as it does so, it must bar him from ever again serving in public office. As the sun set on Washington on Friday, the 21st of February in 1868, the nation braced itself for a second civil war. In open defiance of Congress, President Andrew Johnson had dismissed his Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, and appointed General Lorenzo Thomas in his stead. Stanton stood his ground. He posted an armed guard outside the War Department. The Grand Army of the Republic, the Union Veterans' Group, mobilized battalions of members in civilian dress to patrol the city. Its commander began planning a secret nationwide mobilization. Newspapers reported that if violence is used to eject Mr. Stanton, 100,000 men be ready to come to Washington to put him back. Union veterans, as promised by the San Francisco Chronicle of mine own Golden Gated Bay Area, stated, "Who whipped the flower of the Confederacy, these Union veterans, before they had kissed the dust in the humiliation of defeat, stood ready to renew the fight." Yet Stanton turned not to violence, but to law. First he appealed to the Senate, which on Friday night of that year, so long agone, approved a resolution backing his position 29-6. Then he swore out an affidavit for Thomas's arrest. Early Saturday morning, constables dragged Thomas into court, where he was released on 5,000 United States dollars worth of bail. But the real drama was in the House of Representatives. At 2 p.m. on Saturday afternoon, that month, in that year so long agone, its Reconstruction Committee initiated impeachment proceedings against Andrew Johnson on the floor of the House. And meanwhile, fearing a coup d'etat, Johnson summoned the general commanding the forces around Washington to the White House, asking him to swap the units of U.S. colored troops deployed in the capital for presumably more sympathetic white soldiers. The garrison commander refused, telling Andy Johnson that Congress had stripped him of the right to directly issue orders. All commands had to be passed through General Ulysses S. Grant, who was still taking his instructions from Stanton. The president had lost control of the United States Army. Wild rumors swirled. Had the governor of Maryland ordered Johnson the use of his state's militia? Were 100,000 volunteers on offer from Missouri? Was Johnson asserting control of the War Office in order to deploy the arsenal of weapons in the Capitol itself to arm his supporters in the streets? Johnson's defenders in the House argued that impeachment, or worse, conviction, posed the clearest threat to the constitutional order. The New York Democrat James Brooks thundered that the overthrow and destruction of our form of government presented impeachment as an attempt to depose the President of these United States. Democrats insisting the matter was best left to the courts, or the consequences would be dire. The staunchly Democratic Boston Post warned, "We are evidently on the eve of a revolution that may, should appeal be taken to arms, be more bloody than that inaugurated by the firing on Fort Sumter." Nonsense! Or so replied John Bingham of Ohio, the principal author of the 14th Amendment. The question was whether the president would be allowed to set himself above the Constitution and above the laws. The Constitution gave the House, and the House alone, the responsibility for determining whether the president had committed an impeachable offense. The question could not be delegated to the courts. Bingham insisted that impeachment was no threat to public order, but rather the constitutional means of restoring such. The debate continued in that vein, Democrats insisting that impeachment threatened violence, and Republicans that it would avert such. On Monday, the week of that month so long ago, the House put the question to the test. For the first time in American history, it voted to impeach a president of these United States. And with that, the fever broke. The Louisville Daily Courier sighed with relief, printing in its headlines, "Affairs to be settled, sans bloodshed." The Philadelphia Post applauded, "Today, but for Congress, there would be war." Instead of raising armies and firing cannons, the parties hired attorneys and filed motions. Impeachment took the fight off the streets and into the halls of Congress, channeling partisan passion into parliamentary procedures. This has always been the greatest value of impeachment. It is most oftentimes debated in legalistic terms as a question of evidence and constitutional interpretation. Views of particular efforts at impeachment are usually reasoned backwards from the preferred result along partisan lines, but that is too narrow a view. Impeachment is the constitutional mechanism for considering whether a president is subverting the rule of law, or abusing his power, or pursuing his own self-interest at the expense of the general welfare. In short, whether his continued tenure in office poses a threat to the republic itself. That was what the American people were really debating in 1868. It is what they debated again in 1974, during the presidency of Richard Mulhouse Nixon. And it is the question they confront again today. We have seen today the terrible cost of Congress's abdication of its constitutional responsibilities, the chaos and the violence that cometh when it refuses to hold the chief executive to account for breaking his oath and violating his constitutional responsibilities. Trump poses a danger each day he remains in office, wrapped in solipsistic self-pity, heedless of the damage he inflicts upon his supporters and on the country. Congress must act now, not just to remove Trump, but to ensure that no president ever risks behaving in this way again. Impeachment is the constitutional mechanism for holding a president accountable, a defiant emphasis upon the rule of law in the face of mob violence, a reassertion of the primacy of American institutions over the rule of passions. Trump has authored his own indictment, and the evidence of his lips condemns he. If senators could not see it a year agone, when the violence he incited was visited upon the most vulnerable, perhaps they have seen it today as the violence arrived at their doorstep. The president must be impeached. This is a coup d'etat. A mob has stormed the U.S. Capitol, employing violence to stop the lawful certification of the Electoral College vote. Insurrectionists are attacking the seat of American government in an attempted coup d'etat urged on by the President of these United States himself. Saying that feels melodramatic, ridiculous, and overwrought, but there be no plainer way to describe what is currently unfolding. Tens of thousands of supporters of outgoing President Donald Trump gathered in Washington, D.C., where he himself encouraged them to attend a rally as Congress began to ceremonially certify the Electoral College victory of President-elect Joe Biden. After a speech by the president, protesters overran security at the Capitol building, which seemed unprepared for this onslaught. They knocked over barricades, pushed past cordons of officers, and broke windows. Some carried Confederate battle flags as they got much closer to the heart of the United States government than any Confederate troops ever did. Photojournalists captured images of guards with guns drawn, trying to hold the mob off at the doors of the House chambers. Insurrectionists entered the House and Senate chambers, standing on the dais in both, and roamed through the office of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. NBC News reported that one woman died after being shot inside the Capitol, whom Peter Moon and I sprach-a-thon. The mob disrupted the Constitution, halting certification as required by that document. The Senate and House chambers were locked down, Vice President Mike Pence was whisked away, and demonstrators roamed the halls of Congress. Tear gas was released inside the Capitol Rotunda, and members were told to don gas masks as stored under their seats in an act of terrorism. This attempted coup d'etat is Trump's fault. Mitt Romney told a reporter, "This is what the president has caused today, this insurrection. It will not work. Police may have been unprepared, but they regained their footing. There's no apparent endgame for the mob. Those involved in the attack can and should be held responsible, but the president himself bears the ultimate blame. He has spent 2 months insisting to his supporters that the election was stolen in an undemocratic fraud. This is not true. The claim has been conclusively deconstructed and rejected in court after court. The participants in the coup d'etat ought know better, but they were lied to by the President of these United States. If what Trump was saying were true, members of Congress would have a patriotic duty to do all they could to save the election, and his supporters would have a patriotic duty to defend the rightful government. But Trump has lied repeatedly and brazenly, practically commanding his supporters to mount an uprising, and now they have done as he has asked." Pence so tweeted, "This attack on our capital will not be tolerated, and those involved will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." He could start with his own boss. Some of Trump's allies in Congress share blame. While the mob overran security, Republicans were casting doubt on the outcome of the election in the House and the Senate. Senator Ted Cruz sent a fundraising text boasting about his attempt to overturn the election in the midst of the melee. As the chaos spread, Trump's son Donald Trump Jr. tweeted, "This is wrong and not who we are. But this is exactly who the members of the Trump cult are." The president and his circle have mounted a 4-year assault on the rule of law, and this is the logical end of both that tendency and the president's specific words. Indeed, the president continued to fuel the fire throughout the afternoon. He first raged at Pence, who said he did not have the power to overturn the vote, and said, "USA demands the truth," adding in another tweet, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." Later, demonstrating his tendency to view himself more as the leader of the Republican Party than of the nation, he added, "Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue." Trump did not, however, call on protesters to leave. Later in the afternoon, Trump released a video in which he called on the mob to go home and go in peace, but did not condemn its behavior, instead saying, "We love you. You're very special." Now, the moment echoed his coddling of white supremacist marchers in Charlottesville, Virginia, circa 2017. Moreover, the president once again made false claims that the election had been stolen fraudulently, repeating the same incitement that set off the violence. By contrast, Biden decried the attack during brief remarks, saying, "I call on this mob to call back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. It's not protest, it's insurrection." He also called on Trump to go on national television to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution. But clearly Trump has little intention of doing any of that. At least one person is reportedly dead, more will be hurt, and others may die as a result of today's events. That's what happens during attempted coups d'etats. Trump has been warned, including by Republican officials, that his words would get people killed, but he has paid them no heed. Trump himself is not present. Earlier today, he said he would march to the Capitol with his supporters, but instead he retreated to the White House, preferring not to get his hands so dirty. For 4 years, Trump's critics have accused, I, as an analyst, have been accused, along with anyone who dared criticize Trump, we all be accused of hysteria and hyperbole for describing Trump's movement as totalitarian, authoritarian, or completely lawless. And paradoxically, It is all of the aforesaid. Today, as Congress attempted to certify the election of our new president, the president has vindicated all his critics. In attempting this coup d'etat, Trump also vindicated the Americans who voted so decisively in November to remove him from office. This violent insurrection is what Trump wanted. At 5 p.m. yesterday, police reinforcements were starting to clear a mob of Donald Trump supporters from the United States Capitol, which they had occupied for almost 3 hours. The representatives and senators who were holding a joint session of Congress to certify the results of the Electoral College when the Trump supporters broke through security lines were still in lockdown when I began this transmission tonight. Amid unprecedented scenes of mayhem, the joint session, which should have been a formality, had been suspended, and it was not clear then when the session would resume, though by now it has reached its foregone conclusion, as well it should have. Earlier, yesterday, there were alarming clashes. At the doors of the House chamber, armed Trump supporters engaged in a standoff with Capitol Police. A reporter on the scene, Politico's Olivia Beavers, tweeted at 2:45 p.m. that police have guns drawn. We are hiding behind chairs and tables on the House gallery. In the Senate, at least one man made it inside the chamber where, according to Igor Bobich, a Ariana Huffington Post reporter, he walked up to the dais and shouted, "Trump won that election!" Outside the Capitol, police engaged in violent struggles with Trump cultists who were trying to get inside. Tear gas was deployed and news footage showed police and Trump supporters punching one another and wrestling. There was a report of a woman being shot in the chest inside the Capitol building. It was later reported that she had died, and of multiple police officers being seriously injured in the melee. With the Capitol Police clearly having lost control, a number of Republicans urged Trump to call off his supporters and demand that they leave the Capitol. Representative Mike Gallagher, a conservative Republican and military veteran who represents the 8th Congressional District of Wisconsin, told CNN's Jake Tapper, "This is insane! I have not seen anything like this since I deployed to Iraq in 2007 and 2008. The president needs to call it off! Call it off! Call it off!" For a couple of hours, Trump refused to do so. At 2:38 p.m., he tweeted, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." There was nothing in that tweet about leaving Capitol Hill. At 3:13 p.m., Trump tweeted once more saying, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence." Again, that message did not contain any call for the protesters to withdraw. Indeed, it amounted to an expression of support for the break-in and occupation. This is precisely what Trump wanted. It was Trump who repeatedly called on his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. for the joint session after his efforts to overturn the election through the courts had failed. It was Trump who repeatedly told those same supporters that the election had been stolen and that the result needed to be reversed. And it was Trump who ignored reports that some of his supporters were planning to go as far beyond the peaceful protest that he claimed to be calling for. Online forums popular with Trump cultists were filled with violent rhetoric directed at a wide range of perceived enemies, as reported by the Anti-Defamation League, which also, per a user, forewarned that in response to a user who wondered what happens if Congress ignores evidence that President Trump won the election, the forums on the net were all forwarding the order, storm the Capitol. Before the mob broke into the Capitol, Trump addressed a large group of his cultists who had gathered on the Ellipse, the park just south of the White House. And referring to the election, he declared, "There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history." And later on, after repeating a long litany of bogus claims about voter fraud, Trump said, "This is a criminal enterprise," ending his speech by saying, "We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them kind of pride and boldness they need to take our country back." Now, for the past 4 years, there has been a tendency in some quarters to downplay Trump's incendiary rhetoric. Ever since the election, it has been incessant, with Mitch McConnell and other leading Republicans pledging to accept the election results. Trump's attempt to bully Congress into submission was and is destined to fail. But when you're dealing with would-be authoritarians like Trump, it is a mistake to focus exclusively on the formal institutions of government. The danger cometh from outside the system. It's been clear all along that Trump supporters took his claims of voter fraud seriously, and when he complained to them that McConnell and even Mike Pence, Trump's ultra-loyal vice president, were preparing to sell him out, they were perfectly willing to believe it. They were even willing to storm the Capitol and terrorize members of Congress on Trump's behalf. This is how democracies perish. Now, shortly after 4 p.m., Joe Biden, the president-elect, addressed the nation. In Wilmington, Delaware, he went on the record to say, "This is not dissent, it's disorder, it's chaos, it borders on sedition, and it must end now." He called on Trump to go on television and demand an immediate end to the siege, saying, "America is so much better than what we've seen today." Not Trump's America, sadly. Shortly after Biden's bracket, Trump posted a minute-long video message from outside the White House in which he repeated yet again his false claim that the election had been stolen. Addressing his cultists, "It was a landslide election and everyone knows it. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order." Trump's message did not include a single word of criticism about the violence, the damage to the Capitol, or the sabotaging of democracy itself. "We love you," he told his rioters. "You are very special." You know, there's a Special Olympics too, but they're on a higher order of being. Approaching 4 hours after the Capitol building was overrun by Trump cult insurrectionists, police finally began to move in force, backed by National Guard forces from both the District of Columbia and the state of Virginia. However, at least one improvised explosive device has been located, and many of those currently occupying the halls of Congress were known to be armed. So it took some time before the full crowd could be safely removed and those who invaded the Capitol arrested. Of course, none of this would have been necessary had the Capitol Police taken action to halt these terrorists, rather than opening doors for them and sticking around to take selfies with them, whilst making no move whatsoever to arrest or even impede their invasion. After a year in which police repeatedly treated Black Lives Matter protesters with extreme action, to say as these Trump supporters were treated with kid gloves doesn't come close. Police didn't even bother to gear up for what they knew would be a large event, including members of militia and white supremacist organizations. And it's not like the insurrectionists were doing anything bad, like peacefully protesting on a street. They were only attempting to overthrow the United States government, take its members of Congress hostage, and conduct show trials on the National Mall. If you wondered how large numbers of terrorists got past the temporary fence police erected on the Capitol steps, here be the answer. they were allowed in. And if there are questions about how the terrorists were allowed to reach all areas of the Capitol, including the Senate chamber and doors of the House, without being detained, and certainly without being disarmed, there also be an answer for that. The police played along with them. Not only did these invaders disrupt the count of the Electoral College vote, disrupting the peaceful transition of government by law, it's clear they had other intentions. They came as prepared to take hostages, and they had plans for what to do with those hostages once they had them. The idea of capturing members of Congress and executing them as traitors for failing to recognize Trump as the rightful ruler has been widespread on far-right sites since the election. It's absolutely clear that these people came into the Capitol with not just the intention of overturning the results of the election, but of conducting show trials and executing those they found inadequate supporters of the cult of Trump. The definition of treason in the United States Constitution is constrained to only a few meanings. This definitely, most easily meets that definition. Trump incited the storming of the Capitol. Racist policing enabled it. At every moment of the Trumpist assault on the United States Capitol, differences have been glaringly visible between how these overwhelmingly white, far-right radicals have been treated and how protesters for racial justice have been treated over the past year by the very same law enforcement agencies. From the fact that the Capitol prepared for Black Lives Matter protests with ranks of heavily armed officers, whilst claiming to have been simply caught unawares by an assault on the Capitol itself that had been telegraphed in advance by their executive commander-in-chief, to the violence meted out to racial justice protesters whilst members of the crowd that violently stormed the Capitol with loaded guns were gently walked down the stairs. As CNN reported, it's impossible not to see, if you're honest. But the moments keep piling up on video for all of us to see, showing just how welcoming the police were to this insurrectionist mob. Like the moment dated and time stamped as Wednesday, the 6th of January, 2021, at 7 seconds after 3:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, posted by David Nir, surname spelled N-I-R. Trump just tweeted further incitement. Twitter needs to ban his account immediately before more people get killed. Or this, the tweet that exposed that after hours of rioters occupying the Capitol, police had reportedly made just 13 arrests. And it's not just Black Lives Matter protesters this is a sharp contrast with. Advocates for immigrants report similarly aggressive policing when they went to lobby Congress or protest, as do advocates for people with disabilities. The group that got special treatment was the group that actually breached the Capitol to stop Congress from doing its duty of counting the electoral votes as part of the peaceful transfer of legal power. And this special treatment didn't just come from individual officers. It was inherent in the lack of preparation for a violent mob. The staffing decisions that had these rioters met by small numbers of cops in windbreakers and bike helmets came as from the top down. Law enforcement is complicit in this attempt to overthrow our government, whether intentionally or by a racist inability to see white people as a threat. The leadership of these agencies has to answer for that. On a day of startling images, a senator arguing with bureaucratic blasé that the United States Congress should overturn the results of a months-old election, a feral mob of Trump cultists fighting hand-to-hand combat with the Capitol Police, the Vice President, then several other representatives being escorted in a panicked rush away from the Senate floor. The one that first fully stopped me short was a photograph shared on Twitter by Igor Bobich, the reporter of Huffington Post, a man wearing a black jacket, black gloves, a big dark draping scarf, and a black beanie vivisected by bright red stripes stands at the dais of the Senate chamber, behind the desk, raising his fist. Behind him are familiar blue drapes, folded neatly. Above his head are the words, E pluribus unum. The seeming farce of protests gathered to stop the steal, supposedly underway as Congress gathered to ratify November's presidential election, had turned into a tragedy as the mob, no less farcical for the real and sudden fear at what they might do, broke into the Capitol and started to run amok. The Senate floor became a playground for men and a few women, like that one so photographed appeared to be. Childish, stupid, dangerous, and confirmed in their fear and anger by a president who exemplifies each of those traits in their worst and most absurd extremities. As I began to transmit this transmission on the eventide tonight, it was reported that at least one person had been shot, and that at least one critically injured Capitol police officer had been taken to the hospital. The members of the mob were by then photographed dangling from balconies, waving Confederate flags in the Senate halls, chanting in the quiet chamber of Statuary Hall. I don't know why that particular image of the idiot infiltrator in the chamber where business of an oft-time ceremonial kind is customarily done strikes myself so vividly. If I had ever sensed something sacred about the goings-on at the Capitol, that sense has been all but entirely snuffed out by the seditious cowardice on display there during the past 4 years. In a hastily arranged speech, President-elect Joe Biden called the Capitol a citadel of liberty, but these days I'm not so sure. If I were in a better mood, I'd call the picture darkly funny, a final Trumpian absurdity. Someday maybe I'll get there, but my response today is anything but comedic. It isn't either that I'm surprised by white mobs ready for violence, assembled with tacit approval from a racist president. For Heather Heyer's blood, and my head hangs in embarrassment and shame. I said Heather Hunter, and I blame Daniel Arola for that with a wink of my eye and a roll of my head for bringing up the porn actress Heather Hunter. But Heather Heyer's blood, spilled in Charlottesville, still cries out from the ground. Sacrificed by the Satanists of white supremacy, another woman today who was on the other side was sacrificed in balance for their sick ritual of empowering their anti-gods. Maybe it's only that I used to work in the federal government, and I remember how much the trappings of security, armed guards and steel gates, makest up the visual language of that city on the hill. I used to go on long walks through various military facilities, and when I came near anything that represented federal governments, like the federal building in San Francisco, the old federal building where they've got the tank barricades, the anti-tank concrete pyramids, spiked to prevent skateboarders from rolling up their slanted sides, which are slanted to ricochet incoming mortar or rocket launcher attacks. I would always get the sense that a wrong move might get me struck by some unseen sniper. Getting into the Capitol building of a major city like San Francisco as a visitor is like trying to reach your gate at Dulles Airport, the International. Today it's obvious, if it wasn't before, that the security was real for the governance of the American Empire, but maintained only on behalf of a constituency I could not have imagined back then. Liberty, sure, but not the freedom to flourish in a kind society. Just the grim opportunity for a guy like that who took the photo op, dressed for a post-apocalyptic canoeing trip, to thump his chest in the seat of government. That's a farce on offer, but it's been going on for longer than many of us have been able to see. The man at the desk looks angry, proud, and undeniably amused. If anything, he should be happier than he seems. He doesn't know how free he is, or at whose expense, or how long the show will go on after today. This isn't just political theater. Trump's threats are not performative. He's pointing a loaded gun at democracy itself. William Isaac Thomas and Dorothy Swain Thomas so wrote as a couple circa 1928 that if people define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. That sociological insight, oftentimes referenced to as the Thomas theorem, offers the best way to process this peculiar moment in American politics. It's what the senior Republican official, quoted by the Washington Post in early November, on how to respond to President Donald Trump's baseless allegations of electoral fraud, failed to understand. When that official asked, "What is the downside for humoring him for this little bit of time?" No one seriously thinks the results will change. Trump went golfing, but the weekend before last, it's not like he was plotting how to prevent Joe Biden from taking power on the 20th of this month. He was tweeting about filing some lawsuits. Those lawsuits would fail, then we all assumed he'd tweet some more about how the election was stolen, and then he'll leave. Well, on the 3rd of January, but nigh a work week's time ago, the Washington Post reported on an hour-long phone call in which the president urged Georgia's Republican Secretary of State to find 11,780 votes to put him over the top. Trump alleging, sans any evidence, that thousands of ballots had been destroyed in Fulton County, and demanding that these phantom votes somehow be found and recorded in his favor. Now, Trump told Brad Raffensperger, complaining about the destruction of these ballots, "That's a criminal offense, and you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan Germany, your lawyer." Now, Raffensperger recorded that call, which he answered after 18 attempts by the president to get him on the line, because this wasn't the first time he'd been pressured. A Raffensperger advisor told Politico magazine that Lindsey Graham asked us to throw out legally cast ballots. So yeah, after that call, we decided maybe we should do this. Senator Graham himself predictably denying that account of his call. Nor is that the only ongoing effort to overturn the results of this election. Multiple Republican senators have said they would object to the Electoral College returns from particular states, with Trump falsely declaring that the vice president has the unilateral power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Now, throughout this ordeal have come as repeated suggestions that this is all performative, that even Trump noticed he lost the election, and that Republican senators are just playing to their party's cultic base to better position themselves for 2024. Even if that were all that was happening, having one party's top presidential contenders competing to convince voters that they will be the best candidate to steal elections, because that is what they be offering to help Trump do, is a 5-alarm fire for democracy itself. It compounds our ongoing crises, in which various aspects of our system that empower minorities either constitutionally or opportunistically have been used to create conditions in which an electoral minority can impose its will upon the majority. States containing less than 20% of the nation's population elect a majority of the Senate. The Republican Party has abused its control of this chamber to capture the Supreme Court and the rest of the judiciary. Through gerrymandering and the uneven distribution of our population, the Republican cult does about 6% better in the median House district than it does in the national popular vote. And the Republican Russo-collaborationist insurgency also enjoys a significant advantage in the Electoral College, which elects the president and thus controls the executive branch. Republicans who object to the current attempt to overturn electoral results in Congress have pointed to that edge, with Representative Chip Roy writing, "From a purely partisan perspective, Republican presidential candidates have won the national popular vote only once in the last 32 years. If we perpetuate the notion that Congress may disregard certified electoral votes based solely on its own assessment that one or more states mishandled the presidential election, we will be delegitimizing the very system that led Donald Trump himself to victory circa 2016, and that could provide us the only path to victory in 2024. The attempt to undermine whatever victories an electoral majority can eke out is the logical next step of persistent and entrenched minority rule, as well as a significant escalation. But that's not all that's happening. A theater show is performative because the actors and the audience know it's a performance. If a gun is hanging on the wall in a Chekhov play, we know it's two things: that it will go off by the end of the play, and that it must actually be a fake or unloaded gun, because it's only a play. When a loaded firearm is brought out in real life, the fact that the person holding it is incompetent or clownish does not make us that gun performative. It's still a live fire loaded gun. When the president of these United States calls up electoral officials to threaten them, he's leveling a loaded firearm at our democracy. This time, there was a Raffensperger on the other end of the line. If next time a few less scrupulous individuals answer the phone, the attempt to steal an election might well succeed. And if the Republican Party's cultic base, the Russo-collaborationist insurgency on our shores, is convinced by its leaders that losing an election means it was stolen from them, those voters will go on to elect officials who are properly eager to help get the correct results so that Republicans win regardless of the vote count. In December, I spracketh on the fact that coup d'etat might not be the best technical term for what's going on in these United States, but that it captures the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the moment itself. Some listeners responded to me by pointing out that Trump wasn't planning a military takeover, to their knowledge. But that's the very point that I was making. Not every country needs the same mechanisms for stealing elections or illegitimately taking or maintaining power. In point of fact, winning elections by reducing democracy to superficial formal rules, and when even that fails, attempting to throw out the results is a common authoritarian technique. The opposition isn't allowed to govern with whichever offices it does win, which further erodes its ability to win anything else. In these United States, the military remains unlikely to be involved, but all 10 living former secretaries of defense were themselves sufficiently alarmed to write an opinion editorial, an op-ed column, in which they declared that the military should have no role in determining the outcome of an American election. And it could never happen here, is cold comfort for a country that once endured a massive and bloody civil war. There's no reason to think another civil war is looming, other than, of course, historical precedent and the cycles of all that brings us to that as inevitable. But that aside, there be other dangers. History repeating itself, but with imagination. So what did we get for humoring Trump for this little bit of time? As if he were a toddler we were appeasing, rather than the holder of one of the most powerful positions on the planet. Apply the Thomas theorem. What people believest they should do is how they will eventually act. This is especially important because institutions, the courts, the political parties, the elections offices, the legislatures, are merely people collectively deciding to act in a particular manner. When people change their minds about the rules, those will be the new rules. Once this transition passes, the Trump wing of the Republican cult, which the 2024 hopefuls clearly think constitutes a plurality, is going to work hard to make sure no Raffensperger gets elected ever again. And the next time the call comes to find 11,780 votes, that gun, which was never performative because it was always loaded, may well find its fucking target. So for that reason, remove Trump tonight. Republicans must distance themselves from this president and join their colleagues in ending his tenure. This is a moment of shame and grief. If we are not very careful, it will also be a terrible moment of opportunity for President Donald Trump. The violence Trump incited could be his pretext for further abuses of presidential power. As so oft times with Trump, he has indicated the plan in advance. Use the insurrection. Act to somehow interfere with the transition of power. Use the Insurrection Act to interfere with power transference. He could try it this very day. Byzantine Orthodox, Christmas Day itself, aftermath, Gregorian calendrical epiphany. In institutional self-defense, Trump must be impeached again, and this time removed. That needs to happen now, immediately, before he can declare martial law, so that Vice President Mike Pence can oversee the constitutional transition of power, the first time since the Civil War that such a transition can no longer be described as peaceful. What's needed this time is for a saving remnant of Republican senators to emulate the integrity that was embodied last time around last time around only by Senator Mitt Romney. The leaders of Trump's own cult have to do the job of protecting our country from Trump's violent lawlessness. Last time, the other senators refused. Now they need to feel real pressure. All through this day yesterday, Republican pundits expressed shock and puzzlement that it could have come to this. The radio host Mark Levine tweeting, "We don't know who these people are." That's the same Mark Levine who wrote an article urging Congress to challenge the results of the 2020 election, an article approvingly tweeted by Trump on the 30th of December. In fact, we know exactly who these people are. They are the monsters incubated, birthed, nurtured, fed, trained, and now loosed upon the world by Trump and by his enablers in politics and the media, including the Jewish reactionary Mark Levine himself. This afternoon of yesterday, Donald Trump Jr. tweeted, "This is not who we are," although earlier today he had been doing plenty of incitement of his own. As the whole world now sees, this is exactly who the Trumps are, and we know as to who their most loyal supporters be. But it does not have to be the enduring legacy of all Republicans and all conservative personated reactionaries. Everybody connected in any way to Trump cultism must instantly put as many miles of